Inside the office, Xiang Wang quietly asked his manager for 2 days off because of an urgent family emergency. He promised to return as soon as everything was settled and make up for all the unfinished work. But the manager barely looked at him, scrolling through TikTok, while saying the company was launching a new project, so no one could take leave. The only thing holding his attention was a female streamer dancing on his screen. He was also throwing money around without a second thought. One round of gifts alone cost him over $1 million. Even after being refused, Xiang Wang kept pleading because his mother was critically ill and needed family by her side. The boss only sneered, saying his father was still healthy enough to handle it. He even mocked that Xiang Wang would not get leave, even if he had a terminal illness. Meanwhile, the streamer kept sweetly thanking him for the gifts, leaving Xiang Wang speechless. But the humiliation was not over yet. The boss said both he and his own father worked overtime, so someone young like Xiang Wang had no reason to ask for leave. If everyone did that, the company would fall apart. He claimed the media industry was a race against time, and being even a second behind competitors could cause huge losses. Xiang Wang explained he could still work remotely from home and stay available for every call. The response was ice cold. If he wanted time off, he could quit, collect his paperwork from accounting, and stay with his parents as long as he wanted. The boss then belittled Xiang Wang, saying getting hired was already lucky because his ability ranked near the bottom. He patted Xiang Wang on the shoulder with a sarcastic smile and reminded him that plenty of people wanted his position. After that conversation, Xiang Wang quietly sat in a corner with his headphones on, his mind completely blank. Right then, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was his father. At the hospital, a nurse was demanding payment. Xiang Wang's father kept begging for 2 more days to cover the medical bills. But the nurse had lost her patience because he had made the same promise 2 days earlier. If the payment was not made this time, the patient would have to leave the hospital. Every word of that conversation reached Xiang Wang's ears. Fighting back tears, he said he could not return for another 2 days and could only send a little more money for medicine for now. His father quickly reassured him, saying the family had borrowed some money from friends and health insurance was covering part of the cost. Even so, Xiang Wang told his father to let him know immediately if they needed more money. Instead, his father worried more about him, reminding his son not to borrow money recklessly since he had just graduated and earned very little. Looking at his bank balance, Xiang Wang bitterly realized that after working for a year on a monthly salary of only 5,000, sharing rent and taking side jobs had helped him save only around 50,000. He sighed, because that money could probably keep his mother's hospital bills covered for only a little while longer. Just then, a young woman suddenly appeared behind him. The scene then shifted to the HR office. In the end, Xiang Wang submitted his resignation, but even after walking out, he still felt uncertain. With the economy in such bad shape, quitting felt like cornering himself. It was a huge gamble. At that exact moment, a strange notification panel appeared. The system had activated and rewarded the host with $8,888 for making a choice against his true desire. Xiang Wang stared at the floating words in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. He quickly looked around the office, thinking someone was filming a prank, but the voice spoke directly inside his mind. Before he could calm down, the system told him to check his account and explained that the more he lived according to his true wishes, the more money he would receive. Xiang Wang immediately picked up his phone. 1 second later, he froze when he saw the money had actually arrived in his account. He could hardly believe it, because systems like this only existed in comics. Yet no matter how many times he checked, the balance never disappeared. Xiang Wang stood there in a daze, finally believing everything was real. The system urged him to stop doubting and start living the life he truly wanted. No matter how unbelievable it seemed, reality had already proven it. Only then did Xiang Wang realize he had truly awakened the wish fulfillment tycoon system. He quickly connected the dots and guessed that resigning had activated the system. As the thought settled in, a smile slowly spread across his face. Now that he had the system, Xiang Wang vowed to seize every chance to grow his wealth. While he was still thinking, a gentle voice called from behind and pulled him back to reality. A beautiful young woman was walking toward him. The woman was Gao Yun. She smiled and asked if he had finished the plan for her next livestream. She was a top streamer with over 8 million followers. The moment she walked over, Xiang Wang blushed bright red and nearly got a nosebleed. He completely lost focus and barely heard a word Gao Yun was saying. Seeing his awkward reaction, Gao Yun laughed and teased that maybe he had fallen for her. She stepped even closer and asked him to plan more activities, because gifts from wealthy fans had dropped a lot lately. Gao Yun was not only a famous streamer, but also a popular dancer, and Xiang Wang was the producer in charge of her live streams. Besides her stunning looks, she was also very approachable. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Wang admitted that he had resigned, so he would no longer be managing her streams. The company would assign someone else. Gao Yun froze because the news came completely out of nowhere, but Xiang Wang had no intention of explaining further. To him, once he left the company, their working relationship was over, so there was no point saying more. Even so, Gao Yun tried to convince him to stay. She said she enjoyed working with him and did not feel comfortable starting over with someone new. Xiang Wang could only helplessly say the paperwork was already finished. Standing in front of such a beautiful woman, he naturally felt a little attracted to her. But the more Gao Yun tried to persuade him, the more he felt she might have another reason behind it. So he simply said he wanted to reward himself with some time to rest. Gao Yun then asked if he planned to join another company and become her competitor, because changing producers would take her a long time to adjust. Xiang Wang was genuinely flustered. The charm of a famous streamer and dancer was hard to resist. But the moment he remembered the system, he calmed down. He believed he would soon become rich, and there would be no shortage of chances to meet other beautiful women. As he looked at Gao Yun more carefully, he suddenly noticed something unusual. He bluntly pointed out that her nose looked slightly crooked and suggested she get it fixed. Gao Yun was instantly shocked. She quickly covered her nose by instinct. Then she hurriedly pulled out a mirror to check. Only then did she realize there really was something wrong with her nose. Seeing her reaction, Xiang Wang had nothing more to say because he knew he had not imagined it. Right then, another system notification appeared. Because the host was not blinded by beauty and dared to speak honestly, he received a reward. This time, the reward was $23,000. In the blink of an eye, the money was deposited directly into his account. Xiang Wang smiled. He finally understood the system's rule. As long as he stayed true to himself instead of pretending to please others, he would earn rewards. Thinking about that, he quietly celebrated and decided to always live honestly from now on. After fixing her nose, Gao Yun sincerely thanked him for pointing it out. She stopped trying to keep him and only hoped they could work together again someday. Her reaction surprised Xiang Wang because most people would have gotten angry after hearing such blunt criticism. But Gao Yun stayed calm, making him wonder whether she was genuinely sincere or just hiding her feelings. She smiled and invited him to dinner that evening. She also told him to contact her if he ever ran into trouble at work. Xiang Wang figured she probably knew he did not have an impressive education and was worried he would struggle to find another job. That only made him think she was truly kind. He accepted right away but insisted on paying for the meal himself. After all, he could not let a woman pay. Gao Yun, however, worried because she knew his previous salary had been low. Xiang Wang simply smiled and said things could always change. Just because he was poor today did not mean he could not become a chairman tomorrow. He also thanked her for the time they had worked together. Hearing that, Gao Yun laughed with amusement. She said she had only realized after he resigned that she had never truly understood him. Xiang Wang only smiled back. With the system supporting him, his life had entered a completely new chapter. After saying that, he said goodbye and told her to call him whenever she finished her work. Not long afterward, Xiang Wang left the company. As he walked away, he remembered how difficult life had been before. He always walked whenever possible, and if he had no choice but to ride, he picked the cheapest option. Life had been so hard that even sharing a ride with someone else sometimes felt like a luxury. But today was different. Xiang Wang decided to treat himself to his very first ride in a luxury car. The moment he booked it, a high-end sedan pulled up just seconds later. The driver quickly stepped out, politely opened the door, and welcomed him to the premium taxi service. Staring at the spotless luxury car, Xiang Wang was stunned. He never expected it to arrive so quickly. The moment he got in, he felt a level of comfort and luxury he had never even dreamed of. Just yesterday, he had been looking for someone to split the fare with, and today he was enjoying a premium ride. His life had changed overnight. Xiang Wang quietly clenched his fist and swore he would never return to his old struggling life. Right then, the system rewarded him with $50,000 for boldly choosing a luxury ride without hesitation. Seeing the amount, he could not hide his smile. The driver politely asked for the destination, and Xiang Wang immediately told him to head to his favorite banshio shop. Throughout the ride, he could barely stop smiling. Sitting inside such a spacious and luxurious car felt unbelievably satisfying. Before long, the car stopped right in front of the banshio shop he visited so often. Xiang Wang stepped out with newfound confidence. When the owner saw him, she assumed he would order the cheapest meal again, with just one extra egg to fill his stomach. But this time, Xiang Wang surprised everyone by ordering a fully loaded banshio with 2 eggs. He did not stop there. He also ordered 2 premium meat sausages instead of the cheap ones. Everyone in the shop looked at him in surprise. Looking at the feast in front of him, Xiang Wang could not help remembering the days when he had to count every penny and cut back on every meal. Now he could finally order whatever he wanted. This single meal cost more than 10 of his old meals combined, yet it made Xiang Wang feel completely satisfied. As he ate, he realized how enjoyable life could be. For just $15, he had eggs and delicious sausages. The thought alone made him happy. After finishing his meal and enjoying the last bite while walking, another system notification appeared. Because the host had treated himself to a meal far better than usual, he received another $20,000. Xiang Wang smiled brightly. He never imagined that enjoying one proper meal could make him feel this happy. He even secretly decided that next time he would order 5 eggs. As he walked past a large building, Xiang Wang suddenly slapped his forehead. He had just remembered something extremely important. Now that he had money, it was time to go shopping properly. Besides, he had a dinner date with Gao Yun that evening. If he was going to a fancy restaurant, he needed to look the part. With that thought, he immediately changed direction and headed into a shopping mall. The moment he stepped inside, Xiang Wang was amazed by the elegant atmosphere and pleasant fragrance everywhere. But after looking around, he felt a little embarrassed because almost every brand name was in English. He quietly wondered why he could not find any of the familiar brands he knew. He had only just become wealthy, so he was still unfamiliar with the world of the rich. Even though he felt awkward, he quickly regained his composure. He reminded himself that if he wanted to live like a rich man, he had to get used to that lifestyle. With that in mind, Xiang Wang confidently walked into a luxury clothing store. A saleswoman quickly bowed to welcome him, but several other employees looked at him with obvious contempt. To them, everything from his clothes to his appearance screamed that he was not a wealthy customer. His old backpack and simple outfit made everyone assume he was wearing cheap clothes, so most of the staff ignored him as if he did not even exist. Their attitude made Xiang Wang extremely uncomfortable. He knew he did not look like a VIP, but their disrespect was impossible to miss. Calmly, he explained that he had been too busy with work to buy decent clothes, so he was still wearing cheap street market outfits. He added that if this was how they treated customers, he might as well shop at the Hermes store next door. The moment they heard that brand name, every employee's expression changed. In an instant, they all rushed over with warm smiles. Some introduced products while others promised to bring out their finest selections. Watching the sudden change, Xiang Wang only smiled faintly. Money really did have incredible power. It did not take long before he picked out quite a few new outfits. The service here truly matched its luxury status. Staff handled everything from picking items to packing them, so customers barely had to lift a finger. Staying by Xiang Wang's side, a saleswoman checked every item he bought while introducing the store's jewelry appraisal event. She even warmly invited him to join if he had time. He simply smiled and said he would think about it. Before they parted, she politely asked if he wanted the store to deliver everything to his home. Xiang Wang quickly hugged the shopping bags and declined with a smile, saying he wanted to carry them himself. After leaving the store, he overheard 2 girls behind him, chatting excitedly about luxury goods. Looking at the pile of designer bags in his hands, he could only sigh at how insanely expensive they really were. Right then, the system popped up with a notification. The host had just spent big on luxury brands and earned a reward worth $660,000. Xiang Wang instantly lit up. He finally understood the rule. The more money he spent, the bigger the system's reward became. Becoming a millionaire no longer felt like a distant dream, making him even more determined to keep spending. The scene soon shifted to the most luxurious Western restaurant in the city. By now, Xiang Wang had changed into his new outfit, and his entire presence had transformed. As soon as he walked in, a waitress greeted him warmly and said she would escort him to the private room reserved for him. Xiang Wang glanced at his watch and said he might have arrived earlier than expected. The waitress smiled and explained that guests with private rooms were treated as VIPs, so he could relax while waiting for his companion. Hearing that, Xiang Wang clearly felt the difference. Nice clothes and luxury brands really changed how people treated him. In the past, he would never have received such service. She then introduced the complimentary tea area and dessert bar, reminding him to ring the bell if he needed anything. After saying that, she quietly left, leaving Xiang Wang alone by the floor-to-ceiling window. He silently admired the elegant view outside and thought about how he had never imagined visiting a place this luxurious. Xiang Wang became even more certain of one thing. As long as you had money, those looks of contempt would disappear on their own. He quietly made a promise that from today onward, no one would ever look down on him again. He would become a true tycoon. Just then, he suddenly remembered he still needed to send money back to his father. After thinking it over, Xiang Wang decided to transfer only 100,000. Sending too much would scare his parents, but saying it was extra income would make it easier for them to accept. Meanwhile, Gao Yun had just finished a long live stream. Even though she was soaked in sweat, she still kept a professional smile for the camera. She repeatedly thanked all the viewers who had sent gifts during the live stream. Xiang Wang looked at his phone and smiled, so Gao Yun was late because she was still streaming. During the broadcast, Gao Yun received another rocket gift from a viewer. She happily thanked them, but the chat kept joking that the big spender to owner ATE had shown up less than usual today. After ending the live stream, Gao Yun sat down to rest, looking exhausted. A coworker walked over and asked if she had dinner plans. Gao Yun replied that she already had a date. Hearing that, everyone immediately became curious about who had invited her. Gao Yun calmly answered that it was Xiang Wang, someone everyone at the company knew. The moment his name came up, the whole group was stunned. Someone even laughed and asked why they were still in touch after he had quit. Gao Yun simply explained that Xing Wang had helped her a lot before. Now that he had left the company, sharing a meal was perfectly normal, especially since he was the one who invited her. Hearing that, a blonde girl immediately asked if she could come along for fun. Gao Yun did not object and agreed right away. She also reminded everyone to order modestly, because Xing Wang was not wealthy. If the bill went over, they would pay the extra themselves. Everyone agreed that they would not let him feel pressured by the cost. But when Gao Yun opened the address Xing Wang had sent, she froze in complete shock. Seeing her reaction, a red-haired girl assumed the meeting place was too ordinary, making Gao Yun feel awkward. But her next answer left everyone speechless. The meeting spot was actually Qingtian Da Lu, the most famous restaurant in the city. No one could believe it, because the place was famous for its sky-high prices. Even a normal meal cost tens of thousands, and getting a reservation was incredibly difficult. Even the blonde girl broke into a cold sweat after learning that Xing Wang had chosen such an expensive restaurant to treat them. The red-haired girl was still skeptical. She guessed it might just be another restaurant with the same name trying to fool people. Gao Yun did not rush to judge. She simply said Xing Wang was never the type to show off. Even so, everyone's curiosity kept growing. No one understood what had happened to Xing Wang after quitting his job. The red-haired girl refused to let it go. Seeing Gao Yun stay quiet, she immediately mocked her and claimed she was looking down on everyone. Gao Yun calmly replied that if you could not support yourself, relying on a rich man would never last. He might treat you well today, but tomorrow he could do the same for someone else. Living like that was never the life she wanted. For Gao Yun, her goal was to earn her own money and live independently. She never wanted to depend on any man. Men could change, but money never betrayed anyone. After hearing that, the red-haired girl looked bored. She kept smiling on the outside, but secretly believed Gao Yun was only pretending to be noble. Before long, the group arrived at the restaurant. Standing before the city's most luxurious restaurant, everyone stopped in shock. The blonde girl swallowed nervously and asked if they had really come to the right place. Even with Gao Yun's current income, she would think twice before coming here. The red-haired girl mocked her again, telling Gao Yun to call Xing Wang one more time. If he had sent the wrong address, getting turned away would be humiliating. Gao Yun immediately called Xing Wang, but the call would not go through. Seeing that, the red-haired girl became even more convinced. Something was wrong. She secretly sneered, believing Xing Wang was hiding to protect his pride before the truth came out. Even so, Gao Yun still trusted him. She thought he was probably just busy and unable to answer her. The red-haired girl kept mocking her, saying maybe he had already run away, and she could not wait to see how embarrassed Gao Yun would be. Ignoring the sarcastic comments, Gao Yun's decided to lead everyone inside anyway. Deep down, she also started worrying because the cost was far beyond what Xing Wang could normally afford. She even thought she might end up paying the bill herself. The group stopped at the restaurant entrance. No one felt confident enough to walk in first. Gao Yun called Xing Wang once again, but the result was still the same. Just then, a female staff member politely walked over to greet them. Before Gao Yun could speak, the red-haired girl quickly said they had a reservation. Gao Yun added that the reservation was under the name Xing Wang. Standing beside her, the red-haired girl secretly smiled. In her mind, one meal here cost several months of Xing Wang's salary, so Gao Yun was bound to lose face. But the staff member simply smiled, bowed politely, and welcomed them inside, saying their guest had already been waiting for quite some time. Hearing that, the red-haired girl froze in disbelief. Xing Wang really was here. The group then followed the staff deeper into the restaurant. As she walked, the red-haired girl angrily told herself that Xing Wang was only pretending to be rich to impress Gao Yun. Maybe he had emptied his entire savings just to put on this show. Meanwhile, the blonde girl was still unsure if it was really the same Xing Wang. Then, she noticed the private hallway leading to the VIP elevator. She could no longer hide her shock. The VIP room alone cost tens of thousands, making even Gao Yun break into a nervous sweat. The red-haired girl became even more convinced Xing Wang was acting recklessly, because that amount equaled several months of his salary. Before long, the elevator arrived at the exclusive VIP floor. The staff member politely opened the door and invited everyone inside. But when they reached the room, Xing Wang was nowhere to be seen. The blonde girl immediately took out her phone to snap some photos. She figured that whether they got to eat or not, she should at least capture the moment. After all, she might never have another chance to visit such a luxurious place. The red-haired girl sat down with a sarcastic smile and said they should keep taking pictures, but it was ridiculous that the host was still missing after the guests had arrived. The blonde girl quickly uploaded the photos to social media. She even wrote that she wondered if she would ever get the chance to come back to such an upscale place. The longer they waited, the more impatient the red-haired girl became. She kept asking Gao Yun if Xing Wang had replied yet, worried they might end up paying the bill themselves. At that moment, a staff member went to the lounge to get Xingwang. Meanwhile, Gao Yun was already preparing for the worst because she still could not believe he could afford a meal here. A few minutes later, the door slowly opened. In that instant, everyone froze as Xingwang appeared with a completely new look. He was dressed in a perfectly fitted designer outfit, carrying himself with confidence unlike before. As he walked over, he apologized for accidentally falling asleep and missing the calls. He only noticed the missed calls and messages after waking up. After apologizing, Xingwang turned to the staff and said they could begin serving the food. Gao Yun looked at him, almost speechless. In just one short day, Xingwang had changed so much that she nearly failed to recognize him. Qingqing widened her eyes in shock. The outfit Xingwang was wearing was the latest release from a famous luxury brand, worth over 40,000. Nuo Xin bit her lip, unable to accept that he was wearing such an expensive designer outfit. A shocking thought crossed her mind. Could Xingwang really be a low-key millionaire? The more she looked at Gao Yun, the stronger her jealousy became, feeling that all the good fortune always found its way to Gao Yun. Looking at the blonde girl, Xingwang quickly recognized Qingqing, but he could not remember who the red-haired girl was. He thought for a moment, but still could not recall her name. Seeing that, she introduced herself as Nuo Xin. Xingwang smiled apologetically and explained that he had just woken up from a nap, so his mind was still foggy, and he failed to recognize them right away. Nuo Xin kept smiling politely and said it was fine because she was only wearing light makeup today. Deep down, however, she was furious because Xingwang had barely looked at anyone except Gao Yun. Sensing the awkward mood, Gao Yun gently explained that they had finished work together, so she invited the other two to come along. She was about to say that if Xingwang found it inconvenient, but before she could finish, the staff rolled in the food cart. The first premium steak was placed right in front of Gao Yun. As the table filled with expensive dishes, Gao Yun became even more confused about why Xingwang was spending so freely. Qingqing leaned over and whispered that maybe Xingwang really was a hidden billionaire who had been quietly waiting to inherit a fortune, just like in the movies. Gao Yun stayed silent because she also realized she had never truly known who Xingwang really was. Meanwhile, Xingwang looked at the beautifully presented dishes and thought they looked amazing, but what really mattered was whether they would actually fill him up. Qingqing smiled and asked if she could take a few photos to post on social media. Xingwang nodded casually and told her to go ahead. He even generously declared that he would cover every expense today. Nuo Xin turned to Gao Yun and asked if she had been hiding the fact that Xingwang was rich, making everyone worry for nothing. Gao Yun simply shook her head. She honestly said she had no idea Xingwang was so wealthy. In fact, they had only been ordinary co-workers. The only reason she remembered him so well was because he had helped her many times before. Thinking back, Gao Yun realized she had never truly understood Xingwang at all. As most of the dishes arrived, Xingwang suddenly asked the staff if they had anything more filling. Qingqing laughed because he was being so practical. She said the last time she ate at a fancy restaurant, she spent all her time taking pictures and still went home hungry. The staff quickly recommended more premium dishes, including beef ribs, salmon roe sauce, and several other expensive specialties. But Xingwang still looked uninterested. He directly asked if the restaurant could make grilled meat skewers, like the ones sold at roadside stalls. The question left everyone at the table stunned, while Qingqing stared at him in disbelief, because she had never seen anyone order something like that in a luxury restaurant. Nuo Xin also spoke up, saying that if he wanted grilled skewers, he could just visit a street stall instead of asking a French restaurant to make such a strange dish. Xingwang remained completely serious and asked again if the chef could prepare it exactly as requested. The staff awkwardly replied that the restaurant did not have anything like that on the menu. Hearing that, Xingwang asked her to invite the manager over so they could discuss it directly. Just a few minutes later, the manager arrived. He politely apologized and explained that the restaurant specialized in French cuisine, so they could not casually prepare other types of dishes. Seeing this, Nuo Xin became convinced that Xingwang would be turned down. But Xingwang calmly said that if the restaurant agreed to make the grilled skewers, he would pay 300,000 for the meal and add another 50,000 as a bonus. Hearing that amount, all three women were left speechless. He was willing to spend 300,000 on a single meal alone. The manager instantly changed his attitude, bowed respectfully, and immediately asked how Xingwang wanted the skewers prepared. Xingwang laughed and teased that he actually preferred the manager's original arrogant attitude. The manager could only force a smile and quickly agreed to the request. Right then, the system popped up another notification. The host had completed a random spending task and earned a 500,000 reward. Xingwang finally relaxed because the money he had just spent no longer mattered. He turned to the three girls and smiled, saying that a great meal should always start with eating until you are full. Qingqing immediately agreed. She said having barbecue skewers inside a luxury restaurant was a rare experience, and her friends would be shocked when they saw the photos. Before long, the staff returned with another food cart. This time, it was not fancy Western dishes, but perfectly arranged hot grilled meat skewers, just as Xing Wang had requested. The three girls could not hide their surprise. Sure enough, with enough money, even the most unreasonable requests could come true. Leaning back with confidence, Xing Wang smiled and asked the three girls what they thought of the dinner he had prepared. Time flew by. Before long, everyone had finished eating and was completely full. Xing Wang stood up and excused himself to use the restroom, leaving the three girls chatting at the table. As soon as Xing Wang was out of sight, the table became lively. Qing was stunned by how generous he was. He booked a luxury restaurant and even tipped 50,000. She guessed he joined the company because he liked Gao Yun. Gao Yun did not think so. She believed Xing Wang simply wanted to work like an ordinary employee and avoid attention. Qing nodded because plenty of rich people liked hiding their identities to experience normal life. At that moment, Sin Na gently tapped Gao Yun on the shoulder and asked if she really felt nothing towards such a wealthy man. Qing quickly added that anyone willing to spend so much just to treat everyone to dinner had to leave some impression. Sin Na still was not convinced. She suspected Gao Yun had known Xing Wang was rich all along, which was why she stayed so calm. Gao Yun calmly denied it and said they were nothing more than co-workers. Outside of work, they barely ever talked, so she had no idea Xing Wang was wealthy. In Gao Yun's eyes, Xing Wang always lived simply and often worked late into the night. He looked more like a hard-working employee than a rich man. Even so, Sin Na remained skeptical and believed it might all be an act. She said many people relied on credit cards to fake a wealthy lifestyle, and maybe Xing Wang was the same. Qing admitted that was possible. She felt that if Xing Wang was truly rich, hiding it so perfectly for so long seemed a little hard to believe. Sin Na smirked and said finding out the truth was easy. They only needed to test him once. Gao Yun immediately objected. After all, Xing Wang was the one treating everyone today, so sitting there and doubting him felt disrespectful. But that only annoyed Sin Na even more. She mocked Gao Yun for being too naive and reminded her not to forget her own value. Sin Na said Gao Yun was beautiful, popular online, and earned good money, so it was perfectly normal for a man to spend heavily to win her over. She even claimed this was a common trick used by romance scammers. They spent big at first to gain trust before revealing their true colors. Gao Yun simply replied that she had never thought about taking things further with Xing Wang. Sin Na smirked and said Gao Yun did not need to do much. She only had to cooperate with her to test Xing Wang. The dinner was finally coming to an end. Gao Yun quietly began thinking about everything she had just heard. If Xing Wang was only pretending to be rich, she would find a way to repay the money he had spent. At the very least, she hoped he would stay true to himself. Just then, Xing Wang returned to the table. Qing took the chance to ask if he had a girlfriend. Xing Wang laughed and admitted he was still single. Qing looked unconvinced, because someone as successful as him not having a girlfriend sounded unbelievable. Xing Wang smiled and explained that work kept him busy every single day. Just taking care of the company's idols left him with no time for dating. He even said he was not obsessed with women enough to chase romance. Just thinking about it gave him chills. Right then, Sin Na smiled knowingly and suggested everyone move to a bar for another round. She was not as rich as Xing Wang, but she could still afford to buy everyone a couple of drinks. Gao Yun sensed something was off, but she quietly followed the group anyway. Meanwhile, Xing Wang was thinking about a completely different plan. He figured that now he had some capital, maybe he could start an entertainment company in the future. That would give him far more chances to meet celebrities. Thinking about the future, he even imagined himself becoming a giant in the entertainment industry. By then, countless beauties would fall within his reach. Before long, the group arrived at the bar. As soon as they sat down, Sin Na said the place was expensive, so she could only treat everyone to 2 drinks each. If anyone wanted more, she simply could not afford it, and everyone agreed. While looking around, Xing Wang suddenly spotted his former boss, holding a young woman in a corner, which he found amusing. It was also his first time visiting a high-end bar. The place was filled with flashing lights and loud music. Xin Na took the lead and ordered margaritas for the table. Gao Yun switched to a non-alcoholic mojito because she had to drive, while Qing ordered a pink lady. Seeing that Xing Wang had not ordered yet, Xin Na asked what he wanted to drink. Deep down, she was already thinking that if Xing Wang was really rich, he would definitely be familiar with bars like this. Still busy looking around the room, Xing Wang casually replied that anything was fine. Hearing that, Xin Na ordered him an extremely strong cocktail. Qing immediately realized she was trying to get him drunk and pry for information. Xin Na did not stop there and kept ordering more drinks. She claimed the bartender was famous, so she wanted to try several more cocktails. Seeing the drinks piling up, Gao Yun quietly told her she should stop, but Xin Na ignored her completely. She called out to Xing Wang again, but he was still busy searching the bar for famous people he could meet. After getting no response, Xin Na became even more annoyed. When he finally turned around, she immediately suggested playing dice. Xing Wang curiously asked how the game worked. Xin Na raised her glass and smiled with a challenging look. She said the loser of each round had to take off one piece of clothing or pay 10,000 instead, then asked if he dared to accept. The moment Xing Wang heard that, his expression completely changed. He calmly looked straight at Xin Na and said he had once managed the company's livestream department, so he knew everyone's background very well. That was why he also knew she was exceptionally good at dice games. He went on to say that, in her eyes, he was just a worker earning 5,000 a month, who wore designer clothes and treated people to expensive meals, so she assumed he was pretending to be rich. He pointed out that she had been doubting him and setting traps from the very beginning, but she should not think he had failed to notice, because he had seen it in her eyes long ago. Right then, the system appeared with a notification. The host had casually exposed an internet goddess and earned a reward of 1.89 million. Seeing the reward, Xing Wang smirked and admitted that he was not the son of a billionaire. Xin Na immediately turned to Gao Yun with a smug smile, convinced she had been right and that it had all been an act. But Xing Wang cut her off and said he was not finished yet. He stood up with overwhelming confidence, looked straight at Xin Na, and said that although he was not a rich heir, he was still very wealthy. Then he asked if she would sell every piece of clothing she was wearing for 300,000. His words made Xin Na blush with anger as she called him a pervert. Gao Yun quickly stepped in to calm things down, explaining that Xin Na had only taken the joke too far and asking Xing Wang not to get angry. Even so, Xin Na refused to back down and claimed there was no way he even had 300,000. Xing Wang simply smiled before suddenly stepping onto the raised platform in the middle of the bar, instantly drawing everyone's attention. He loudly announced that he would spend 300,000 to buy drinks for everyone in the bar and told them to enjoy themselves. The room fell silent for a brief moment before exploding with excitement. Xing Wang called over a staff member to run his card, and as soon as the payment went through, the server respectfully announced that the 300,000 payment had been approved. The entire bar erupted in cheers. Everyone shouted their thanks to the boss. The system sent another notification. The host had casually bought drinks for the entire bar and earned a reward of over 6 million. Looking at the growing balance, Xing Wang smiled with satisfaction. Xin Na was completely stunned because she never expected him to spend 300,000 so effortlessly. Xing Wang walked past her and coldly said that he knew she had always looked down on poor people like him. But he had never cared because, in his eyes, women who only cared about other people's money were worthless and would eventually be looked down on by everyone else. Every word hit Xin Na's pride like a hard slap. She could only lower her head as her face turned pale. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Qing quickly pulled Gao Yun over to calm things down. But Xin Na could not take it anymore. She made up an excuse about an emergency and burst into tears. Then she rushed out of the bar, while everyone watched in surprise. Xing Wang calmly returned to his seat. He told the other two girls to keep enjoying the night, because he would cover every expense. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out as a glamorous woman walked over, staring at Gao Yun with open provocation. She sneered and mocked the famous internet idol, saying Gao Yun looked miserable today and asking if she had come to the bar just to get drunk. After saying that, she boldly sat down and reached out to stroke Gao Yun's cheek. Gao Yun immediately slapped her hand away and coldly told her to mind her own business. The woman only burst into laughter. Then she pulled out her phone and started a live stream. She greeted her viewers and said she had just run into Gao Yun at the bar, so they might as well settle things with a live PK battle. The moment the stream went live, the chat exploded with comments. Some viewers cheered for Gao Yun, while others mocked her for being too scared to accept, because she knew she would lose. It was obvious the woman had prepared for this, and was confident that her wealthy supporters would give her the advantage. There was no way she would pass up such a perfect chance to crush Gao Yun. Right then, Gao Yun received a call from the company. Her supervisor pressured her to join the PK match. Even though she was exhausted and had no mood to stream, she had no choice but to accept. Just a few seconds later, the two streamers officially appeared together on the PK screen. Qing watched from the side and grew more uneasy. The other side kept receiving expensive gifts as rocket animations flooded the screen. Gao Yun, however, was drained after a long day. The exhaustion on her face was impossible to hide. The viewers quickly noticed, and many commented that she looked like she was being forced to stream. Xing Wang quietly watched everything as his expression turned colder. He realized the other side had deliberately chosen the moment Gao Yun was at her weakest, and he decided it was finally time to step in. A brilliant rocket animation suddenly appeared in Gao Yun's livestream, leaving her stunned. Along with it came a bold comment. Xing Wang calmly typed, just a passerby who couldn't ignore something unfair. Before anyone could react, another rocket appeared. Gao Yun was shocked and deeply moved as she repeatedly thanked Boss Wang. But before she could finish, the screen was covered by an endless storm of rockets. The exhaustion instantly vanished from her face, replaced by joy and confusion as she kept bowing her head in thanks. The chat exploded. Everyone was stunned by the unbelievable gift barrage and kept asking who this mysterious big spender really was. On Red Hair's side, her expression instantly turned pale. She thought victory was guaranteed, but Gao Yun suddenly had an incredibly powerful supporter. The comments became even more chaotic. Some were amazed that the mysterious boss had been sending rockets non-stop for 2 straight minutes, while others said Gao Yun's popularity was truly incredible. Only then did Red Hair finally panic as her overwhelming advantage disappeared in an instant. Watching the rocket count keep climbing, Gao Yun's heart raced. The more she thanked everyone, the faster the gifts poured in. Xing Wang simply smiled and casually typed another message. Still want to keep going? At the same time, the system displayed a notification. The host had casually donated and earned a reward of 5 million. Seeing the reward increase, Xing Wang smiled with satisfaction. Qing was completely speechless because she could not believe what she was seeing. Red Hair's supporters were almost out of donations, while Gao Yun's mysterious backer kept spending money like it was nothing, making her wonder if someone had gone crazy with their phone. Unlike everyone else, Xing Wang remained seated calmly and continued sending donations. The endless rain of rockets showed no sign of stopping. On the live stream, Gao Yun could no longer hide her emotions. She tried to stay composed, but her voice trembled with shock. She asked everyone to give her a moment to collect herself. But before she could finish speaking, more rocket animations filled the screen again. Elsewhere, the wealthy backer supporting Red Hair also began losing his temper. He had planned to use this chance to help her defeat Gao Yun and claim the #1 spot. Out of nowhere, a powerful rival showed up, so he immediately called in more big spenders to donate and take back the lead. More rocket gifts started appearing on their side. Hong To slowly regained her confidence. She quickly put on a cute smile and kept thanking every top supporter. She told herself that one more push would make her the next social media queen. Both sides kept battling with non-stop donations. When Cao Yun's gifts suddenly paused for a few seconds, Hong To secretly celebrated, thinking the mysterious whale had run out of money. In reality, Xiang Wang only stopped because his hand was tired from tapping the donate button non-stop. After a short break, Xiang Wang started donating again, and rocket effects covered the live stream once more. Fired up by the support, Cao Yun stayed focused and never backed down despite the pressure. Reward notifications kept popping up before Xiang Wang, adding another 10 million, then another 10 million again. Every wave of rocket gifts brought another huge reward, and the earnings piled up so fast that even he was stunned. After the intense showdown, the final result was announced, and Cao Yun claimed the victory. The livestream exploded with excitement, while she stood there, breathing hard in complete shock. Cao Yun bowed to thank every viewer, especially the mysterious supporter. Then the system announced that Wang Ge, the passerby who stood up for justice, had sent another 1,000 rockets. That single message shocked hundreds of millions of viewers, and the chat instantly went wild. Xiang Wang's reward system kept stacking bonuses at an unbelievable speed, while Cao Yun was left completely speechless. Before ending the stream, she gave the camera a deep bow. It was the first time she had reached such massive viewership and donation totals. Instead of asking for more support, Cao Yun sincerely said that making money was never easy. She believed the mysterious supporter had worked hard for that money and hoped he would stop donating. Her sincerity won even more hearts. The chat filled with praise as everyone called Cao Yun kind and thoughtful, and many promised to support her for a long time. Meanwhile, Hong To was completely crushed. She sat there frozen after losing in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. Rage made her whole body tremble. She knew those unbelievable donation numbers and viewer counts were far beyond her reach. After sending gifts non-stop for so long, Xiang Wang finally felt his hand getting sore. He leaned back in his chair and told everyone it was time to head home. Before leaving, he smiled at Hong To and told her not to be too upset because she still had plenty of wealthy supporters behind her. Hearing that, Qing leaned toward Cao Yun and laughed, whispering that Xiang Wang really knew how to leave someone speechless with anger. Sure enough, Hong To's face turned completely dark, and she was too furious to say a single word. Once everything was over, Xiang Wang and his group walked out of the bar under everyone's shocked gaze like true winners. On the way back, Qing kept laughing as she remembered Hong To's defeated expression. She joked that Hong To would never forget that bitter look. Today had truly opened her eyes after seeing an unbelievable whale donate so much while staying completely low-key. While chatting excitedly, Qing suddenly noticed that Cao Yun did not seem happy at all, so she asked what was wrong. Cao Yun frowned and said everything felt too strange. No one had ever donated that much in her livestream before, so today's generous supporter seemed suspicious the more she thought about it. Qing just waved it off with a smile, saying there was nothing to worry about, because the mysterious supporter was, obviously, a great person. She eagerly said she had to get to know him, then immediately pulled out her phone and sent a message to Wang Ge on TikTok. The moment the message was sent, the phone beside her in Xiang Wang's pocket chimed. The notification made both Qing and Cao Yun freeze, as they slowly turned to stare at him with suspicious eyes. Qing narrowed her eyes and asked if that was not the TikTok notification sound. Then why did Xiang Wang's phone ring the exact moment she messaged Wang Ge? Even Cao Yun began to feel that something was seriously off. Xiang Wang paused for a moment, looking slightly awkward. He cleared his throat and calmly insisted it was probably just a coincidence, telling them not to overthink it. He added that he had just quit his job and still had countless things to handle, so non-stop phone notifications were perfectly normal. Although she still had some doubts, Cao Yun eventually accepted the explanation. After all, someone who could spend millions in just a few minutes had to be an ultra-rich billionaire, which hardly matched Xiang Wang. Xiang Wang went along with it and joked that he only had a little spare cash, nowhere near the level of the mysterious whale, who had burned through millions in no time. Qing sighed helplessly and admitted she had suspected Xiang Wang because they both had Wang in their names, but now it seemed to be nothing more than a coincidence. A while later, Cao Yun offered to drive Xiang Wang home, but he declined, saying his place was too far away and in the opposite direction, so he would just call a ride. While they were still chatting, a drunken voice suddenly came from behind them. The newcomer was General Manager He, Cao Yun's boss. He staggered over with an annoying grin and bragged that forcing her to battle Hong To had been a brilliant decision because it had made the company a fortune. Cao Yun did not answer. She simply stared at him with an icy expression. General Manager. He then noticed Xiang Wang and immediately mocked him. He sneered that an unemployed former employee still dared to come to such an expensive place and accused him of living off Cao Yun. Cao Yun immediately denied it and stated that Xiang Wang was the one who had treated everyone tonight. Hearing that, General Manager, he froze in disbelief. He laughed sarcastically and asked if Cao Yun was making up stories just to defend Xiang Wang. He even brought up the mysterious tycoon who had reserved the entire bar that night. But in his eyes, that person could never be Xiang Wang because he believed Xiang Wang was nothing more than a poor man who knew how to flatter women. Unable to stay quiet, Qing also confirmed that Xiang Wang had really paid for everything. General Manager, he immediately shouted over her, cutting her off and saying she had no right to interrupt. He also looked down on Qing, mocking her tiny follower count. General Manager, he bluntly revealed that most of her followers had been bought by the company, which had also spent a fortune promoting her. Even then, she had barely earned any profit, so he considered her nothing but a failed investment. Those cruel words left Qing speechless, yet he kept mocking her, saying she should learn from Cao Yun, who had made the company millions in just one night. He even shamelessly told Qing to dress more revealing and wear heavier makeup during her live streams, instead of pretending to be innocent. The more she listened, the tighter she clenched her fists. After putting Qing down, General Manager, he suddenly changed his attitude toward Cao Yun and reminded her that she had once said she did not want to remain an internet idol forever. He promised that if she spent one night with him, he would personally recommend her for a supporting role in a TV drama. As he spoke, General Manager, he shamelessly reached out to touch Cao Yun while continuing to tempt her with the promise. But just before his hand could reach her, Xiang Wang stepped forward and stopped him. Xiang Wang grabbed his wrist, looked at him with icy eyes, and warned in a cold voice, "Have some shame, you pig." General Manager, he instantly exploded with anger because he never expected Xiang Wang to interfere. He pointed at Xiang Wang and demanded to know whether he could offer Cao Yun money or resources, then mocked the few luxury items he wore as nowhere near enough to make him a billionaire. Faced with that scornful stare, Xiang Wang stayed perfectly calm. He released his wrist and said only one cold word, "Get lost." Behind him, Cao Yun quietly watched the man standing in front of her, and for the first time, she felt he was someone she could truly rely on. She immediately declared that if General Manager he kept harassing her, she would resign on the spot. Hearing that, General Manager, he burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. He reminded Cao Yun that her contract still had 1 year remaining out of 5. If she terminated it early, she would owe 10 million in damages, and he asked if she could really afford it. Cao Yun took a deep breath and replied that the money she had earned for the company tonight, along with her own savings, would be enough to cover it. Her answer instantly darkened General Manager He's face, and he bitterly mocked online idols for always pretending to be noble. According to him, they all claim to sell only their talent and not their bodies, but in reality, they were all just putting on an act. He stepped even closer and coldly declared that even if Cao Yun could pay the penalty, the company would never let her leave so easily. To the company, Cao Yun was nothing more than a money-making machine, so letting her walk away was never an option. With a single order, the company could easily ruin her career in the industry. Hearing that, Xiang Wang simply smiled and calmly said it was fine whether she could leave or not. Then he looked straight at General Manager He and stunned everyone by saying he would just buy the company where Cao Yun worked. A faint smile appeared on Xiang Wang's face as he coldly declared that when the time came, General Manager, he would be the one leaving, not Cao Yun. Those words instantly froze General Manager He's expression. He could not believe Xiang Wang actually dared to say that, and the atmosphere immediately turned tense. A few seconds later, General Manager he burst into laughter and treated Xiang Wang's words like a joke. Pointing at him, he shouted that if Xiang Wang really bought the company, he would call him Grandpa and wait for that day. After saying that, he deliberately spat on the ground in contempt before turning away. Even as he left, General Manager he kept mocking Xiang Wang for making empty boasts. Standing nearby, Ching was furious, and her eyes turned red. Even though she was angry, she did not know how to respond, and even began wondering if her followers were really fake, as General Manager he claimed. Cao Yun quickly noticed that something was bothering her. Ching's mind was filled with anxious thoughts. She wondered if all her followers and wealthy supporters had been arranged by the company from the very beginning. Seeing this, Cao Yun immediately reassured her and denied it. She explained that Ching's livestream had real viewers and genuine fans. General Manager, he was only trying to destroy her confidence so she would keep relying on the company. Hearing that explanation, Ching gradually calmed down. Xiang Wang watched the two women beside him, feeling a mix of emotions he could hardly describe. Cao Yun sincerely thanked him for bringing everyone there and stepping in to help them, but Xiang Wang simply smiled and said it was nothing. Ching also thanked him for standing up for her and said she would deal with the consequences of offending General Manager he herself. Only then did she finally regain her composure. She could not resist cursing General Manager he to vent her anger. Cao Yun turned to Xiang Wang and said this was an internal company matter, so now that he had resigned, he did not need to get involved anymore. Xiang Wang just smiled and said he simply could not stand General Manager he and decided to teach him a lesson. Hearing that answer, Cao Yun could only laugh helplessly. Before saying goodbye, she quietly admitted that she did not know if they would ever meet again. Still, she sincerely wished Xiang Wang greater success in the future. Xiang Wang shook her hand with a smile and said maybe they would meet again someday. Cao Yun's car soon drove away. Xiang Wang was left standing alone in the parking lot. Only then did he remember that he had spent so much money earlier that he forgot to mute his social media notifications and had almost exposed his identity. When he checked his account, he was shocked to see that the system had already rewarded him with hundreds of millions of dollars. Xiang Wang was overjoyed because with that amount of money, buying the entire company would be nothing. At first, he planned to book a train ticket home, but then he figured he finally had enough money to try flying instead. The ticket prices ranged from over $1,000 to more than $2,000, leaving him stunned by how expensive they were. He could not help remembering that a train ticket used to cost him only around $300. After thinking it over, he decided to splurge on a $4,000 business class ticket. The moment the payment went through, the system rewarded him with nearly another $10,000, making every generous purchase even more profitable. The next morning, Xiang Wang was still fast asleep in his dorm when loud knocking woke him up. Standing outside was his familiar landlady, who had come to collect the rent. She also complained that he was a lazy young man who never paid on his own. As soon as he opened the door, Xiang Wang said nothing, scanned the payment code, and paid an entire year's rent on the spot. The payment of more than $10,000 left the landlady completely stunned. On top of that, he sent an extra $400 as a thank you for coming to knock on his door. The landlady grew even more confused, unable to understand why Xiang Wang had suddenly become so generous. Xiang Wang simply shut the door and went back inside. Then he lay down and went back to sleep, since he still had plenty of time before his flight. Everyone in the dorm was stunned and started wondering if Heng Wang was actually a hidden billionaire. Right then, the system announced that paying a full year of rent and tipping the landlord had upgraded his public image. This time, the reward was a luxury villa in Swan Bay. Heng Wang jumped to his feet in shock. He stared at the key in his hand, still unable to believe it was real. In such a short time, he had gone from an ordinary man to the owner of a luxury villa. The moment the system transferred ownership, Heng Wang leaped out of bed without wasting a second. His sudden reaction left his roommate confused, who asked what was so urgent. While rushing out the door, Heng Wang simply replied that he was going home. He also said he would not be coming back here anymore. Seeing him leave so fast that he even forgot his belongings, his roommate called after him, but Heng Wang only waved him off. Now that he had money, the first thing he wanted was to move his mother into a VIP hospital room. Back at the hospital, his father was still watching over his mother. He said Heng Wang had called that morning, told them not to worry, and transferred 100,000 yuan. Hearing that, his mother was both shocked and heartbroken, believing her son must have worked incredibly hard to earn that much. His father calmly told her not to overthink it, because he knew his son's character well. Just then, Heng Wang arrived at the hospital. The moment he entered the room, he immediately asked how his mother was feeling and whether she was still in pain. His mother smiled and said she was fine because it had only been a minor surgery, then told her husband to peel some fruit for their son. While peeling an apple, his father casually asked how work had been and why Heng Wang had suddenly quit and returned home. Heng Wang did not hide the truth and admitted that he had resigned. His answer left both of his parents speechless. But instead of blaming him, his mother gently said he could always find a better job later. His father agreed and said his son had worked hard for years, so taking a break was perfectly fine. Their understanding filled Heng Wang with emotion. He quickly asked whether the hospital bills had already been paid. His father said they had borrowed the money and even planned to return the 100,000 yuan so Heng Wang could keep it while looking for a new job. Heng Wang refused at once, saying taking care of his parents was his responsibility, then asked who had lent them the money so he could repay it. His father hesitated before admitting the money had come from relatives. The moment he heard that, Heng Wang already knew who it was. He asked if it was his second uncle and second aunt, then said he would repay them immediately. His father quickly stopped him and said he would handle it himself, so Heng Wang did not need to worry. But at that moment, his mother quietly covered her eyes as tears streamed down her face. She blamed herself for making the whole family struggle because of her illness and said she knew her son had suffered outside without ever complaining. Hearing those words, Heng Wang felt heartbroken, but knew everything had changed because he was no longer broke. He comforted his mother by saying his old job paid well, and he had also worked side jobs, so he had saved plenty. Otherwise, he could never have sent 100,000 yuan so easily. After that, he insisted on repaying the debt first. He could owe anyone else, but he refused to stay indebted to that branch of the family. After leaving the hospital, Heng Wang climbed onto a small three-wheeled vehicle and headed to his second uncle's house. Sitting on the bumpy ride, he could not help laughing because he had never experienced such a rough trip despite growing up poor. Looking at the road full of potholes, he wondered why it was so bad when he remembered it had been repaired just 2 years ago. The driver gave a bitter smile and said the road had indeed been repaired, but the work was so poor it was almost pointless, and the money had probably ended up in someone else's pocket. Heng Wang could only stay silent. Seeing how poor his hometown still was, he became even more determined to take his parents away from this place. Before long, the vehicle stopped in front of a large and elegant house. Standing before him was a villa of about 100 square meters, with a garden and even a swimming pool, making him feel even more bitter. They were from the same family, yet that household lived in luxury while his own family was still trapped in a cramped old house. If they had not taken the demolition compensation years ago, the gap between the two families would never have become this huge. Thinking that they even had to borrow medical expenses from them only fueled his anger. Carrying those feelings, Heng Wang walked forward and knocked on the door. The one who stepped out was a beautiful young woman, leaving both of them frozen for a moment. Huang Wang was surprised and asked why Wang Ju was here. Wang Ju froze and did not know how to answer. Right then, a man in a red jacket walked over, wrapped an arm around her, and mocked that if his future sister-in-law was not here, where else would she be? That was all Huang Wang needed to hear to understand everything. He stopped caring about the girl he once knew, and calmly asked if second uncle was home. Wang Ju was stunned. She expected the man who once liked her to be heartbroken, but Huang Wang looked completely indifferent. Seeing Wang Ju keep looking at Huang Wang, the man in red got annoyed and asked why she was still hung up on him when she was about to marry him. Wang Ju pouted and said she only pitied how poor Huang Wang was. His cheap clothes proved he could not survive in the city and had to come back home. She hugged the man in red on purpose and bragged that life in the village was better because she could wear luxury brands whenever she wanted. Huang Wang ignored them and walked straight inside. Second uncle was playing cards with several people. The moment he saw his nephew, the old man kept shuffling the cards and mocked him for looking like an ordinary laborer after working in the city. The others joined in and joked that a college graduate in the city must be making a fortune by now. The man in red laughed and mocked that Huang Wang had such a bright future, working a whole month for a few thousand, which was not even enough to feed his dog. He laughed, patted Huang Wang on the shoulder, and asked how much money he had left after paying rent. Huang Wang ignored every insult and calmly said he came to repay the debt, not waste time on nonsense. The man in red burst into laughter. Second uncle smirked and said there was no rush since the family was struggling anyway, and the loan would keep collecting interest. Huang Wang replied that he could easily afford that amount. Second uncle pretended to care and said, supporting the whole family while working alone in the city must be exhausting. Huang Wang repeated the same question. Was he taking the money or not? Only then did second uncle tell his son to bring down the pink ledger from the cabinet. The man in red handed it over and joked that family should not keep such detailed records. Second uncle kept playing cards and laughed that his nephew was too proud to accept help from family. Huang Wang said nothing more. He transferred the full 51,000 and calmly told second uncle to check his account. The moment second uncle checked the payment notification, he froze. He never expected Huang Wang to repay the full amount so quickly. After snapping out of it, he immediately asked where the money came from. Huang Wang smiled faintly and said he had simply made some money working in the city. The man in red laughed with contempt and claimed Huang Wang had emptied his savings just to save face. Wang Ju hugged the man and softly said Huang Wang probably knew about their relationship and could not accept it. She said they should tell him everything so he would stop hoping. The man in red laughed even harder and urged her to keep talking. Wang Ju walked up to Huang Wang and pretended to be gentle, saying they would all be family soon, so the past should stay in the past. She reminded him they had grown up together and claimed Huang Wang had liked her for years, but she only saw him as a younger brother, and now she was about to become his sister-in-law. Huang Wang was speechless. He had no idea where she got that level of confidence. He finally looked Wang Ju in the eyes and told her to stop saying things that embarrassed everyone around her. Then he bluntly denied ever liking her, told her to stop living in a fantasy and keep at least a little dignity. Those words left Wang Ju rooted to the spot. Only then did she realize she might have been the one imagining everything. Furious after being called fake, Wang Ju demanded to know how Huang Wang dared speak to her like that. Huang Wang smiled with sarcasm and said, they were never childhood sweethearts. They were just kids who happened to play together, and she had imagined the rest. After saying that, he turned away in disappointment. He once believed Wang Ju was kind, hardworking, and friendly, but now she only chased wealth. Either way, she no longer had anything to do with him. Hearing that, Wang Ju showed no shame and only became more arrogant. She insisted Huang Sustem was saying those things because he could not have her, then claimed she was about to become his sister-in-law and would let it slide, even telling him to learn some manners. At that point, Huang Wang could only stand there in silence for a few seconds. In the end, he shook his head and walked away, because arguing with someone unreasonable was a waste of time. Watching him leave, Wang Ju clenched her teeth in anger. She immediately chased after him and kept throwing out harsh insults. Wang Ju looked down on Huang Wang again, saying education meant nothing if it could not change his life. She claimed people only respected those with luxury homes and expensive cars, while he had nothing. She openly admitted she wanted a wealthy lifestyle. She even used Huang Wang's cousin as an example, saying she could live in a huge villa and enjoy everything, while Huang Wang could only squeeze into a tiny rental room and even share it with others. She even mocked his mother's illness, saying it would swallow endless money. Then she sneered that he should have stayed quiet instead of acting so proud. After listening to her non-stop, Huang Wang finally lost his patience. He calmly said Wang Ju was like a frog at the bottom of a well, treating something ordinary as priceless treasure. He asked if she really believed he envied that man's life, and told her to stop fooling herself. Wang Ju's face turned bright red with anger. She could only point at him without finding the words. Huang Wang cut her off and told her to stop stammering. He admitted he might not be rich, or as successful as the kind of man she admired, but everything he had came from his own hard work. He honored his parents, and never depended on anyone. To him, that was already something to be proud of. Compared to someone as materialistic as Wang Ju, he believed he had far greater worth. Before leaving, he told her to reflect on herself instead of becoming more disgraceful every day. At that moment, the tycoon system suddenly appeared and announced a reward. Since the host refused to back down before Wang Ju, he received a house in the Baihei town redevelopment zone. Huang Wang paused in surprise because he thought this reward would be cash. He also wondered why the redevelopment there still had not been completed. Then he suddenly turned back and gently took Wang Ju's hand. He lowered the finger she was pointing at him and calmly reminded her that if she had chosen someone, she should live her life well, instead of dragging others into unnecessary trouble. After saying that, Huang Wang turned around and left. On the way home, a car suddenly sped past and splashed dirty water all over him. The car window slowly rolled down. The person inside was Huang Wang's cousin. He pretended to apologize and said he had just bought a new car, so he had been driving too fast without paying attention. Then he deliberately bragged that he was now a contractor for Urban Construction Branch No. 1 and was in charge of road projects around town, leaving him far too busy to waste time arguing. Before driving away, he laughed and told Huang Wang to come work as a construction laborer if he ever lost his job. Watching the car disappear, Huang Wang gritted his teeth and finally understood why the local roads were in such terrible condition. He smiled coldly and thought Second Uncle's family had truly raised a remarkable talent. A cold smile soon appeared on his face. It was finally time to deal with the people ruining his hometown. A short time later, the scene shifted to Construction Bureau Branch No. 1. A man hurried over with great respect and invited Mr. Huang to stop by for tea whenever he had time. Huang Wang simply waved him off and told him to get back to work. Right then, the system sent another notification. Since the host had helped improve his hometown, the new reward was hundreds of apartments. Huang Wang was stunned and could not help asking exactly how many. The system immediately answered that it was 100 apartments. He looked calm on the outside, but inside he was completely shaken. He never expected a reward this huge. The more rewards Huang Wang received, the more mysterious the tycoon system seemed. He even began to feel that one day everything in the world might belong to him. The scene shifted to the hospital, where Huang Wang's mother happily ate an apple her son had peeled for her. He gently encouraged her to eat a little more. Just then, the doctor and 2 nurses walked in and announced that the surgery had been a complete success, and all her health indicators had returned to normal. Huang Wang immediately pointed out that his mother had only undergone surgery yesterday and still needed observation. He said he would pay all the hospital bills, and even wanted to arrange a full medical checkup for her. But the doctor only smiled coldly and said the discharge paperwork had already been completed. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered the 2 nurses to clear the hospital bed. Huang Wang's expression instantly turned icy as he demanded to know what was really going on. Seeing her son's reaction, his mother also began to worry. The doctor impatiently said she was already cured and should give the bed to someone else instead of wasting hospital resources. He even sneered that they could not stay in the hospital until they died. Hearing that, Huang Wang slammed the fruit knife onto the table, making the doctor jump. The doctor pointed at the knife and shouted, demanding to know what Huang Wang was doing. He even threatened to call security. Huang Wang's mother quickly told her son to take her home, because staying longer would only cost more money. The doctor laughed with satisfaction, praised her for being reasonable, and told Huang Wang to listen to his mother. Then he turned to the nurses and ordered them to clean everything thoroughly so there would not be a single trace left, as if the room had been cursed. Huang Wang took a deep breath to stay calm. He gently told his mother to let his father take her home first, because he still had something to handle. She worriedly warned him not to cause trouble, because their family was ordinary and could not fight people like them. Huang Wang smiled to reassure her and said he already knew how to deal with everything. The scene shifted to the doctor's office. He was on the phone, proudly saying everything had been arranged and that a bed would be ready as soon as the other man's wife was admitted. He even tried to flatter the caller, saying that even a simple leg amputation deserved special care. The person on the other end was none other than Huang Wang's arrogant cousin. After hearing the report, he praised the doctor for working so quickly. The doctor immediately sucked up to him, saying Huang Wang was just a poor nobody who had once struggled to pay hospital bills, so he had no right to occupy such a valuable hospital bed. Huang Wang's cousin laughed with contempt and told the department chief to take care of the rest. He also promised to treat him to a meal later as thanks. After hanging up, the doctor happily admired the cash-filled envelope in his hand, completely unaware that Huang Wang had witnessed everything from behind him. Only then did Huang Wang understand the truth. Money had been pulling the strings all along. He stepped forward with a cold smile and said, money could buy many things, but showing it off in front of him would only end in humiliation. Not long after, the scene shifted to the hospital director's office. A knock at the door broke the silence. Huang Wang walked in, surprising the director. He introduced himself as the family member of a patient. Thinking he had come for treatment, the director coldly told him to register downstairs, because patients were not seen in this office. Huang Wang calmly sat down and said he wanted to donate an entire building to the hospital. At first, the director paid no attention. He casually responded and was about to ask Huang Wang to leave because he still had work to do. Then he suddenly froze and stared in disbelief, asking Huang Wang to repeat what he had just said. The director looked Huang Wang up and down and saw that he was dressed very simply. He could not believe someone dressed like that could donate an entire building. Huang Wang calmly confirmed that he knew exactly what he was saying and had already researched the proper procedures. As long as the hospital followed the rules, everything would be fine. Then he leaned back, smiled faintly, and said something that left the director speechless. To him, money was nothing more than paper. Sitting across from the director, Huang Wang calmly explained that he knew the hospital always lacked beds, so he wanted to donate another building to help more patients, especially those recovering from surgery. He also hoped the director would use this opportunity to investigate whether any corruption existed inside the hospital. After hearing that, Director Liu frowned, and his voice turned colder. He said he understood the frustration of a patient's family, but that did not give anyone the right to accuse the hospital without evidence. In his eyes, Huang Wang was simply looking for an excuse to file a complaint. Even so, Huang Wang calmly explained that the bed shortage might be beyond the director's control, but if someone took advantage of that situation for personal gain, gave priority to acquaintances, and stole opportunities from other patients, that could never be tolerated. The moment he heard that, Director Liu slammed the table and stood up. He declared that in 10 years of running the county hospital, not a single doctor had ever betrayed medical ethics for money. The ban on accepting cash envelopes had always been strictly enforced. So to him, Huang Wang's accusation was nothing but slander. Huang Wang also stood up and coldly told the whole story. He explained that his mother had surgery just yesterday and still needed observation, yet the doctor forced her to leave this morning to free up the bed. Even more absurd, that bed was reserved for a patient with only a minor leg amputation, who could have recovered at home. Even after hearing the whole story, Director Liu refused to believe it. He insisted the hospital would never force a post-surgery patient to leave because of a bed shortage, since that violated hospital policy. Even if a patient requested discharge, they had to sign a liability waiver first. After saying that, Director Liu turned to leave and mocked them, saying they should at least make the story more believable. Just then, Xiang Wang pulled out a voice recorder, calmly stopped him, and asked him to listen before making any judgment. Director Liu froze with a puzzled look. He took the recorder and pressed play. Moments later, every word became crystal clear. The recording captured Dr. Li talking with Xiang Wang's cousin about giving the hospital bed to a newly admitted amputee and looking down on Xiang Wang because he came from a poor family. After hearing the recording, Director Li's expression changed, but he still stood his ground. He argued the audio could have been edited, so the hospital could not treat it as solid proof. He simply refused to believe one of his own doctors could do such a thing. Xiang Wang only smiled. He could not tell if the director was too trusting or deliberately protecting his staff. Then he calmly said the recording could be questioned, but the gift he prepared was completely real. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Wang made a phone call. Once the line connected, he asked Bureau No. 1 of Construction if they were still accepting new projects, because he wanted to fund a brand new hospital building. He also asked them to arrange a meeting with the director to discuss the details. The conversation sounded so natural that Director Liu finally started to waver, though he still acted doubtful. Xiang Wang switched on the speaker and smiled. If the director still thought donating an entire building sounded impossible, he could simply speak with the other party himself. He handed over the phone and said it would only take a few minutes to verify. There was no reason to let stubbornness cost the hospital such a huge opportunity. At last, Director Liu reluctantly accepted the phone. Still half convinced, he introduced himself as the director of the county hospital. The person on the other end politely greeted him and congratulated him on receiving funding for a new hospital building. The moment he recognized the familiar voice, Director Liu realized it was the head of Bureau No. 1 of Construction. At that moment, almost all his doubts disappeared. His attitude changed completely as he quickly responded and ended the call. Only then did he realize the young man before him was anything but ordinary. After they both sat down, Xiang Wang gently asked if the director believed him now. He said that anyone capable of donating an entire building would never waste time faking an audio recording. Even so, Director Liu still believed the evidence was not enough for a final conclusion. Hearing that, Xiang Wang calmly replied that if one building was not enough, he would donate another one. The statement left Director Liu completely speechless. Xiang Wang slowly stood up and said his request was simple. He only hoped the hospital would punish unethical doctors, fully investigate every injustice, and restore fairness for ordinary patients. Director Liu immediately nodded and promised to handle the matter seriously. As Xiang Wang prepared to leave, Director Liu hurriedly called out and asked for his name. Xiang Wang smiled and said he was just the son of an ordinary farming family. Everything he did today was only to protect the rights of a regular patient, so his name did not matter. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back with a mysterious smile and said that if they really needed a name, they could call him the Messenger of Justice. After saying that, he closed the door and walked out of the office. The moment the door shut, Director Liu grabbed his phone, and his furious voice echoed through the room. He ordered the staff to bring every recent discharge record for inspection, especially any case where a patient had been forced to leave right after surgery. The scene shifted to a hospital ward, where a nurse informed Dr. Li that the director wanted to see him immediately. His face instantly turned pale. Only minutes later, Dr. Li was on his knees before Director Liu. With folded hands, he begged not to be fired. Crying, he said he still had elderly parents and young children depending on him. Everyone watching was stunned. Director Liu sternly shouted that Dr. Li had a family, but so did the patients. Anyone who had lost their medical ethics no longer deserved to work at this hospital, and there was absolutely no place here for someone like him. The next morning, the scene shifted to Hong Dadai's house. Wang Ju leaned against him with a hopeful smile and asked when his booming business would earn them a home in the city. He grinned with confidence and said it was only a matter of time. But the peaceful mood was shattered when a furious man stormed into the house and shouted Hong Dadai's name. The man exploded with anger, reminding Hong Datai that he had bragged about controlling the hospital. Yet his wife had just packed her things when she was forced to leave, and the transfer made her injuries even worse. She was so furious that she refused to let him into the bedroom last night. Hearing that, Hong Datai jumped to his feet in shock. At the same moment, a cup beside Wang Ju was knocked over, soaking her and making her scream. Panicking, he grabbed his phone and tried to calm the man down. He claimed the hospital probably did not know she was his acquaintance before hurriedly calling to find out what happened. The call connected quickly, but instead of reaching Dr. Li, he only heard the cold message that the phone had been switched off. The moment he heard that, Hong Dada's face darkened, and his bad feeling grew even stronger. Meanwhile, at Xiang Wang's home, people kept coming and going as medical equipment and care supplies were carried inside one after another. Seeing the scene, Xiang Wang's mother quietly worried that hiring caregivers and bringing in so much equipment must cost a fortune. Xiang Wang smiled and reassured her that the hospital had arranged everything, so the family would not pay a single cent. He explained that Dr. Li had been fired for negligence, and the hospital felt guilty, so they sent caregivers and loaned the equipment. They would collect it later, so she could use it without worry. After hearing his explanation, his mother finally relaxed. Xiang Wang watched her reaction with quiet satisfaction and secretly thought he had done a good deed while still looking handsome. Just then, an angry shout came from outside the yard. Hong Datai charged in, pointed straight at Xiang Wang, and demanded to know if he was the one who ruined everything. He angrily complained that he had spent over 10,000 just to secure a hospital bed for his relative, and now every penny had gone to waste. Hearing that, Xiang Wang's mother looked confused and asked what Hong Datai was talking about. Xiang Wang almost laughed because the man had confessed everything without anyone forcing him. But on the surface, he immediately looked furious and fired back. So, it was Hong Datai who had arranged for his mother to be forced out of the hospital while she was still receiving treatment. He mocked him for being such a wonderful relative, willing to spend over 10,000 just to drive his own aunt out of the hospital. Caught red-handed, Hong Datai immediately panicked and stammered that he never told anyone to throw her out. He claimed she had recovered, so leaving the hospital was perfectly normal. But he quickly changed the subject and insisted Xiang Wang had pulled strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, why would the hospital send dedicated caregivers just for his family? Xiang Wang calmly replied that Director Liu Zhengji had uncovered the bribery inside the hospital and decided to compensate his family. Hearing that, Hong Datai became even more furious and shouted that he would never believe it. Pointing at Xiang Wang, he demanded compensation. He complained that he had spent years building that connection, and even his road repair projects came through that person. All the money and expensive cigarettes he had invested were wasted, so he blamed everything on Xiang Wang. Faced with the accusations, Xiang Wang only found it amusing. He calmly asked why a boss earning millions every year was now demanding money from someone as poor as him. He continued without mercy, reminding him that he only earned about 5,000 a month, lived in a tiny rented room, and after paying rent, he had less money left than Hong Datai spent raising pigs. With a life like that, how could he possibly have the power to bring down such a wealthy boss? Left speechless, Hong Datai could only tremble with rage as he stammered Xiang Wang's name. Xiang Wang looked him straight in the eye without the slightest fear and coldly replied, "So what about me?" Then he stopped arguing, helped his mother back inside, and deliberately added that people who committed too many evil deeds would eventually face heaven's punishment. Hong Datai's face turned bright red, but he could not find a single word to answer. Seeing Hong Datai still refusing to let it go, Xiang Wang deliberately raised his voice so everyone could hear. He mocked people who were used to spending dirty money and believed wealth could buy everything, forgetting that justice still existed. Hong Datai only sneered, convinced Xiang Wang could do nothing but preach. Deep down, he kept telling himself that a poor man like Xiang Wang could never possess that kind of power and had simply gotten lucky. Thinking it over, he convinced himself he had only jumped to conclusions because he was too angry. Before leaving, he looked back and viciously cursed Xiang Wang to stay poor for the rest of his life. Watching him walk away, Xiang Wang only smirked, thinking the man was both narrow-minded and malicious. He then continued walking with his mother. Still uneasy, she quietly asked if Hong Datai would try to make life difficult for their family after what happened today. Xiang Wang simply smiled and said he wanted to see what tricks Hong Datai still had left. At that moment, Hong Datai was speeding down the road near the village. While driving, he caught sight of someone in another car who looked strangely familiar. The name Kong Gong flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Someone like Kong Gong could never appear in a remote place like this. To his surprise, the car drove straight to Xiang Wang's house and stopped at the front gate. Carrying chickens and fish as gifts, Kong Gong walked into the yard and warmly greeted Mr. Xiang, ready to thank him for the road construction project. Before he could finish, Xiang Wang quickly interrupted him and explained to his mother that he had once happened to help Boss Kang after his car broke down on the road. Smiling, he added that successful businessmen really knew how to repay kindness. His mother still looked confused but simply nodded. Kong Gong instantly understood Xiang Wang's intention and played along naturally. He smiled and said he had wanted to visit earlier to express his thanks, and while he was here, he would also have someone repair the muddy road in front of the house. Deep down, he admired Xiang Wang even more after realizing he was deliberately hiding his identity from his family. Xiang Wang walked over, put an arm around Kong Gong's shoulder, and told his mother they had some business to discuss before heading inside together. As they walked, Xiang Wang quietly told Kong Gong that he wanted to keep a low profile during this visit and did not want anyone, including his relatives, to know too much about him. Kong Gong immediately nodded with a smile, becoming even more respectful because he believed this was the true style of a real master who had great power but never showed it off. Walking side by side, they chatted casually. Kong Gong reported that everything Xiang Wang had asked for was completed within the day. Xiang Wang nodded with satisfaction and praised his efficiency. Meanwhile, Hong Daetai was still sitting in his car when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing President Zhao calling, he answered with a bright smile. But the very first sentence left him frozen. The road construction project would no longer be assigned to him. Hang Dada's eyes widened in complete shock. He slammed on the brakes in panic. The car skidded across the road from the sudden stop. He hurriedly asked why, reminding President Zhao that everything had already been agreed upon, and the workers were fully prepared. If the project was cancelled now, who would cover all the losses? President Zhao calmly explained that the construction industry had introduced new regulations, and Hong Dadius Tem had failed the latest qualification inspection, so the company could no longer work with him. After saying that, he offered no further explanation. The call ended immediately, leaving only the endless beeping inside the car. Hong Datai sat there in a daze, as his phone slipped from his hand onto the floor without him even noticing. On the other end, President Zhao quietly sighed. After offending Kong Gong, he had no choice but to do this. Not long afterward, Hong Datai carried a red gift box and entered a private karaoke room with a flattering smile. The moment he saw President Zhao, he bowed politely and reminded him of their previous agreement that the road project would be his, while President Zhao would simply collect his agreed share of the profits. However, President Zhao remained seated between two women and barely acknowledged a single word. Realizing things were going badly, Hong Datai quickly placed the gift box on the table and forced a smile, offering to raise President Zhao's share from 30% to 40%. Only then did President Zhao slowly open his eyes and stare directly at Hong Datai. Seeing that reaction, Hong Datai secretly felt relieved. In his eyes, President Zhao simply wanted a larger cut and was deliberately making things difficult because his greed knew no limits. Thinking that, he continued trying to persuade him. He claimed the qualification inspection was only a formality, and that they could simply borrow another company's name and redo the paperwork, without causing President Zhao any trouble. Before he could finish, President Zhao exploded with anger. He jumped to his feet, knocked the gift box aside, and shouted that Hong Datai actually dared to discuss forging official documents in front of him. He mocked him for thinking a few cartons of cigarettes were enough to drag him into breaking the law, as if he would sell his integrity for such a tiny benefit. Hang Dakai instantly turned pale and scrambled to pick up the scattered cigarette cartons, desperately explaining that he never meant it that way. But Zhao only stared at him coldly and asked if he had anything else to say. Seeing the situation slipping away, Hong Dakai gritted his teeth and raised the profit share to 50%, hoping to save the deal. Instead, the offer only made Zhao even angrier. He slammed the table and shouted that he had treated Hong Dakai like a brother, yet Hong Dakai tried to drag him into trouble. Then he ordered his men to throw him out at once. Moments later, the bodyguards kicked Hong Dakai straight out of the room. The gifts and cigarettes flew everywhere while Zhao's cold voice echoed behind him, telling him to get lost and never show his face again. In another private room at the nightclub, a sudden knock came at the door. After being invited in, Zhao walked into the room. The moment he saw Xing Wang and Kong Gong, his attitude changed completely. The arrogance was gone as Zhao smiled, cupped his hands in greeting, and repeatedly apologized for making them wait. He then thanked Xing Wang again, saying he was expressing the town's gratitude for paying to repair the road. Xing Wang only glanced at him with open contempt. In his eyes, Zhao was the kind of man who talked nicely while secretly calculating everything. Leaning back in his chair with both hands behind his head, Xing Wang calmly said he had no noble reason for paying. He only wanted his aging parents to travel safely, without worrying that the poor road might make them fall. With a meaningful smile, Xing Wang then asked whether this road would fall apart again, after only 1 year. Faced with the sarcastic reminder, Zhao could only force an awkward smile. No matter how unhappy he felt, he did not dare show it because he knew he could not afford to offend the man before him. In the end, Zhao could only promise that the project would meet the highest standards. Xing Wang nodded lightly and said he was leaving the job to Zhao and hoped he would not be disappointed. Right then, the Tycoon system announced that after 2 days and 1 night, the host had completed the hometown development mission. From repairing roads to building houses, he had spent generously while helping everyone. The reward was 9,999,999 yuan, and the system reminded him to always stay true to his original goal. Xing Wang slowly closed his eyes and enjoyed the satisfying feeling before laughing to himself. So the system had stayed silent for days because it was preparing such a huge reward. The scene quickly shifted to daytime at Second Uncle's house, where loud arguing filled the yard. Wang Ju stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Hong Dakai, who was lying on the sofa, playing with his phone. She scolded him for doing nothing all day except staring at his screen instead of helping with any housework. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Wang Ju said that if she had known Hong Dakai was nothing but a fraud who won projects through deception, she would have chosen Xing Wang instead. At least Xing Wang still had better opportunities in the city. The moment Xing Wang's name came up, Hong Dakai's eyes turned ice cold. He jumped to his feet, barely holding back his rage, and demanded to know what she had just said. But Wang Ju refused to back down. She pointed at his chest and cursed him for letting a golden opportunity slip away, calling him completely useless. She kept scolding him, saying that if she were in his place, she would have knelt and begged Zhao to keep the project. She finished by mocking Hong Dakai for being good at nothing, except putting on an act and fooling her again and again. After saying that, Wang Ju turned to leave while muttering that she would go find Xing Wang. They had grown up together, so maybe he still had feelings for her. Before she could finish, Hong Dakai completely lost control. He rushed up from behind, grabbed Wang Ju by the collar, and growled for her to stop. Unable to control his anger anymore, he slapped Wang Ju so hard that she crashed onto the floor. With bloodshot eyes, Hong Dakai cursed her for living off him, without earning a single cent, yet still daring to criticize him. He warned that if she kept talking, he would not hold back again. Meanwhile, at Xing Wang's home, a staff member handed his parents a stack of documents and politely explained that these were all the contract terms, and they could review everything carefully before deciding. The elderly couple looked at each other in complete confusion, unable to understand why they had been given these papers. Kong Gong smiled and explained that the road project needed 1 square meter of land in front of their house. To show their sincerity, they had decided to build the family a brand new home as compensation. Hearing that, Xing Wang's parents were completely stunned. Their eyes widened and their mouths hung open because it was far beyond anything they had ever imagined. Seeing that they were still stunned, Kong Gong gently asked if the compensation was acceptable. If not, they were willing to negotiate and offer even more money. The elderly couple could hardly believe it. They were giving up just 1 square meter of land in exchange for a brand new house and extra compensation. Without another thought, they agreed immediately. Xing Wang's mother kept waving her hands, saying the offer was already more than generous, while his father excitedly called his son outside, saying someone wanted to build their family a new home. A few days later, at the bus terminal, Xing Wang pulled his suitcase as he prepared to return to the city. He looked at his parents and quietly said goodbye before leaving. Even though her son was grown up, his mother could not hide her concern. She held his hand tightly and reminded him again and again to stay healthy and never overwork himself. Smiling, she added that the next time he came home, the family might already be living in a bigger new house. Xing Wang stepped forward and hugged his mother tightly. He gently assured her that he would take good care of himself and asked his parents not to worry. After checking the time, he laughed and said he would miss his flight if he stayed any longer. After passing through the ticket gate, Xing Wang turned around and waved one last time. His father wrapped an arm around his wife, raised his other hand high, and shouted that they would always wait for their son to come home. In the first-class lounge, Xing Wang sat alone, scrolling through his phone while quietly reviewing everything he had gained from this trip home. His funds were now almost complete. Just then, a familiar female voice suddenly called his name. Looking up, he saw Hao Wen standing in front of him. She quickly walked over with a surprised smile and happily asked why he was there too. Xing Wang nodded in greeting and explained that he had gone home to visit his mother and was only returning to the city today. Hao Wen sighed softly and said she had only learned later that his mother had been sick. She asked how she was doing, recalled that he had quit after being denied leave, and wondered if his mother had recovered. Xing Wang smiled and said the surgery had gone very well. His mother was recovering smoothly and was no longer in serious condition. He then asked why Hao Wen was at the airport, and she beamed as she explained that she had just finished a business trip. She said the company was changing its public image, so she had been assigned to promote a rural development campaign. She had just wrapped up the project and was heading back when she unexpectedly ran into him. It was a rare coincidence. Xing Wang laughed and agreed that the meeting was unbelievably coincidental. After chatting for a while, Hao Wen curiously asked about his next plan and whether he had chosen a new company to join. Xing Wang stayed silent for a few seconds, making Hao Wen quickly wave her hands and say that he did not have to answer if it was something personal. He calmly replied that there was nothing to hide. He had no plans to work for any company because he was thinking about starting his own business. A faint smile appeared on Xing Wang's face. He already had a plan, and he was even considering renting the entire building across from his former company to launch his new business and make his old boss furious. Hearing that, Hao Wen smiled and offered her full support. She even said that if he ever needed help, he could contact her because she knew many affordable camera operators and video editors. While they were talking, Hao Wen's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed the name He Shui. She showed the screen to Xing Wang and apologized before answering with an awkward smile, complaining that He Shui had already called her hundreds of times without stopping. Even after moving to a quiet corner, He Shui's shouting could still be heard. He angrily accused Hao Wen of becoming arrogant after earning a little money and ignoring her supervisor's messages. He then ordered her to immediately join a PK battle with a guardian streamer who had already been waiting for nearly 30 minutes. Hao Wen tried to stay calm, covered the phone, and quietly reminded him that she had informed the company an hour earlier that she was about to board her flight, and everyone had agreed. But He Shui cut her off coldly, saying that as long as the plane had not taken off, she was still expected to work. Biting her lip, Hao Wen explained that the flight was about to depart. If she missed it, she would have to wait at least 10 hours for another one, and there might not even be any seats left. Besides, this was supposed to be her legal time off. Hearing that, He Shui let out a mocking laugh. In his eyes, she only made money because of her image, yet she still wanted to rest. He sneered that the company was not supporting her for free. Sitting in his office with his feet on the desk, He Shui looked completely arrogant. He casually said that if she missed the flight, she could just livestream from the airport for the next 10 hours and make more money instead. Those ridiculous words pushed Hao Wen to her limit. She gripped her phone tightly and fired back, saying she had been the company's top earner for the past 6 months and had brought in massive profits. Claiming the company was supporting her was nothing but a joke. He Shui stayed completely unfazed. Leaning back in his chair, he coldly reminded her that her contract was still valid, and until it expired, she had to obey the company's demands. He kept piling on the pressure, ordering her to go live immediately. If she refused, he would accuse her of breaching the contract. As the argument grew more intense, Xing Wang realized something was wrong. He walked over and quietly called Hao Wen's name, while she could only sigh helplessly. The moment He Shui heard Xing Wang's voice, he switched to a mocking tone. He sneered that she was only making excuses because she was with Xing Wang, and even made up a disgusting rumor that they were probably sharing the same bed. Hearing those shameless insults, Hao Wen's face turned red with anger. She immediately denied everything and reminded him that she had already posted her round-trip ticket in the company group as proof. He Shui only laughed coldly and demanded that she start a live stream immediately to prove she was really at the airport instead of somewhere else. Hao Wen was so furious that she could only grip her phone tighter and shout He Shui's name. At that moment, Xing Wang calmly stepped forward and took the phone from her hand. While He Shui continued acting arrogantly on the other end, Xing Wang spoke in a steady voice. He said that if the only issue was the contract penalty, then name the price and he would pay every cent. He also reminded He Shui that the entire call had been recorded. With all the slander and insults just made, Xing Wang had every reason to sue him. The moment he heard that, He Shui exploded with rage. He laughed mockingly, claiming Xing Wang was just pretending to be rich and asking where he could possibly get that kind of money. Before He Shui could finish, Xing Wang hung up without hesitation. Left talking to a dead line, He Shui could only grind his teeth in anger. Hao Wen stood beside him in complete shock. She awkwardly asked if he truly planned to pay the money to help her terminate the contract. Her thoughts were a mess because she felt she did not deserve such a huge favor. After thinking it over, Hao Wen quickly refused. She explained that the company itself was not completely bad, only that He Shui constantly targeted her. If she canceled the contract now, they would demand a huge penalty, which would only benefit them. Besides, she did not have much savings and could only repay it little by little. Xing Wang raised his hand to stop her. He said she did not need to feel guilty because helping her would also benefit him. He then revealed that he planned to open a new media company directly across from Mu Chun and compete head-on. Right now, he needed trustworthy partners to build the business from day one. Hearing his plan, Hao Wen was speechless. She finally realized Xing Wang was completely serious about building a company capable of challenging Mu Chun. He calmly added that the fastest way to make a name in the industry was to recruit the rival's top talent. Looking at Xing Wang, Hao Wen could not help feeling emotional. She could clearly see how much he had changed. Xing Wang then proposed a partnership. During the early stage, half of Hao Wen's income would go toward paying off the contract penalty. Once it was fully paid, the profits would be split 30% for him and 70% for her. Hao Wen thought she had heard him wrong. She smiled to herself, thinking that if Xing Wang was not a genuinely good person, she could not imagine who was. Seeing her remain silent, Xing Wang joked that maybe she still was not satisfied with the offer. Hao Wen immediately shook her head. Her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. She quietly said it was not too little, but that he was giving her far too much. Hao Wen was deeply moved. In the livestream industry, even a 50% revenue split was considered rare. Yet Xing Wang was not only covering her contract penalty, but also letting her keep 70% of the profits. Xing Wang softly called her name and stepped closer. Looking at her sincerely, he said that among everyone at Mu Chun, Hao Wen was the only one who had always treated him with respect and as an equal, so he wanted to return that kindness. He added that he trusted his own judgment. In his eyes, Hao Wen would definitely go much further, so inviting her to join him was simply an investment in someone with real talent. Xing Wang believed that Hao Wen's future value would far exceed the contract penalty. To him, it was only an upfront investment for much greater returns later. Those sincere words hit Hao Wen right in the heart, and her eyes slowly turned red with emotion. She knew Huang Wang was trying to pull her out of this difficult situation, yet he spoke as if he was the one asking for her help. At last, a bright smile appeared on Hao Wen's face. A little shy but truly happy, she gave a gentle nod. Just one simple yes carried countless emotions. Soon, the scene shifted to the headquarters of Miu-kun Media. Inside the office, it was the usual chaos. Some people worked while others secretly napped. Right after leaving the airport, Huang Wang and Hao Wen went straight to see He Shui. After hearing why they came, he only smirked with open contempt. He Shui mocked Hao Wen for being naive enough to trust the promises of a man carried away by temporary excitement. He then warned Huang Wang that if he could not afford the termination fee, Hao Wen would be the one left humiliated. Huang Wang did not bother arguing. He calmly told He Shui to call the legal department, because he only came to complete Hao Wen's contract termination. He Shui jumped to his feet and asked if Huang Wang understood how valuable Hao Wen was now, and whether he could really pay such a massive penalty. He stepped closer, placed a hand on Huang Wang's shoulder, and mocked him for getting a little money and forgetting his place. In He Shui's eyes, people who had just escaped poverty always became overconfident. Their money never lasted long. He laughed and said that with such a huge debt, Huang Wang would never recover for the rest of his life. Huang Wang brushed his hand away and replied coldly that money was simply something that could create even more money when used the right way. He looked He Shui in the eye with a faint smile and asked if he was nervous, because Huang Wang might actually be able to pay the penalty. That question struck a nerve, and He Shui froze for a moment. Sweat formed on his forehead, but he still acted calm and claimed the company was not his, and the money was not coming from his pocket. Huang Wang sighed and said that someone with so little authority was already abusing his power, and it was hard to imagine what he would become with even more. Those words instantly enraged He Shui. He shouted that Huang Wang should not forget he used to be his subordinate. Huang Wang fired back at once. He stressed that he was a legally contracted employee, and those insults alone were enough to defend his reputation through the law. He even cited Clause 5 of the contract, which prohibited either side from making false statements that damaged the other's reputation, even after the contract ended. If He Shui kept slandering them, Huang Wang would immediately sue on Hao Wen's behalf. Before long, everyone gathered in the meeting room as the legal team brought 2 termination agreements, one for Hao Wen and one for He Shui. Holding the pen in her hand, Hao Wen still felt nervous at the decisive moment. He Shui made one last attempt, mocking Huang Wang as a man who got rich through shady money, and claiming Hao Wen would regret following him. This time, Hao Wen never hesitated. She signed the document without a pause, and calmly said her future was none of He Shui's concern. Once the paperwork was complete, He Shui immediately turned his attention back to Huang Wang. He demanded to know when the payment would arrive, and warned him not to leave Hao Wen carrying the consequences. Huang Wang casually raised his phone and said the money had already been transferred a minute ago, so they should check the account first. He Shui only sneered, refusing to believe anyone could produce several million yuan so quickly. Huang Wang gave him a look of pure disdain and said that if he wanted the truth, he should check with the finance department instead of embarrassing himself by arguing. Then he glanced through the window at the building across the street and remarked that the view really was better from higher up. He turned back to He Shui with a challenging smile and calmly said the road ahead was still long, so they would see who laughed last. At that moment, the system announced that the host had mastered a new truth about spending money. The more money he spent, the more he earned. Huang Wang advanced from buying without checking prices to canceling contracts without asking the cost. His reward was 9,999,999 yuan. Huang Wang smiled with satisfaction. He now had only one goal in mind. Draining his former company no longer seemed far away. Just as they walked out of the office building, someone suddenly called out behind them. Ching Ching came running over, waving at Hao Wen and Huang Wang. She finally caught up, breathing heavily, and looked at Hao Wen with obvious reluctance. Ching Ching admitted she had just learned Hao Wen had resigned, and she did not know if they would ever meet again. Hao Wen did not know how to respond. Seeing the awkward silence, Huang Wang stepped in to lighten the mood. Smiling, he pointed at the building across the street and said they would be working there from now on, so they could always meet for lunch in the cafeteria. Ching Ching froze, still completely confused about what had happened. Right then, Huang Wang's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and paused, wondering who was calling. After answering, Li Wanying's gentle voice came through. She politely informed him that the property ownership certificate was ready and asked when he could come pick it up. Only then did Huang Wang remember. He slapped his forehead, realizing he had completely forgotten about the villa. He said he would head over right away, and Li Wanying happily ended the call. After thinking for a few seconds, Huang Wang said goodbye to the 2 women, explaining that he had something urgent to handle. Hao Wen smiled brightly and gently wished him farewell. Watching Huang Wang's taxi drive away, Ching Ching quietly asked if he was the one who had paid Hao Wen's contract termination fee. Hao Wen nodded. Ching Ching was left speechless. She never imagined the former errand worker had become a real millionaire. You truly could not judge someone by appearances. The scene shifted to the magnificent Hongcheng Swan Bay Real Estate Center, where everyone was busy preparing for the arrival of an important guest. Every employee was reminded to prepare carefully and avoid even the smallest mistake. Li Wanying stressed that this was the most important deal of the day. Wang Sheng stood before the massive villa development model, accepted the instructions seriously, and quickly arranged the preparations. Before long, an announcement echoed through the lobby, calling all employees to gather immediately. Standing proudly in the lobby, Director Wang announced that the buyer of the 300 million yuan villa would arrive soon. Everyone had to line up at the entrance, maintain perfect appearance and professionalism, and protect the reputation of Hongcheng Swan Bay. The staff answered in unison. Wang Sheng also gave Mr. Lin special instructions, saying this guest was a top-tier VIP and must never be neglected. Mr. Lin looked uneasy and carefully asked if the company had a photo of the guest, since greeting the wrong person would be embarrassing. Director Wang laughed confidently and said that low-profile billionaires rarely had public photos. Once they appeared, their extraordinary presence would make them obvious. Hearing that, Mr. Lin could only nod reluctantly. Director Wang then continued, inspecting every corner of the sales center. He touched one table and found a thin layer of dust. He immediately lost his temper and ordered the entire staff to clean everything again. The place had to be spotless for the VIP guest. Before long, the taxi carrying Huang Wang arrived outside the building. He stepped out, wearing simple clothes, looking no different from an ordinary man. Seeing the neatly lined-up security guards at the entrance, Huang Wang quietly admired the place. Even the sales center looked as luxurious as a five-star hotel. He noticed the guards constantly looking outside, as if waiting for someone important. He guessed a major executive, or VIP, was about to arrive. With that thought, Huang Wang calmly walked inside. The moment he entered the lobby, he was surprised to find the huge sales hall completely empty. For a second, he even wondered if the system's villa reward had been a joke. As he walked around the villa display model, with its private pools, he curiously searched for the location of his own mansion. Just then, Mr. Lin approached with a smile and offered to give him a detailed tour of the property. But before anything else, Wang Sheng immediately called Mr. Lin back. Pulling Mr. Lin aside, he scolded him for serving random walk-in visitors, after being told not to receive ordinary customers today. Mr. Lin quietly replied that the man was still a customer, and the company had never closed its doors. That answer only made Director Wang even angrier. He shouted for Huang Wang to be thrown out at once, saying the VIP guest would arrive soon, and any chaos would make the company look unprofessional. Mr. Lin felt that was completely unreasonable, but before he could say anything, Wang Sheng stepped in to handle it himself. He walked up behind Huang Wang and immediately started mocking him. He said that if Huang Wang could not afford a house, he should stop wasting everyone's time. Either buy one now or leave. Huang Wang turned around in surprise, pointed at himself, and asked if Wang Sheng was talking about him. Director Wang made no effort to hide the contempt in his eyes. He looked Huang Wang up and down, sneering that his entire outfit was not even worth 200 yuan, while homes at Swan Bay sold for around 300,000 yuan per square meter. He even claimed he had already spared Huang Wang's dignity by letting him stay this long. Huang Wang only smiled. He said the management here was terrible. The staff judged customers by appearances, and service like this did not match the sky-high prices. Wang Sheng laughed and claimed Huang Wang was only complaining because he could not afford the houses. Just then, Huang Wang's phone suddenly rang. He smiled after seeing the caller. He deliberately turned on the speaker before answering. Li Wanying asked if he had arrived at the sales center and told him to contact Director Wang if he needed anything. The moment Wang Sheng heard Li Wanying's voice, he froze. Huang Wang frowned and asked, "Director Wang?" He then nodded toward Wang Sheng and calmly told Li Wanying that this director had just said he could not afford a house and was damaging the image of the sales center. Maybe it would be better to cancel the deal and buy somewhere else. Hearing that, Li Wanying panicked. She slammed her hand on the desk, begged Huang Wang to wait a moment, and promised she would come down immediately. At that moment, she had only one thought. Wang Sheng had caused a disaster. As she rushed out, she kept shouting for Huang Wang not to leave. While Huang Wang remained at the sales center, Li Wanying urged her driver to race toward Hongcheng Swan Bay as fast as possible. Sitting in the car with a tense expression, she called Wang Sheng and demanded to know what he had done. She had repeatedly ordered him to treat the VIP guest with the greatest care, yet he still caused a major incident. If they truly offended that mysterious billionaire, the consequences would be far beyond Wang Sheng's ability to handle. On the other end, Wang Sheng desperately tried to explain himself, asked for more time to verify the situation, and quickly hung up. After the call ended, he looked at Huang Wang and instantly changed his attitude. Instead of apologizing, he shifted all the blame onto Mr. Lin. He yelled at Mr. Lin for ignoring his orders, saying he had told everyone to refuse walk-in visitors. Yet Mr. Lin still welcomed one and ruined the company's plans. Watching from the side, Huang Wang immediately realized that Wang Sheng's earlier panic had only been an act. Wang Sheng grew even angrier. He grabbed Mr. Lin by the ear until she cried in pain, venting his frustration while blaming her for putting his job at risk. Mr. Lin could only cover her face and sob, explaining that she had simply done her duty as a sales representative. Ignoring her explanation, Wang Sheng turned back to Huang Wang. He mocked him as a nobody, saying that even knowing someone in Hongcheng Group would not help, and ordered him to get out. Just as the atmosphere reached its breaking point, a cold voice suddenly came from the entrance. It was Li Wanying. Still unaware that the real trouble had arrived, Wang Sheng instinctively shouted for Huang Wang to get out. But the instant he recognized Li Wanying, his entire body froze. Without even looking at Wang Sheng, Li Wanying walked straight toward Huang Wang, leaving everyone stunned. Before the shocked employees, the vice president of Hongcheng Real Estate respectfully bowed to Huang Wang. She introduced herself as Li Wanying, and even told Huang Wang to simply call her Xiao Li. Li Wanying sincerely apologized for his unpleasant experience, and openly admitted that Wang Sheng had foolishly offended their honored guest. Standing behind them, Mr. Lin was completely stunned when she realized the plainly dressed man before her was the VIP who had spent 300 million yuan on a villa. Still showing complete humility, Li Wanying assured Huang Wang that the company treated every customer fairly and hoped he would give them a chance to make things right. Wang Sheng was completely stunned. He could not believe the mysterious buyer, who spent 300 million yuan, was just an ordinary-looking young man, yet the truth was right in front of him. Li Wanying looked at Wang Sheng with a cold stare and reminded him she had warned him many times never to look down on any customer, but he ignored every warning. Wang Sheng trembled from head to toe, his face turned pale, and he finally realized there was no fixing this anymore. Li Wanying sternly questioned how a real estate agent could act like he was above the customers, because the company would never tolerate that. She then announced that starting tomorrow, Wang Sheng no longer needed to come back to work. The moment he heard he was fired, Wang Sheng completely broke down. His eyes turned red as tears streamed down his face, and he began crying about his miserable life. He listed every hardship he had, from elderly parents and young children to home loans, car loans, and a seriously ill daughter who needed expensive medical bills every month. With no other choice, Wang Sheng dropped to his knees and begged Li Wanying for forgiveness. But she kept a cold expression and gave him a firm answer. She asked if he knew this would happen. Then why did he act that way in the first place? Because the company was running a business, not a charity. Realizing he could not change Li Wanying's mind, Wang Sheng immediately turned to Xiang Wang. He repeatedly admitted his mistakes, cursed himself, and begged for one more chance. Beside them, Mr. Lin stood frozen with a pale face, convinced he would be the next one punished. But the outcome shocked everyone. Xiang Wang did not make things difficult at all. Instead, he suggested that Li Wanying promote Ai Lin to manager, because she had always worked with great dedication, and Li Wanying agreed without hesitation. That decision completely crushed Wang Sheng, while Ai Lin stood frozen in disbelief that such good fortune had fallen into her lap. After everything was settled, Xiang Wang checked the time and wondered if there was still enough time to tour the villa. Li Wanying immediately smiled professionally and respectfully offered to guide him herself. Watching the two walk away from the sales office, Ai Lin still could not believe what had happened and kept wondering if she had really just been promoted. Right then, Xiang Wang heard the familiar system notification, saying he had earned 1 heart for standing up for an honest person and teaching those who looked down on others a lesson. After hearing the reward, Xiang Wang could only grimace and mutter that 1 heart did not seem useful at all. The system laughed mysteriously and told him not to underestimate this reward because it might become the deciding trump card when the critical moment arrived. After hearing that, Xiang Wang simply closed his eyes as the corner of his mouth twitched. Even he had to admit the system kept coming up with stranger ideas. Under the bright sunlight, the golden gates of the luxury villa estate slowly opened. The magnificent view inside was so breathtaking that anyone seeing it for the first time would be left speechless. Following Li Yuanying inside, Xiang Wang listened as she introduced the professional butler team responsible for security and resident services. The moment they saw him, every one of them bowed together, creating an extremely solemn atmosphere. Li Yuanying smiled and invited him to continue the tour while explaining that the villa would later activate an automatic recognition system to make his future visits more convenient. Just then, she accepted a stack of documents from an employee behind her and quickly brought them to Xiang Wang. She respectfully informed him that all ownership documents had been completed and invited him to check everything. Xiang Wang smiled to himself. After all, this was a 300 million yuan villa, so it was only natural to review the paperwork carefully. The box was opened, revealing a brand new property certificate neatly placed inside. Holding the certificate in his hand, he could not help admiring how even the document itself was made with premium quality. But after only a few seconds, he closed it and calmly told everyone to keep moving. His decisive attitude caught Li Yuanying by surprise. She quietly wiped the sweat from her forehead and admired him even more. Someone of his caliber did not even bother looking at the paperwork for a 300 million yuan villa for very long. The deeper they went, the more breathtaking the scenery became, with a perfect blend of gold, white, and green that radiated pure luxury. As she led the way, Li Yuanying explained that the gardens had been designed by top landscape experts, while every piece of furniture was created by world-famous international designers. While chatting, she secretly observed Xiang Wang. Even though he dressed very simply, he spent money without hesitation and remained unbelievably calm. She gradually became convinced he was probably the young master of a mysterious family who deliberately lived a low-profile life to avoid attention. Unlike Yuan Ying's guess, Xiang Wang had something else in mind. The place was beautiful, but he felt his parents would prefer a small vegetable garden. He pictured rows of cabbage, eggplant, long beans, and a bitter melon trellis. A small garden would make the villa feel complete. Keeping her professional smile, Yuan Ying gently said the company could contact the designer and make any changes for free if he was not satisfied. Xiang Wang simply nodded. He quietly felt that too much luxury might not suit his parents, since they were unlikely to enjoy that lifestyle. Just then, the system teased that its host was impossible to please, finding flaws in a 300 million yuan villa within minutes. In return, Xiang Wang earned a 99,999 yuan reward, while the system bought itself a brand new skin. Seeing the system's new appearance, Xiang Wang could only ask if the system could even change clothes. It proudly replied that since its host had reached a new stage, it also needed a fresh upgrade. Standing nearby, Yuan Ying was still shocked. Even a garden designed by a top design team could not fully satisfy him. The standards of the ultra-rich were truly beyond ordinary people. She smiled and praised him for owning the finest villa in the community at such a young age. The CEO had even instructed everyone to treat him with great care and planned to visit him personally after returning from a business trip. Xiang Wang calmly replied that there was no need to trouble anyone because that amount of money meant very little to him. That casual reply almost made Yuan Ying lose her smile. 300 million yuan was nothing in his eyes. She could only wonder what kind of terrifying family he came from to treat such an enormous fortune so lightly. The two continued deeper into the villa. The vast interior looked more like a royal palace. Yuan Ying opened the grand doors ahead and respectfully invited Xiang Wang inside. At the same time, somewhere else a young woman coldly asked her butler who had bought that villa. Butler Zhang respectfully lowered his head and replied that the new owner was surnamed Xiang and was only in his 20s. Hearing the report, the woman immediately turned around with surprise in her eyes. Butler Zhang then asked if they should quietly investigate the new owner's background. Bing Tiao simply shook her head. Anyone who could casually spend that much on a villa was clearly no ordinary person. A private investigation could easily offend him. After thinking for a moment, she instructed Butler Zhang to prepare a thoughtful gift. When the right opportunity came, she would personally visit the new owner. Butler Zhang respectfully accepted the order. Before long, the opening day of Xiang Wang's company finally arrived. After 3 months of hard preparation, Dajin Media officially began operations. In front of the entire staff, Xiang Wang sincerely thanked Hao Wen for spending 3 months training the team, then encouraged everyone to give their best, because every effort would be rewarded. Below the stage, the female streamers answered in unison that they would never let him down. Hao Wen and Xiang Wang exchanged smiles, both filled with confidence about the future. The story then returned to 3 months earlier. After hearing Xiang Wang's plan, Hao Wen asked in surprise if she would no longer need to livestream. Xiang Wang calmly explained that talented people belonged in the right roles. The company first needed a solid foundation by recruiting and training newcomers. Later, she would receive half of every streamer's live stream revenue. Hearing that arrangement, Hao Wen immediately felt embarrassed because she thought she was getting far too much. Xiang Wang smiled and said she was the one who laid the foundation for Dajin. She understood livestream operations, account growth, and audience retention. Without her, he could never handle everything alone. He also added that once the company became stable, Hao Wen could return to live streaming whenever she wanted. After hearing that, Hao Wen finally made her decision and stepped behind the scenes with a determined look. One morning during the work week, He Shui was scrolling through his phone when he came across news about Dajin Media. Seeing that the new company had already signed quite a few streamers, he immediately looked down on it. In his opinion, starting a live stream business from scratch at this stage was nothing more than charging straight into a dead end. He sneered, convinced Dajin was nowhere near qualified to challenge Miu Kun. Just then, He Shui's cousin walked over with an annoyed look and said Dajin had boldly opened its office right across from theirs. The moment he saw his cousin, He Shui dropped his arrogant attitude and quickly acted respectful. The man coldly told him to use the usual strategy and teach them a lesson so they would know who ruled the livestream industry. He Shui nodded repeatedly and agreed to follow every order. At the same time, back at Dajin's office, Xiang Wang was looking through design drafts with a helpless expression. He felt the designs looked good on the surface, but none of them truly satisfied him. In his mind, a 300 million yuan villa had to be both luxurious and completely unique. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Hao Wen hurried inside with a worried look and handed her phone to Xiang Wang. She reported that their rival had finally made a move. In the work group, the new streamers were panicking after receiving PK challenges from Miu-kun's million-follower streamers in the same category. Everyone feared being crushed by their fans, and some were already asking for help. Xiang Wang only smiled. He instantly saw through Miu-kun's old trick of using famous streamers to crush newcomers and pressure them with overwhelming fan support to reinforce their dominance. The strategy was effective, but this time they had picked the wrong target. Xiang Wang stood up with calm confidence. He said PK was nothing more than a competition of gifts, so every streamer in the company should accept the challenge. Hearing that, Hao Wen immediately worried he was about to spend his own money backing every newcomer again. Seeing her reaction, Xiang Wang scratched his head with a smile and realized his words really could be misunderstood. Hao Wen suddenly remembered the previous livestream where a mysterious tycoon kept sending rockets. A bold thought crossed her mind. Could that person have been Xiang Wang? Xiang Wang calmly said money only had value when it was used. Sitting in an account, it was nothing more than numbers. Hao Wen sincerely advised him not to spend too aggressively, because more than half of every top-up would end up in the platforms and middlemen's pockets. She quietly calculated that he had already spent tens of millions covering her contract penalty. If he was also the mystery donor behind those massive gifts, then he had poured an unbelievable fortune into live streams. Even the richest person could not keep spending like that forever. But Xiang Wang never wavered. He believed people came into the world with nothing and left the same way, so hoarding money had little meaning. Besides, he saw this spending as an investment, not a waste. He explained that the attention was already coming to Dajin. If they seized the opportunity, the company could completely turn the tables and become famous overnight. If a small streamer defeated a million-follower rival, the entire community would become curious and flood Dajin's live streams. As long as they could turn most of those visitors into loyal viewers, the plan would be a success. He also told Hao Wen to trust her own ability to train new streamers and build great content, and his words finally convinced her. Xiang Wang continued reassuring her, saying he knew where to draw the line and would make sure she had a stable income in the future. After hearing everything, Hao Wen was completely convinced. She realized someone at Xiang Wang's level could see much farther than she could. If he dared to spend hundreds of millions, then a few more tens of millions probably meant nothing. Besides, he had once worked in operations at Miu-kun, so his marketing experience was far beyond hers. Since he trusted her, she decided to trust him as well. After sorting out her thoughts, Hao Wen immediately returned to the livestream room. The new streamers were still nervous because they all believed accepting the PK challenges would only end in a crushing defeat. This time, Hao Wen did not hesitate. She firmly announced that they would accept every single PK challenge. Back in the office, Xiang Wang closely watched the battle between Dajin and Miu-kun on his phone. Just as he expected, Miu-kun had taken a huge lead through an endless wave of expensive gifts. Rockets, private jets, hot air balloons, and countless premium gifts filled the screen as the streamers repeatedly thanked their supporters. However, Xiang Wang was interested in more than just the PK results. He switched to a group chat called Public Culture, where everyone was passionately discussing the showdown between Dajin and Miu-kun. Many mocked Dajin for walking straight into defeat, while others ridiculed the company as nothing more than a cheap copy of Miu-kun chasing attention. Miu-kun fans flooded Dajin's live streams with insults, all waiting to watch the new company get crushed. Xiang Wang only smiled because his mind was on something else. He quietly wondered whether to choose solid sandalwood furniture or a classic French style. The decision was surprisingly difficult. Just then, Hao Wen rushed into the office with a tense expression. She reported that, just as expected, Miu-kun had prepared in advance and was pouring gifts into every PK match today. Dajin had also prepared enough accounts and funds. They were only waiting for Xiang Wang's signal. Unlike Hao Wen's anxiety, Xiang Wang remained perfectly calm. He said it was not time to act yet. They should let the enemy stay ahead until the hype, the mockery, and the attention all reached their peak before making the decisive move. Hearing that, Hao Wen gradually calmed down and realized she had been too impatient. Xiang Wang reminded her that the streamer's morale mattered most right now. She should encourage everyone to stay confident. No matter the outcome, anyone who performed well would be rewarded generously later. Hao Wen immediately agreed and hurried out. At the same time, over at Miu-kun's office, even though the PK battles were not over, He Shui had already opened champagne to celebrate. He flattered his cousin and claimed victory was already guaranteed. His cousin only glanced toward Dajin and let out a cold smile. In his eyes, losing Gu Wen was no big deal because Miu-kun could still generate tens of millions in revenue within a short time. But seeing He Shui getting carried away, he immediately poured cold water on his excitement. Crushing a small company like Dajin was expected, so there was nothing worth celebrating. Unlike He Shui's excitement, his cousin still felt uneasy. Even after collecting tens of millions in contract compensation, losing Gu Wen still felt like losing an incredibly valuable asset. Just then his phone suddenly vibrated. A message from the backstage team instantly darkened his face. It revealed that streamer Wenwen Bao was actually Gu Wen, the same streamer who had been bought out of Mu Chun by a wealthy benefactor and had now joined Da Jin. No wonder the company's style had felt so familiar. After reading it, he turned toward He Shui with a cold stare and demanded to know why Gu Wen joining Da Jin had been kept secret. Caught off guard, He Shui hesitated before desperately making excuses. He claimed Gu Wen had relied on a wealthy patron to pay off her contract. After someone spent tens of millions on her, she became overconfident and believed she was capable of starting her own company. His cousin found the explanation reasonable enough and did not press further. He only coldly emphasized that Today's battle absolutely could not be lost. But at that very moment, an employee rushed in with a panicked report. Da Jin had officially launched its counterattack. All 10 livestream rooms were being flooded with non-stop rockets and luxury yacht gifts. The moment He Shui heard that, he remembered the terrifying PK battle from before and instantly turned pale. Even so, he forced a smile and insisted Da Jin was only spending its own money to create hype. Miu Kun's revenue had already surpassed 30 million yuan. He refused to believe Da Jin could exceed that. No matter how rich someone was, almost nobody would throw away over 30 million yuan just to win a PK battle. But his cousin could no longer stay calm. With a dark expression, he shouted that they absolutely could not lose this match. He Shui could only force another smile and hope it was just a temporary burst. Then the employee beside them stared at the screen with a deathly pale face and reported in a trembling voice that Da Jin was still sending gifts without stopping. The livestream screen was almost completely covered by endless rocket animations. Watching the unbelievable scene, the two men stood frozen with their mouths wide open. In the end, He Shui's cousin completely lost his composure and roared through gritted teeth. "You call this just a temporary burst?" He immediately ordered He Shui to crush Da Jin at any cost. Meanwhile, back at Da Jin's office, Xiang Wang calmly remained in his seat, continuously sending rockets from his phone. Standing beside him, Hao Wen was so shocked that she could hardly believe her eyes. Even as the system kept rewarding him for spending money and sending generous gifts, Xiang Wang calmly watched everything, as if nothing unusual was happening. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Hao Wen broke into a cold sweat. She nervously asked if winning alone really required spending this much. The PK bar for the Mulchun streamers was almost empty. Hao Wen finally confirmed that the mysterious big spender was indeed Xing Wang. What shocked her even more was that he never even switched accounts, and the money he spent was far beyond what an ordinary rich heir could afford. While Hao Wen was still stunned, Xing Wang calmly said the other side had never seen true power, so today he would show them what real class looked like. Hao Wen could only force a bitter smile. This was no longer about opening someone's eyes. It completely shattered everything they believed possible. Xing Wang suddenly called Hao Wen by name, making her straighten up in surprise. He reminded her not to forget their real goal. Da Jin was not here just to win one PK match. They wanted to become the #1 name that everyone else could only admire. Hao Wen answered without hesitation. Xing Wang nodded and told her to go encourage the team. Before she left, he reminded her not to forget to tell Miu Kun to prepare for a name change. After Hao Wen left, Xing Wang turned his attention back to the iPad screen. A stunning interior design was displayed there, and he loved it immediately. A faint smile appeared as he finally found the perfect style. He instantly gave up the idea of using red sandalwood or a classic French style. He only wanted the room built exactly like the design in front of him. Thinking about that, he started calculating the fortune he had just earned. From tens to hundreds, thousands, millions, and even billions, Xing Wang could not help but sigh. The system really rewarded him with more money the more he spent. Overnight, the name Da Jin shook the entire media industry. Newsrooms and media companies instantly became a frenzy. Some companies ordered their staff to gather every piece of information about Da Jin within 1 minute, while others rushed to secure an exclusive interview with the company. In just one night, a newly established company achieved a miracle as every streamer gained around 2 million new followers. It quickly became an unprecedented record in livestream history. While the outside world searched everywhere for information, the Da Jin office was filled with cheers after the livestream ended. Every streamer thanked the viewers for their support and generous gifts. Some were still catching their breath from the pressure and could hardly believe they had really defeated the Miu Kun team. When they learned the revenue would be shared exactly as promised in their contracts, the whole team erupted with excitement. Overnight, they experienced a life-changing moment they had never dared to imagine. At that moment, the system rewarded Xing Wang again for sharing the profits with everyone and granted him another cash bonus. Xing Wang could only laugh helplessly because the system rewards were completely unpredictable. Unlike the celebration inside Da Jin, Miu Chun had already fallen into total chaos. Every group chat was filled with discussions about Da Jin. Some were shocked the company earned 500 million overnight, while others could not believe they spent hundreds of millions just on livestream gifts. The biggest surprise was that Da Jin did not treat it as a normal operating cost. They even set aside nearly 100 million to reward the team. That completely broke the traditional livestream business model. The pressure quickly landed on He Shui. Employees reminded him that the mysterious tycoon who once spent tens of millions on Gu Wen in a single night was most likely the one backing Da Jin. At that point, He Shui's cousin completely lost his temper. He slammed the table and shouted that if Gu Wen had stayed at Miotsun, at least 100 million from that 500 million revenue would have belonged to the company. In his eyes, that tycoon had clearly been supporting Gu Wen all along, and Miuchen lost its biggest moneymaker because of He Shui's stupidity. Even after being scolded in front of everyone, He Shui still tried to defend himself. The more he argued, the angrier his cousin became. In the end, He Shui was thrown out of the room in complete humiliation. Back at the Dajin office, Hao Wen was still overwhelmed by everything that had happened. She looked at Xing Wang and asked if spending money on that scale was really a good idea. Xing Wang calmly explained that every expense had already been carefully planned. The revenue looked huge, but after the platform's share, bonuses, and operating costs, the actual spending was nowhere near as frightening as outsiders imagined. He revealed that he only invested around 200 million, while most of the revenue came from real users. On top of that, the platform also offered bonus rewards, so the final cost remained completely under control. Even after hearing the explanation, Hao Wen still felt her worldview had been turned upside down, because to her 200 million was an unimaginable fortune, while to Xing Wang it was simply investment capital. Xing Wang explained that building a top streamer normally takes huge amounts of time, money, and resources, but Da Jin pushed more than a dozen streamers into the top ranks in just one night. They not only saved countless hours, but also created massive attention overnight. And since time is money, this was the investment with the highest return. With complete confidence, he said Da Jin's ambitions would not stop at live streaming. The company would expand into variety shows, TV dramas, and many other entertainment fields. Today's streamers would one day step onto even bigger stages, and Da Jin would grow into a true media empire. Those words completely convinced Hao Wen. She thought back to the 3 months spent training young streamers, and at last all their hard work had paid off. Xing Wang looked at her and sincerely said he had never been wrong about people. He believed Hao Wen's dedication had built the talented streamer team Da Jin had today. Hearing that, she lowered her head as emotions quietly filled her heart. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door. A representative from the interior design company arrived to discuss the renovation of the new villa. Xing Wang immediately stood up and handed the entire bonus distribution to Hao Wen. Before leaving, he reminded her never to cut anyone's share. Everyone had to receive exactly what was promised, including Hao Wen herself. Before walking out, Xing Wang left behind one simple but powerful line. If you want to make big money, everyone has to benefit first. As long as Da Jin stayed away from shady business, its future would only become brighter. Outside the Swan Bay Villa, the renovation was still in full swing. Xing Wang personally stayed on site, watching the work while reminding the construction crew to be careful. He carefully instructed every detail. Bricks and cement should be stored outside the yard, and during demolition they must never damage any load-bearing walls. While Xing Wang was busy, a well-dressed butler with an elegant presence walked in and immediately caught his attention. The butler carried a beautifully wrapped gift box. After greeting him politely, he explained that a new neighbor had moved in, so he came on behalf of his employer to welcome him with a small gift from their company. The man's calm manner and professional attitude impressed Xing Wang. He really looked like the butler of a wealthy family, just like someone straight out of a movie. Xing Wang even thought that one day he should hire a first-class butler like this. Pushing that thought aside, Xing Wang removed his work gloves and politely stepped forward. He apologized because the house was still under renovation, and both the place and his clothes were covered in dust. The butler simply smiled and said he was the one causing the interruption. He added that since they were neighbors, they would surely see each other often. So, he wanted to introduce himself first and make it easier for both families to help each other in the future. Xing Wang liked him even more after seeing such refined manners. He accepted the gift box, noticed the luxurious gold and silver lacquer finish, and could not help admiring it. It seemed the upper class really lived differently. Even their butlers made people feel completely at ease. Xing Wang warmly shook the butler's hand and said neighbors should always help one another. Once the renovation was finished, he would definitely pay them a visit. Before long, it was already noon. Sunlight filled the yard and shined across the neatly stacked piles of bricks. After working non-stop, Xing Wang was about to take a break when his phone suddenly rang. The caller was an old college classmate, inviting him to the weekend reunion and asking if he would attend. The classmate also deliberately mentioned that the girl Xing Wang once secretly liked would be there. Xing Wang frowned slightly. He remembered that previous reunions were nothing more than people showing off their success and comparing themselves with each other. Back then, he had been the poorest student in the class and often became the laughingstock, as if he had only been invited to make everyone else look more successful. This time, however, a faint smile appeared on Xing Wang's face. He smiled and accepted the invitation without hesitation. On the other end of the call, his classmate was surprised and immediately assumed Xing Wang agreed so quickly because he heard that his former dream girl would also be attending. At the same time, inside Ping Zhaozhao's villa in Swan Bay, the butler returned and reported on his visit. He said Xing Wang was very polite, never looked down on him for being a butler, and even removed his dirty gloves before shaking hands. He also personally supervised the renovation and worked alongside the construction crew. After hearing the report, Ping Zhaozhao simply replied that she already knew. A moment later, her eyes widened as if she had just noticed something interesting. Just then, a voice came from behind, making her turn around at once. The newcomers were her brother, Ping Taiwo, and a woman named Lin Mengxi. The moment she saw them, Ping Zhaozhao's face turned cold. She reminded her brother that she had repeatedly told him not to bring strangers here without permission. Ping Taiwo immediately lost his smile. He introduced Lin Mengxi as her future sister-in-law and declared that he was done with his carefree lifestyle and planned to marry her. Standing beside him, Lin Mengxi instantly put on a pitiful expression. With teary eyes, she softly asked if Ping Zhaozhao had misunderstood her. Ping Zhaozhao had no interest in the act. She gave a cold snort and walked away. Seeing that, Lin Mengxi acted even more fragile and said she should probably leave so she would not affect the relationship between the siblings. Ping Taihuo never realized she was pretending. He stopped her and said his sister had always been strange, so there was no need to mind her. Every single word reached Ping Zhaozhao's ears. Without noticing how cold his sister's expression had become, Ping Taihuo reminded her of their grandfather's rule that anyone who wanted the inheritance had to get married. He even mocked her by asking if she was jealous. Ping Zhaozhao suddenly smiled, but it was an icy smile with no warmth at all. She looked straight at her brother and said she was only 20 and had no rush to marry. Unlike someone willing to trade away his dignity just to fight for the family fortune, Ping Zhaozhao swept a cold gaze across Lin Mengxi, making her freeze for a brief moment. Then she calmly said not just anyone could enter the Ping family, and whether she could marry in would depend on their grandfather's approval. The scene quickly shifted to the parking lot, where a car had just started and was about to leave. The woman behind the wheel told Xing Wang that she had to deliver something to a client and would come back to pick him up in about an hour. Xing Wang simply smiled and waved to show he understood. Watching the car drive away, Xing Wang lowered the hood of his jacket and smiled to himself. A familiar feeling appeared. It looked like another chance to make some easy money had arrived. Just then, his attention shifted to 3 people standing not far away. They chatted and laughed while constantly looking at him, with mocking expressions. Wang Duoduo spoke first. She pointed at Xing Wang and mocked him for standing beside a Mercedes worth millions. The other 2 joined in, insisting there was no way someone like him could afford it, and that he must have found a wealthy sponsor. They even joked that whoever was backing Xing Wang had to be old and ugly to choose him. Wang Duoduo kept adding fuel to the fire, saying maybe his sponsor was not even a woman but an old man, because anything could happen these days. Faced with the ridicule, Xing Wang remained calm. After they finished, he laughed and asked if they sounded so jealous because they never had the chance, or were simply not qualified, to find a wealthy backer themselves. That single sentence left Wang Duoduo speechless. She forced an awkward smile and claimed she had never needed to rely on anyone. Xing Wang shrugged and reminded her how she had once become the boss mistress to secure her current position. Hitting her sore spot instantly made Wang Duoduo blush with anger as she shouted that he was making everything up. Just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, another car slowly pulled into the parking lot. The car door opened, and the first thing everyone noticed was a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings. Ping Taihuo quickly stepped out, helped Lin Mengxi from the car, and gently reminded her to be careful. In an instant, the crowd completely changed its attitude. Gasps of admiration spread everywhere as the goddess appeared beside the famous young master of the Ping family, who was often seen in the media. Their presence truly stood out from everyone else. One person even nudged Xing Wang and joked that he had come for the goddess. Now that she was here, why did he not dare approach? Or was his rich sponsor keeping him on a tight leash? Xing Wang simply smiled, looked toward Lin Mengxi, and greeted her politely. Lin Mengxi answered with a stiff and awkward smile. Xing Wang then turned to the man who had mocked him and calmly said nobody controlled him. He had already said hello, and they were free to keep flattering whoever they wanted. With that, he casually walked inside to find a seat. Watching him leave, the group continued mocking him, saying he knew his place and backed down on purpose. In their eyes, Xing Wang was nowhere near worthy of standing beside Lin Mengxi, let alone being compared with Ping Taihuo. Meanwhile, Ping Taihuo kindly reminded Lin Mengxi to call him after lunch so he could pick her up. She smiled sweetly, waved goodbye, and told him to drive safely. As soon as his car left the hotel, everyone gathered around Lin Mengxi and rushed to flatter her. Some praised their loving relationship, some asked when the wedding would be held, while others could not stop complimenting her beauty. Lin Mengxi smiled gently and pretended to be helpless. She said she had told Bing Taiwo not to drive her because he was busy, but he insisted anyway. Soon the group entered the hotel, and lunchtime quickly began in the private room. Glasses clinked one after another, filling the room with lively energy. Everyone took turns, bragging about their success, wealth, and social status. Only Xing Wang sat quietly in the corner, calmly drinking water and watching everything unfold. Then one man proudly claimed that despite the weak economy, he had bought a piece of land right across from City Hall. Everyone was shocked because the land was worth tens of millions of yuan, while its owner only smiled proudly. Soon, Lin Mengxi joined in. She acted humble and said she had achieved nothing special. Since she was getting engaged, she planned to stay home and take care of her family, which had always been her dream. The whole table immediately praised her, saying she would not be an ordinary housewife, but the lady of the powerful Bing family. The women beside her quickly noticed the diamond ring on her finger. They guessed it was worth several million yuan, and kept praising her for having the Bing family's young master as her fiancé. With him personally driving her around, it was clear how much he spoiled her. Marrying into the Bing family was truly a life-changing opportunity. Hearing all the praise, Lin Mengxi felt extremely pleased. In her eyes, everyone around her was just an ordinary crowd envying her life. While everyone else kept bragging and flattering each other, Xing Wang quietly stared at his phone. He suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to donate a building to the hospital because he had been too busy. At that moment, Kong Gong sent an update saying the project had entered the final stage, including utilities, road construction, and foundation work. The conversation suddenly shifted when someone deliberately targeted Xing Wang. He mocked him and asked why he had been staring at his phone all day. Was he so heartbroken that his goddess was getting married that he could not even join the conversation? Xing Wang simply smiled and calmly replied that there was nothing to be sad about. If someone was getting married, the right thing to do was congratulate them and respect their choice. The man laughed even harder and mocked him, saying someone earning only about 5,000 yuan a month had no reason to be busy. Maybe he was just working overtime every weekend to survive. Xing Wang slowly slipped his phone back into his pocket. He looked up, smiled meaningfully, and admitted that he was indeed working overtime. But he explained that his work was nothing like they imagined. He was simply doing a few things to make the world a better place. Xing Wang stood there calmly, looking at the laughing crowd, as if they were putting on a dull performance. The red-haired man immediately mocked him, saying he had only worked a few years, and had already lost his mind. He joked that carrying bricks or standing in line for others would earn more than his tiny salary. At those words, Xing Wang's expression gradually turned cold. Sensing the mood change, the man awkwardly laughed and claimed he was only joking. Another person pretended to comfort Xing Wang, saying professional line standers really did earn more than his job these days. Xing Wang only answered with a faint smile, sarcastically, saying they were truly thoughtful toward others. After saying that, he turned to leave. He explained that his house was under renovation, and the construction team had run into some problems that needed his attention. Even so, the group deliberately tried to stop him. One man loudly called after him, asking why he was leaving before the food was even served. He deliberately asked where Xing Wang had bought his house, and joked that if it was still in the city, he should invite the whole class to the housewarming party. Everyone knew it was just another insult, disguised as politeness. Xing Wang remained calm and said his house was too small to host so many guests. Someone immediately burst into laughter, saying that with today's housing prices, 2 years of work could barely buy a tiny corner, so of course the whole class would not fit. Xing Wang's eyes turned completely cold. He slowly replied that his house really was not that big, because no ordinary house could possibly hold so many Buddha statues like the ones standing before him. The room instantly fell silent, but Wang Duoduo still refused to stop and deliberately asked if Xing Wang was leaving now, just to avoid paying the bill. Xing Wang calmly replied that he would pay for his own share. Wang Duoduo sneered and reminded everyone this was Shenwei Hotel, one of the finest hotels in the city. A single bottle of wine cost several thousand yuan, so she mocked him by asking who would cover the bill if he left. Without arguing, Xing Wang immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to Wang Duoduo and said they could settle the rest later if needed. The whole table burst into laughter, convinced he was only trying to save face. Wang Duoduo continued mocking him, saying the meal would never cost 10,000 yuan, and he was only showing off. At that moment, Lin Mengxi stood up with her usual gentle smile. She told Xing Wang there was no need to do that, because she would ask the class monitor to waive his share. 10,000 yuan was not a small amount for him, and he should save it to make life easier. Hearing those words, everyone praised Lin Mengxi as a kind and generous goddess. But Xingwang remembered her true colors all too well. Back then, she had mocked him behind his back, calling him a pathetic fool who would follow her forever with just a little hope. She even said he was not worthy of carrying her shoes. Remembering that, he felt nothing but indifference. If he had not known who she really was, he might have believed her act. Xingwang looked at Lin Mengxi calmly and replied that he was not short of 10,000 yuan. She did not need to return the money or pay for his meal. His refusal immediately annoyed everyone. Some accused him of rejecting kindness, while others mocked him for pretending to be proud because he still could not forget his goddess. Lin Mengxi even acted sympathetic, telling everyone not to blame him because life had been hard for Xingwang, and his temper always worried her. This time, Xingwang finally had enough. He turned around and coldly said that being called a goddess by a few people had made her think she was the world's savior. He had wanted to keep the peace out of respect for their old friendship, but it was clear none of them cared about dignity anymore. After saying that, he looked at the class monitor and declared that he would pay for Today's meal. Hearing this, the class monitor immediately took out a gold VIP card. He smiled and explained that only guests with a special VIP card were allowed to pay for a private VIP room. Xingwang crossed his arms and simply asked them to call the hotel owner. The staff replied that the owner was busy. Xingwang calmly told them to inform the owner that a VIP guest wanted to meet him in person. Not long afterward, the hotel owner really showed up. Xingwang immediately asked whether paying for a VIP room truly required a VIP card, and the owner confirmed that it was the rule. The group burst into laughter again, mocking him for clearly never stepping into a luxury hotel. According to them, getting a VIP card here required spending at least 500,000 yuan. Xingwang ignored them and calmly asked the owner how much it would cost to have everyone else removed from the room. The owner looked surprised and replied that the hotel respected its guests, and money alone could not buy everything. The mocking laughter grew even louder because everyone thought he was acting like a movie CEO. Then Xingwang calmly offered 10 million yuan, and the entire room instantly fell silent. Even the hotel owner could not hide his shock. While everyone was still frozen in disbelief, Xingwang calmly returned to his seat and continued eating as if nothing had happened. He said the 10 million yuan was simply the price of enjoying one peaceful meal. The owner looked at him suspiciously because it was hard to believe anyone would spend 10 million yuan just for some peace and quiet. He stepped closer and advised Xingwang not to keep making trouble. Right then, Xingwang placed a gold card on the table and calmly said, "Go ahead and swipe it." The moment everyone saw the card, they burst into laughter again. Someone mocked him by saying that if he wanted to put on a show, he should at least use a better prop. A scratched old card could never pay 10 million yuan. Another person agreed, saying no truly wealthy person carries such a worn-out card. The room quickly filled with laughter again. Some pointed out that he had claimed he needed to leave for work, yet he was now sitting there eating without a care. Others even mocked him for being so poor that he had completely lost his mind. Despite all the ridicule, a staff member took the card to process the payment. Everyone eagerly waited for Xingwang to embarrass himself. Moments later, the waitress returned in shock and told the owner that the transaction had gone through successfully. The entire room fell silent. The owner's eyes went wide as he could not believe what had just happened. The people who had been laughing froze in shock. No one expected Xingwang to spend 10 million yuan just to enjoy a quiet meal. The tables had turned hard. Xingwang stayed calm and quietly asked if he could finally eat in peace now that he had paid. The owner instantly bowed with respect and promised first-class service. He then turned to everyone else and politely but firmly asked them to leave the VIP room. Right then, the system cheerfully spoke in Xingwang's mind. The host had upgraded from spending a few 100,000 on meals to 10 million yuan, unlocked the money as just a number achievement, and received an instant reward of 20 million yuan. The system also reminded him to spend freely on great food. Hearing that, one man immediately lost his temper, pointed at Xingwang, and shouted that they were all former classmates. So humiliating everyone like this was too much. Another woman spoke up and warned that many classmates had strong ties to the Zheng family. She asked if he was not afraid of making even more enemies. Xingwang calmly looked at them and replied that he had never feared making enemies. The moment he entered the reunion, he already knew they had only invited him to mock him, belittle him, and use him as a background prop to show off their own success. Every word from Xingwang hit them like a knife. He pointed out that none of them worried about making enemies while taking turns insulting him. If they cared so much about pride, they could pay for it like he did. If they wanted a money battle, he would stay until the end. Whoever spent more than him could have the room. After hearing his firm answer, the two women who had joined the insults quickly softened their tones and said it was only one meal and not worth making such a scene. Someone else mocked Xingwang as nothing more than a flashy nouveau riche who wasted money for show. Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice came from outside the door. "I bid 10 million yuan and 1 more yuan. Now it is your turn to leave." The man who walked in was Ping Tai He. His arrival made the whole group feel like their savior had finally appeared. Lin Mengxi immediately ran over and hugged Ping Taihe, gently asking if coming back had delayed his work. He smiled, held her close, and said she was far more important. Seeing that scene, everyone became even more excited. They believed that with young Master Ping here, Xing Wang had no chance because no matter how rich he was, he could not match the long-established Ping family. What caught Xing Wang's attention, however, was the extra 1 yuan. He instantly realized Ping Taihe had added it on purpose, just to provoke him. Xing Wang rested his chin and thought. The surname Ping sounded familiar. A few moments later, he remembered that the butler, who had once delivered gifts to his villa, had mentioned that the young lady's family also carried the surname Ping. On the other side, Ping Taihe smiled proudly and asked why Xing Wang had suddenly gone silent. Was that 10 million yuan all the money he had? Ping Taihe and Lin Mengxi continued putting on a romantic show. She pretended to be generous by saying Xing Wang had only acted on impulse, and Ping Taihe immediately praised her for always understanding others. Watching the two put on their act, Xing Wang felt nothing but disgust. He coldly replied that this was a matter between classmates, yet an outsider had eagerly inserted himself. He then mocked Ping Taihe by saying that since someone had willingly come to help him make money, he should actually be grateful. The moment he finished speaking, Xing Wang raised the bid by another 5 million yuan. The hotel owner stood nearby with shining eyes. The fiercer the bidding war became, the more he profited. Ping Taihe refused to back down and immediately offered 15 million yuan plus 1 yuan. Xing Wang did not even hesitate and raised the price straight to 20 million yuan. Ping Taihe kept using the same strategy, adding only 1 yuan each time. The bidding war grew stranger, but even more intense. Right then, the system happily praised Xing Wang for applying his livestream PK experience in real life and rewarded him with another 50 million yuan. The system excitedly declared that as long as the host kept going, it would always back him up. It even jokingly pretended to blow him a kiss, leaving Xing Wang speechless. On the other side, seeing Ping Taihe keep spending huge amounts, Lin Mengxi became even more convinced she had chosen the right man. In her eyes, marrying into a wealthy family was now within reach. But the very next moment, Xing Wang suddenly raised the bid to 30 million yuan and calmly said he was already tired of this game. The entire room was shaken as everyone gasped in disbelief. The crowd kept urging Ping Taihe to continue bidding and never let Xing Wang steal all the spotlight. Everyone believed young Master Ping still had plenty of money left, but to everyone's surprise, Ping Taihe's expression turned ugly. Lin Mengxi noticed something was wrong and quietly urged him not to give up or she would lose all her face. In reality, Ping Taihe was cursing inside. He never expected Xing Wang to be crazy enough to throw away 30 million yuan for a single meal. His original plan was to use this chance to invest in the hotel and discuss buying shares with the management after making the payment. But now his face turned pale. 30 million yuan alone was already a huge amount. Could Xing Wang really have endless money to spend? Inside the VIP room, a staff member respectfully returned Xing Wang's bank card. He casually acknowledged it and sat back down as if nothing had happened. The hotel owner immediately played his role and loudly announced the bid of 30 million yuan for the first time, then the second time. He looked around the room and asked if anyone wanted to offer a higher price. The atmosphere became suffocating. Ping Taihe stood there with a dark expression. He deeply regretted that all those classmates only cheered from the sidelines without spending a single yuan, while he alone had walked into this mess. Thinking that Lin Mengxi was not even officially part of the Ping family, yet made the loss feel even worse. Seeing that Ping Taihe stayed silent, Xing Wang smirked and mocked him. What happened? No extra 30 million yuan and 1 more yuan this time? Just as the standoff continued, Ping Taihe's phone suddenly rang. He quickly used the call as an excuse and asked everyone to wait. Xing Wang calmly picked up another bite of food and said to take his time because the dishes were getting cold. As soon as he answered, Ping Taihe forced himself to stay calm and asked what was going on. The caller was Ping Zhao. She got straight to the point and asked why he had spent 20 million yuan plus 1 yuan at Shenwei Hotel. Was he negotiating an investment deal there? After hearing that, Ping Taihe immediately became annoyed and told her to stay out of his business. Ping Zhao calmly replied that she had no intention of interfering, but their grandfather had personally asked about it. That single sentence completely changed Ping Taihe's expression. He never expected the news to reach his grandfather so quickly. Before he could respond, Ping Zhao added that she was also at Shenwei Hotel and was already on her way upstairs to speak with him in person. Ping Taihe frowned and coldly demanded to know if she had been following him. A sense of unease began to grow inside him. If Ping Zhao knew everything that had happened today, things would become very troublesome. Right then, Xing Wang casually called from behind and asked if the phone call was finished, because it was young Master Ping's turn to bid again. Ping Taihe turned around, and all his earlier composure was gone. He angrily shouted at everyone around him, calling them a bunch of idiots. This meal was only worth tens of thousands of yuan. They were not even dining with some legendary figure, so why waste so much money? He refused to keep playing their game. The red-haired man foolishly reminded him that backing down now would embarrass the entire Ping family. That only made Ping Taihei even angrier. He pointed straight at the red-haired man and yelled at him to shut up, asking who gave him the right to lecture him. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the hotel owner quickly stepped in to calm everyone down. He then confirmed whether Ping Taihei wished to withdraw from the bidding and promised a full refund. Ping Taihei coldly replied that all the paperwork could be handled by his secretary. As for Xing Wang, he rested his chin on his hand with a disappointed look. He thought he had finally found a worthy opponent to earn more rewards from the system, but the other side quit far too soon. In his opinion, this was still less exciting than a livestream PK battle. Seeing everything fall apart, Wang Duoduo quickly turned to Lin Mengxi for help. Lin Mengxi was filled with regret and wished she had never attended this class reunion. With no other choice, she put on a pitiful expression, grabbed Ping Taihei's sleeve, and pleaded that she would lose all her dignity in front of everyone. But this time, Ping Taihei showed no mercy. He shook her hand away and slapped her across the face, leaving the entire room stunned. He furiously called her nothing but trouble and blamed every problem today on her. He then announced that their engagement was cancelled and told her to disappear from his sight. Lin Mengxi covered her face and burst into tears. She choked out that he had once promised to stay with her forever. Was he really ending everything over 30 million yuan? Ping Taihei sneered and said this was far from a small matter. She had dragged the Ping family's reputation through the mud. He bluntly admitted that he only considered marrying her because she was attractive and had good genes, not because he truly loved her. Besides, he always knew she only wanted his money. The room instantly fell silent. Xing Wang lost interest in watching any further, put down his chopsticks, and asked the owner if he could finally enjoy his meal in peace. The owner immediately apologized and promised to remove everyone who was not involved. Before leaving, Ping Taihei turned back, pointed at Xing Wang, and gritted his teeth. Just wait. You had better hope you never run into anyone from the Ping family in Tong City again. But the moment his threat ended, the door swung open. A cold female voice asked, "What did you just say?" Everyone turned around and saw a woman in a black dress walk in with an overwhelming presence. The instant Ping Taihei recognized Ping Zhaozhao, cold sweat covered his forehead. Without giving her brother a chance to explain, Ping Zhaozhao grabbed him by the collar, stared at him with icy eyes, and demanded that he explain exactly what had happened today. After pushing Ping Taihei aside, she turned to the hotel owner and announced that the Ping family would invest 200 million yuan into Shenwei Hotel. The entire room was stunned by the 200 million yuan investment. Everyone marveled at the Ping family's wealth, but what shocked them even more was that young Master Ping clearly had far less authority than the eldest young lady. Ping Zhaozhao then quietly told the owner to escort everyone out, because she needed to discuss a private business matter with Xing Wang. The owner happily nodded, without hesitation. The room fell completely silent. Everyone could only whisper to each other, wondering what kind of background Xing Wang had, for even Miss Ping to seek him out personally. The red-haired man clenched his teeth in jealousy after realizing Xing Wang had hidden his true status so well. As for Wang Duoduo, he was filled with regret and wished he had never offended Xing Wang. In sharp contrast to the tense atmosphere, Xing Wang simply smiled at Ping Zhaozhao with curiosity, quietly thinking that she was truly an unusual woman. Before leaving the room, Ping Zhaozhao calmly reminded her brother that their grandfather was waiting for him to return. That single sentence froze the atmosphere once again, and no one dared make a sound. Ping Taihei had no choice but to swallow his anger and quietly leave. Lin Mengxi hurried after him, repeatedly lowering her head and apologizing in panic. Ping Zhaozhao coldly warned her that if she wanted to live peacefully in Tong City, she should never think about getting involved with anyone from the Ping family again. After hearing the warning, Lin Mengxi turned pale and hurried away. As soon as everything was over, the hotel owner immediately replaced every dish with fresh ones and instructed his staff to serve the two honored guests with the highest standard. Only then did Ping Zhaozhao reveal a rare smile and ask Xing Wang if they could finally talk. Xing Wang politely replied that sharing a table with Miss Ping was already an honor for him. The atmosphere relaxed. Ping Zhaozhao asked whether he had received the gift her butler delivered, and said it was only a small token of goodwill. Xing Wang replied that he had received it, and planned to visit once his villa was finished. As Ping Zhaozhao personally poured wine for both of them, she sincerely explained that her brother had always been hot-tempered. Their family had asked her many times to keep an eye on him, but even she could not control him. She sincerely apologized for dragging Xing Wang into Today's incident and assured him that the Ping family had never liked abusing their power or bullying others without reason. The 200 million yuan investment in Shenwei Hotel was not meant to pressure him. It was only to prevent Ping Taihei's actions from damaging the family's reputation. With that, Ping Zhaozhao raised her glass and expressed her hope that Xing Wang would forgive everything, saying the Ping family would owe him a favor. As soon as she finished speaking, she emptied her glass in one gulp. Seeing how straightforward she was, Xing Wang also finished his drink and smiled. Since they were neighbors, helping each other was nothing special. He then curiously asked what the real purpose of this meeting was. Ping Zhaozhao hesitated for a moment before admitting that discussing business was only an excuse to invite him over. Her real goal was simply to find a reason to send everyone away, including her own brother. She then calmly told him that they only needed to stay here for about 2 hours before leaving. Hearing that, Xing Wang froze for several seconds. Just sit here? It seemed Miss Ping really did things differently from ordinary people. Seeing that he still did not believe her, Ping Zhaozhao seriously confirmed that sitting was enough, though standing was fine too if he preferred. Xing Wang could only laugh awkwardly before deciding to eat first. After all, wasting such an expensive meal would be a real shame. Ping Zhaozhao laughed and told him to make himself at home because it was his mealtime, after all. Right in front of her focused gaze, Hang Xingwang calmly enjoyed his meal, every bite relaxed and satisfying. But the more he ate, the more confused he became. Was she really just going to sit there and watch him eat? Meanwhile, Bing Zhaozhao quietly observed him and made her own judgment. Good appetite, not picky. He seemed even easier to take care of than she expected. As for Hang Xingwang, the whole situation felt stranger by the minute. In the end, he forced a smile and asked once more if Miss Bing had something she wanted to say. Bing Zhaozhao admitted shyly that this was their first meeting, so she honestly did not know how to start the conversation. The answer sounded perfectly reasonable, but having a beautiful girl stare at him through the entire meal still made Hang Xingwang feel incredibly awkward. Just as he had no idea how to handle the situation, his phone suddenly rang like a lifesaver. Hang Xingwang quickly stood up and excused himself to take the call. The moment the call connected, Hao Wen spoke from the other end, and Hang Xingwang quietly felt relieved because the timing was perfect. A few minutes later, he returned to the table, looking a little embarrassed, and said the friend he had been waiting for had arrived. Before long, Hao Wen walked in looking cheerful and warmly greeted him as soon as they met. But when she saw only Hang Xingwang and Bing Zhaozhao in the room, she froze. She thought it was supposed to be a class reunion, yet only 2 people were there. Hearing that, Bing Zhaozhao's expression changed at once, and her cheerful mood disappeared. She quickly stood up, said she had something to do, and left the room without staying another moment. Everything happened so suddenly that both Hang Xingwang and Hao Wen were left confused. By the time they realized what had happened, Bing Zhaozhao was already gone. Setting her bag on the table, Hao Wen asked in confusion where the class reunion was and why no one else had shown up. She also asked if the girl who had just left was his classmate. Hang Xingwang shook his head and sighed, saying today's story was a long one. A few minutes later, after hearing the whole story from Hang Xingwang, Hao Wen was completely stunned. Looking at the dishes on the table, she could not believe the meal had cost 30 million yuan. She had never imagined anything like this. Even though she knew the food could never be worth that price, since so much had been spent, she was determined to finish every bite. As she ate, she sighed that rich people really spent money in ways ordinary people could hardly imagine. Hearing that, Hang Xingwang smiled and said that if she kept working with him, she would see things like this more often. Then he asked how today's client meeting had gone. The moment work came up, Hao Wen became excited. She happily reported that the livestream sales negotiation had gone very smoothly, and the commission was even better than expected. They had already chosen the right streamer team to focus on live selling, while connecting with several famous scriptwriters to prepare short video content and advertising deals. After hearing the report, Hang Xingwang nodded with satisfaction and said it had truly been a waste of Hao Wen's talent to keep her as only a room host before. Those words made Hao Wen pause. Countless painful memories came rushing back, from mockery and ridicule to harsh insults because of her job as a room host. Thinking about it all, her eyes began to sting. Hao Wen stood up, raised her glass, looked straight at Hang Xingwang, and sincerely said that without him, she would never have had the chance to challenge herself like this. Her voice trembled with emotion. She thanked him for appearing when her life had fallen into despair, like a light driving away the darkest days. Hang Xingwang looked at her seriously and said that everything so far was only the beginning. He believed her future would shine even brighter, and he hoped they would keep working together to achieve even greater success. After saying that, he smiled, raised his glass, and invited her to finish the drink together. Hao Wen smiled brightly, clinked glasses with him, and happily emptied her glass. She added a toast, wishing their partnership great success. Hang Xingwang laughed and replied, "Happy cooperation." But right after that, seeing the table still full of food, he seriously reminded her they had to finish everything, because the meal was far too expensive. Hao Wen laughed and nodded in agreement. The moment the Porsche 911 Turbo appeared, it instantly became the center of attention. People around them kept talking about its 3.8L twin-turbo engine, 650 horsepower, and a starting price of over 3 million yuan. Someone curiously asked Zhang Wencheng if he was a car enthusiast, but he only frowned and replied that he did not look like someone obsessed with supercars. A moment later, Zhang Wencheng stepped out of the car and instantly caught the attention of the girls nearby. Many admired his handsome looks and flashy style. Just then, Hao Wen walked out and happened to run into Jiang Wencheng. He immediately smiled and acted pleasantly surprised to see her there. Hao Wen frowned slightly and openly showed her dislike before asking why he was there. Jiang Wencheng calmly said he already knew she had left Mio Group. In his opinion, leaving was a good thing. He even said that if she started her own company and needed funding, she could come to him, then offered to give her a ride. However, Hao Wen politely declined, saying she still had personal matters to handle later. Jiang Wencheng refused to give up. He offered to drive her around for her errands, wait outside, and then treat her to a meal so they could talk. Even so, she firmly turned him down and quickly left. Watching Hao Wen disappear into the distance, Jiang Wencheng grew more and more irritated. He never expected the woman he had supported for so long to become so cold toward him. Thinking about how he had bragged to his friends that he would win Hao Wen over within a month made him even angrier. He had not made any progress, and today's trip in his 3 million yuan supercar had been a complete waste. Just then, Hong Xingwang rode over on his electric scooter and happily called out to Hao Wen. Hao Wen introduced the two men and explained that Jiang Wencheng had been the top supporter who constantly sent her gifts during her livestream days at Mio Group. Hang Xingwang smiled warmly, offered a handshake, and introduced himself as Hao Wen's co-worker. After a few polite exchanges, he urged Hao Wen to get on the scooter so they could leave. Before leaving, Hao Wen still politely said goodbye to Jiang Wencheng. Jiang Wencheng was left standing there alone, watching the electric scooter disappear from sight. The moment he realized his romantic rival rode an electric scooter, his anger exploded. He gritted his teeth, finding it ridiculous that someone riding a scooter would dare compete with him. The more he thought about it, the less he could accept it. He pulled out his phone and reminded himself that his mother rarely went on business trips, giving him the chance to drive this car. He could not let the opportunity go to waste. With that in mind, he immediately called Chu Xinuo and invited her out for crayfish. As soon as she answered, Chu Xinuo happily agreed and said she would be there soon. Meanwhile, Hong Xingwang and Hao Wen slowly made their way through the heavy traffic. Hang Xingwang laughed and said that for a trip of just over 1 kilometer, an electric scooter was far more convenient. The traffic jam spoke for itself. Hao Wen opened the map and pointed out the route, saying they only needed to make one more turn. Hang Xingwang excitedly said that after eating so many expensive delicacies lately, simple street food now sounded much more appealing. Today, he was determined to eat as much crayfish as he could. Before long, the two of them arrived at the restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Hang Xingwang ordered 1 garlic-flavored crayfish, 1 13-spice crayfish, said they could order more if needed, and also asked for a bowl of noodles. Soon, the table was filled with food. While eating, Hao Wen enthusiastically shared the best way to enjoy crayfish, saying the head held the richest sauce and should never be skipped. Hang Xingwang laughed and praised her for being a true foodie. They enjoyed the meal while raising their glasses, and the atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Just then, a young couple walked into the restaurant. The moment Chiu Xinnuo saw Hao Wen and Hong Xingwang, she stopped in her tracks. Feeling awkward, she quietly suggested going somewhere else, but Jiang Wencheng deliberately refused, saying this place had the best food, so there was no need to change. The instant he saw Hao Wen eating with Hong Xingwang, the anger inside him flared up again. He immediately assumed her excuse about being busy had only been a way to reject him before meeting up with the man he considered a poor nobody. Growing even more annoyed, he deliberately wrapped an arm around Chu Jinuo's waist and led her inside. She let out a shy little cry but still went along with him. At that moment, Jiang Wencheng only wanted to make Hao Wen jealous and prove that he could become anyone's top supporter. On the other side, Chu Jinuo also glanced at Hao Wen while quietly making plans of her own. She thought that if Hao Wen could rely on Hong Xingwang, then she could keep Jiang Wencheng by her side. As long as he backed her up, her livestream career would become much easier. Seeing that, Hao Wen quietly asked Hong Xingwang if they should warn Chu Xinuo that Jiang Wencheng was a womanizer, but he calmly replied that everyone had to walk their own path. Hearing that answer, Hao Wen simply nodded and said nothing more. At the next table, Chiu Xinuo happily peeled a crayfish and fed it to Jiang Wencheng herself. Jiang Wencheng looked completely dissatisfied and even smiled, praising her for knowing exactly how to please him. But just as they were getting close, an icy voice suddenly came from behind, and Jiang Wencheng instantly turned pale. The newcomer gritted every word in fury. Jiang Wencheng, what do you think you are doing? A young woman rushed over like the wind. The moment Jiang Wencheng saw her, he tried to run, but she shouted, Jiang Wencheng, where do you think you are going? You still owe me an explanation. In the blink of an eye, she grabbed his arm tightly. Lin Lin wasted no time. She twisted Jiang Wencheng's arm and demanded, I was away on a business trip for just a few days, and you already cheated? Who is this woman? Grimacing in pain, Jiang Wencheng frantically claimed it was all a misunderstanding and begged her to hear him out. He still believed Lin Lin would forgive him after a few sweet words. But this time, things did not go his way. Lin Lin turned to Chu Jinuo and coldly asked, Did you not know he already has a girlfriend? The whole room fell into tense silence. Chu Xinnuo bit her lip, feeling both ashamed and humiliated. What hurt the most was that Hao Wen witnessed everything. Lin Lin's anger exploded. She grabbed Zhang Wencheng by the collar, yanked him up, and cursed him without mercy. Lin Lin shouted, "I bought you a car, a watch, even a house. I give you spending money every month and you still sneak around with another woman?" Terrified, Zhang Wencheng begged for mercy and blamed everything on Chu Xinnuo, insisting she was the one chasing him. Hearing that excuse, Lin Lin immediately turned her furious gaze toward Chu Xinnuo. Without hesitation, she slapped Chu Xinnuo across the face. The sharp smack echoed through the restaurant. Her cheek quickly turned red as Lin Lin cursed her for stealing someone else's boyfriend. Seeing things spiral out of control, Zhang Wencheng dropped to his knees, hugged Lin Lin's leg, and kept insisting he was innocent while blaming Chu Xinnuo for seducing him. Holding her burning cheek, Chu Xinnuo froze. Only then did she realize Zhang Wencheng was never some rich heir. He was just a kept man living off a wealthy woman, and every expensive gift he gave came from Lin Lin's money. Lin looked at him with open sarcasm and asked, "You really love me, right?" Zhang Wencheng nodded desperately without a second of hesitation. Lin sneered and pointed at Chu Xinnuo, telling him to prove his words if she was truly the one who chased him. Without even thinking, Zhang Wencheng rushed over and slapped Chu Xinnuo hard across the face. The blow knocked her to the floor. Clutching her face, she stared at him in disbelief and asked if he had gone insane. Zhang Wencheng pointed at her and shouted that she was the shameless one who followed him every day, sent revealing photos, and only used people for free meals. He even claimed he rejected her many times today, but she refused to leave him alone. Chu Xinnuo burst into tears under everyone's gaze. She kept insisting she was framed, had no idea Zhang Wencheng already had a girlfriend, and was just another victim. At that moment, Hong Xingwang suddenly stood up, surprising even Hao Wen. He walked straight toward Zhang Wencheng. Even though he had said everyone had their own fate, he could not sit back and watch anymore. He casually picked up a plate of food from the table. Seeing that, Zhang Wencheng shouted, asking what that poor loser thought he was doing. Before he could finish, Hang Xingwang smashed the plate full of food right into his face. The loud crash shocked everyone. A moment later, the plate hit the floor and shattered into pieces. Zhang Wencheng clutched his face and screamed as the food got into his eyes, leaving him in unbearable pain. Chu Xinnuo looked up at Hong Xingwang. Her cheeks flushed, and admiration filled her eyes. Lin wiped Zhang Wencheng's face with a tissue before turning to Hong Xingwang and demanding to know who he was to interfere. Folding his arms, Hong Xingwang calmly replied that neither of them was any good. He told Lin to keep her kept man under control, instead of letting him bother innocent people. Lin wanted to argue but stayed silent. The more she thought about it, the more she realized he was right. Wiping his face, Zhang Wencheng gritted his teeth and swore Hong Xingwang would pay for this. In response to the threat, Hong Xingwang calmly cleaned his ear and told him to go ahead and try. Chu Xinnuo quietly looked at him with mixed emotions. She never expected Hong Xingwang to protect her, let alone stand against Zhang Wencheng. Thinking back to how she mocked him before, she felt even more guilty. Driven mad with anger, Zhang Wencheng grabbed a wine bottle from the table. He smashed the bottom off the bottle, pointed the jagged glass at Hong Xingwang, and screamed that he would kill him today. But before he could get close, Hang Xingwang landed a powerful kick straight into his stomach. Zhang Wencheng was sent flying, crashed onto the floor, and curled up in pain. With both hands in his pockets, Hong Xingwang stood beside Lin and calmly said that someone with her status could do far better than Zhang Wencheng. He even joked that raising a dog would be better, because at least a dog stays loyal. To everyone's surprise, Lin was not angry at all. She simply stared at Hong Xingwang, thinking that this man was incredibly attractive. Clutching his stomach, Zhang Wencheng could not understand how someone who looked so ordinary could deliver such a terrifying kick. Chu Xinnuo nervously walked over and sincerely thanked Hong Xingwang for standing up for her. He calmly replied that he was not helping her. He simply could not stand people like Zhang Wencheng. That answer only made Chu Xinnuo blush even more. She convinced herself he was just too embarrassed to admit he had protected her. Humiliated in front of everyone, Zhang Wencheng pointed at Hong Xingwang and yelled for Lin to call someone to deal with him. Lin looked at him with disgust and coldly said that even keeping a dog was more worthwhile than keeping a man like him. But when she turned to Hong Xingwang, her attitude completely changed. Her voice softened as she asked if he wanted to add her on WeChat. Hong Xingwang ignored the offer and turned to leave. Chu Xinnuo quickly ran after him, and when he stopped, she called out to him. She brushed her hair aside to hide her embarrassment and gathered the courage to invite him to dinner as a thank you for helping her today. But Hong Xingwang only glanced at her and firmly declined. Even so, Chu Xinnuo explained that she also wanted to sincerely apologize for the misunderstandings between them. Hang Xingwang calmly replied that he never meant to help her personally. He only stopped something that annoyed him, so she did not need to think too much about it. After saying that, he gestured toward Hao Wen and the car waiting outside, saying they still had overtime work at the company before quickly leaving. Chu Jinnuo quietly watched him disappear into the distance, filled with regret. Only now did she realize Hong Xingwang was far more humble, mature, and dependable than she had imagined. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Maybe Hong Xingwang and Hao Wen were only co-workers, which meant she might still have a chance. Back inside the restaurant, everything was a mess. The owner kept asking who would pay for the damages, while Jiang Wencheng, still being held back, cried and begged Lin Lin not to leave him. Lin Lin did not hesitate. She coldly told the owner to collect the money directly from Jiang Wencheng. Then she kicked him square in the face and sent him flying outside. Blood immediately poured from Jiang Wencheng's nose after the kick. Lin Lin simply told him to get lost before walking away. As she passed Chu Jinnuo, she only let out a cold snort. Lying on the ground, Jiang Wencheng still refused to believe Lin Lin had dumped him. He immediately turned to Chu Jinnuo, believing her looks and popularity still made her someone he could rely on. He staggered toward her while crying and repeatedly calling her name. Chu Jinnuo immediately stepped back in panic. That movement threw Jiang Wencheng off balance, and he fell flat on the ground. Chu Jinnuo calmly walked right past him. Before leaving, she coldly warned him that if he kept harassing her, she would call the police. No matter how desperately Jiang Wencheng cried and begged for forgiveness, all he saw was Chu Jinnuo's unwavering back as the city lights slowly lit up the night. After returning to the company, Hao Wen smiled and reminded Hong Xingwang that he could not resist helping someone again at the seafood restaurant today. Folding his arms, Hong Xingwang explained that Jiang Wencheng had bothered Hao Wen many times before, so he simply took the chance to settle the problem once and for all. Hearing that, Hao Wen smiled and thanked her boss. She even joked that she wanted to work even harder after being treated so well. She then presented the company's development plan, explaining that while the current account system was running smoothly, relying only on live streams had its limits. She suggested riding the short drama trend by casting TikTok creators to build memorable characters, boost revenue, and strengthen the company for future investment. After reading the proposal, Hong Xingwang approved it immediately. He told her to move forward with confidence, start by filming 10 short dramas, and said he would personally cover all the costs. Hao Wen was surprised, because the company still had enough funds to handle the project. Hong Xingwang shook his head and explained that using company funds for a new venture was too risky. It was safer to invest his own money instead. Hao Wen was even more shocked, saying that would put him at greater personal risk. Hong Xingwang simply smiled as he transferred the money, saying that wealth could not be taken into the world or out of it. Just then, the system sent a notification. Because the host willingly used personal funds to ease the company's burden, he was instantly rewarded with 5.55 million yuan and wished success for the new project. Hong Xingwang quietly sighed in relief. Luckily, he made the decision fast enough. Otherwise, his daily reward of 550,000 yuan would have been gone. Looking at the amount that appeared on her phone, Hao Wen was left completely speechless. Hong Xingwang smiled, patted her shoulder, and reminded her not to work too late because her health mattered most. After saying that, he calmly left the company, leaving Hao Wen standing there in a daze, only able to mumble a few quiet acknowledgements. As soon as Hong Xingwang got into his car, he heard someone shouting through the night, angrily telling another person to leave. He frowned slightly, wondering who was making such a scene so late at night. Looking over, he saw Lin Mengxi clinging to Ping Taihei, crying as she asked if all his promises to marry her had been lies. Ping Taihei coldly replied that only she knew whether she had been with him for love or money. He told her to stop following him, or he would lose his position in the Ping family. Then he slapped her hard across the face. The slap knocked Mengxi to the ground, where she held her face and cried in pain. In despair, she kept asking herself how everything had ended up like this. At that moment, a hand holding a clean handkerchief appeared before her. The person standing there was Hong Xingwang. Under the soft yellow streetlights, the figures of Hong Xingwang and Mengxi stood quietly in the silent night. Taking the handkerchief, Mengxi choked back tears and asked if he had come just to see her in such a miserable state. Hong Xingwang calmly helped her to her feet and explained that he had only happened to pass by and meant nothing else. He casually pointed toward the villa behind them and said he had come to check on the renovation progress. Hearing that, Mengxi froze and quickly asked if the villa really belonged to him. Hong Xingwang smiled and jokingly replied that she could just assume he had bought it. The answer left Mengxi completely stunned. She remembered their class reunion, the auction where Hong Xingwang competed directly against Ping Taihei, and now the luxurious villa before her. Only 2 years after graduation, he already possessed astonishing wealth. She could not help wondering if Hong Xingwang had actually been a hidden rich heir all along. But that completely contradicted the poor student she remembered from college. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Biting her lip with tears in her eyes, she quietly asked if he was still angry with her. Hong Xingwang calmly replied that he had no reason to be angry with her. Those words made Mengxi's eyes tremble. Blushing, she admitted that during college, she had never seriously responded to his feelings. She had even stood by while others mocked him. Knowing he held no grudge against her deeply moved her. However, Hung Xingwang immediately stepped back with a guarded expression and bluntly told her she had misunderstood everything. Meng Shi hurriedly explained that she only wanted to finally say everything she had been keeping inside. Hang Xingwang gave a faint smile and shook his head, saying those things no longer meant anything. Right then, the system appeared again, praising the host for firmly refusing to be a simp and rewarding him with 1 reversal coin for his impressive resolve. Hang Xingwang secretly celebrated. It seemed that firmly saying no at the right time also earned rewards, and that was definitely a habit worth keeping. Meng Shi still refused to give up. She grabbed his arm and begged him to let her finish, asking him to listen to her one last time like he used to. But Hang Xingwang coldly pulled his arm away and told her to keep her distance. He said, the handkerchief was nothing more than a small gesture between former classmates. He had once loved her deeply, but that did not mean he would stay trapped in those feelings forever. The system appeared again, praising the host for speaking his true feelings without hesitation and rewarding him with another 50,000 yuan. Hang Xingwang looked straight at Meng Shi and bluntly said that only after Ping Taihei abandoned her and her dream of becoming the Ping family's young mistress was shattered did she come looking for him. But he was never going to be anyone's backup plan. He had pursued her because he truly loved her, but that chapter was over. He also knew she had always treated his affection like a joke, and only because he loved her so much had he lied to himself and ignored it. That once his feelings were gone, she was nothing more than a stranger not worth his attention. Meng Shi was left speechless with anger, while Xiang Wang had no interest in continuing the conversation. He slipped his hands into his pockets, turned to leave, and told Miss Lin to face reality instead of always thinking the world revolved around her. As soon as he walked away, the system praised his stylish exit and rewarded him with another 10,000 yuan. Meng Shi could only stand there and watch his figure disappear beyond the gate. Before stepping inside, Xiang Wang glanced back at her one last time. The cold sound of the gate closing felt like the final door of hope slamming shut in Meng Shi's heart. She wandered back to her empty room in a daze. Her entire body felt drained of strength. The moment she got home, she collapsed onto the sofa. Her lifeless eyes stared silently at the ceiling. Right then, her phone suddenly vibrated. The caller was Luo Luo, and Meng Shi answered with little energy. Unlike her gloomy mood, Luo Luo sounded thrilled and kept saying that Meng Shi was unbelievably lucky because even her backup choice was a major powerhouse. Hearing that, Meng Shi froze and widened her eyes. Luo Luo revealed that the mysterious tycoon dominating the livestream platform by sending hundreds of rockets every day was actually Xiang Wang. Based on everything she had learned, Xiang Wang's fortune had likely reached tens of billions. If that was true, then compared to Ping Taihei, Xiang Wang was the one who could truly give her a life of luxury. Meng Shi went completely numb, and her phone slipped from her hand onto the floor. Only one painful truth echoed in her mind. The man who had loved her for 4 years was also the one who could have given her the life she always dreamed of. And she was the one who threw him away. Tears streamed down her face as she held her head and cried, telling herself that with her beauty and figure, she had never been inferior to anyone. She believed that if she chased him again, their 4-year relationship could still be saved, as long as Xiang Wang still held onto his old feelings. At the same time, inside the spacious villa, Xiang Wang stood in front of the mirror, checking out his physique. After a long look, he muttered that something still seemed to be missing. Sitting on the bed with his phone, he thought having too much money and nowhere to spend it was a problem, so he decided it was time to seriously train his body. He planned to build a private gym at home and hire a personal trainer as well. After browsing for a while, he finally found the perfect option. Satisfied with his choice, Xiang Wang confirmed the registration without hesitation. While resting on the bed, his phone suddenly played the familiar notification that signaled the system had appeared. Opening the message, Xiang Wang was surprised to learn that the system had detected 2 women with extremely high regret toward him, enough to unlock a new feature. He stood there in shock for a few seconds and wondered if the system could actually keep evolving. A detailed message then appeared. The regret level plugin was officially activated. Whenever someone's regret reached 90, he would receive 5 attribute points to freely assign to intelligence, stamina, or charm. After reading it, Xiang Wang could only sigh with regret. If this feature had appeared sooner, he would not have booked 20 personal training sessions at once. He stretched out on the bed, casually tossed his phone aside, and quickly comforted himself. The money was already spent, and regretting it would change nothing. Feeling better, he opened a shopping app again. His parents' new house was almost finished, so it was time to buy furniture. He wanted them to gradually get used to a more comfortable life. After browsing for a short while, he found a perfect oven and ordered it immediately. The next morning, Xiang Wang arrived at the gym he had booked the day before. The automatic doors opened, and he calmly walked straight to the front desk. The receptionist greeted him with a smile, and Xiang Wang immediately showed her the reservations for his 20 personal training sessions. While she checked the system, he took the chance to look around the entire gym. The facilities were modern, the equipment was complete, and the atmosphere was highly professional, though the membership fees were definitely expensive. After checking, the receptionist confirmed that his booking was valid, but explained that he had not purchased a membership yet, so he could not use the personal training package. Only then did Xiang Wang realize the two services were completely separate. Seeing that he was still unsure, the receptionist quickly explained the membership plans. She said the gym membership and personal training contract were separate services, and signing up today would include 3 free trial sessions. Xiang Wang could only laugh helplessly. His one-and-own gold PT package already cost 2,000 yuan per hour, yet he still had to pay for a membership. This gym really knew how to make money. When he stayed silent, the receptionist asked if he had made his final decision. After a few taps on his phone, Xiang Wang firmly announced that he wanted to cancel all 20 personal training sessions. His direct answer caught the receptionist completely off guard. She clearly had not expected him to be so decisive. Leaning on the counter, Xiang Wang said the 20 sessions were worth 80,000 yuan. If he were running the business, that amount would already include a free membership. He did not want to argue and asked for an immediate refund. The receptionist awkwardly explained that the policy applied to every customer and hoped he would reconsider, but Xiang Wang refused again. Left with no choice, she said only the owner could approve a refund. He calmly asked her to bring the owner over. While waiting at the front desk, he crossed his arms with an annoyed expression. In Xiang Wang's view, money should only be spent on things that were truly worth it. He never minded paying for real value, but he would never pay just to make himself unhappy. Right then, the system praised his spending philosophy, saying there was no reason to tolerate unreasonable rules, and rewarded him with exactly 1 yuan. Seeing the tiny reward, Xiang Wang could only smile helplessly. Before long, the receptionist returned with a sturdy young man who had orange hair. The moment Xiang Wang saw him, he froze. The other man recognized him instantly as well. Xiang Wang frowned in surprise. Wasn't this Wang Tairan? Could this gym really belong to him? Wang Tairan had been several grades above Xiang Wang in high school and was famous as the wealthy heir of the county. Even after graduating, he often visited the school, so everyone knew him. He dismissed the receptionist and leaned against the counter with a look of contempt. Glancing at Xiang Wang, Wang Tairan smirked and asked if he was the one who booked 20 PT sessions, then mocked him for wanting a refund because he regretted spending the money. Xiang Wang calmly replied that he was only there to cancel the package. Wang Tairan laughed sarcastically and asked if 80,000 yuan really hurt that much. Xiang Wang casually answered that the money meant nothing to him. He had only said a few extra words because they happened to know each other. Wang Tairan narrowed his eyes before suddenly changing the subject. He said it seemed Xiang Wang still did not know that Gao Yuan worked there. After saying that, he loudly called Gao Yuan over. A smug smile spread across Wang Tairan's face as if he were waiting for a good show. He deliberately mentioned that Xiang Wang and Gao Yuan had not seen each other for a long time, and that she had even brought him up before. Even so, Xiang Wang remained completely calm. A moment later, a sweet and slightly playful female voice came from behind, asking Wang Tairan what he wanted. A young woman in a tight pink workout outfit walked over, her impressive figure drawing plenty of attention. But the moment she noticed Xiang Wang at the counter, she froze and called out his name in shock. The instant Gao Yuan appeared, the system in Xiang Wang's mind chimed. A new notification announced that she had officially become a regret target. Xiang Wang looked at the information panel, showing her full name, height, weight, beauty score, and a regret level that still sat at 0. Seeing every detail displayed so clearly, he smiled slightly. With the system's help, things would be much easier. However, he quickly realized that raising her regret level meant making Gao Yuan regret losing him. Xiang Wang rubbed his chin as old memories slowly resurfaced. Back then, he had been so naive that he treated a calculating woman like the greatest treasure. He remembered how Gao Yuan always acted gentle and caring, especially whenever another girl got close to him. On the surface, she seemed to be giving friendly advice, but in reality, she quietly pushed every opportunity away from him. The Xiang Wang of those days believed everything she said and was even happy about it. He had even confessed that Gao Yuan was the only woman in his heart. On top of that, Gao Yuan was extremely skilled at maintaining ambiguous relationships. Whenever she accepted Xiang Wang's gifts, she would pretend to feel shy and say she would take them, but he should not misunderstand or give others something to gossip about. Back then, Xiang Wang thought those words were a heartfelt hint. Looking back now, he could only laugh bitterly because she had never said them to him alone. From Achang to Wei Guo, every one of them had heard the exact same lines. Only then did Xiang Wang realize he had never been special. He was just one of Gao Yuan's many backup options. His eyes gradually turned cold. Even so, Xiang Wang quickly assessed the situation. Gao Yuan came from a wealthy family in the county, so simply using money to impress her would probably have little effect. His eyes landed on Wang Tairan beside her. The man's tall frame, defined muscles, and masculine look perfectly matched, the type Gao Yuan had liked since high school. Xiang Wang even remembered classmates saying she had admired him for years. At that moment, everything finally made sense. Gao Yuan had probably become a personal trainer here because of Wang Tairan. If he wanted to change her mind, he first had to shatter Wang Tairan's perfect image. As long as Wang Tairan revealed a disappointing side while he steadily outperformed him, the balance would eventually shift. Thinking of that, Xiang Wang smiled to himself. Just then, Gao Yuan took the initiative and asked if he was having any problems. Xiang Wang calmly stepped forward and said the only thing he found unreasonable was having to pay a membership fee after already buying 20 PT sessions. Wang Tairan smirked and said every gym had the same policy, then mocked him by saying he could always train by himself if he wanted to save money. He even joked that office workers squeezed onto the subway every day already got enough exercise. Xiang Wang calmly replied that since Gao Yuan worked there, he was willing to buy a 1-year membership to support her. If he was satisfied, he would gladly renew it later. Hearing that, Wang Tairan immediately wrapped an arm around Gao Yuan's waist, as if declaring his claim. He looked at Xiang Wang with contempt and mocked him for pretending to be wealthy, only to struggle financially later. In his mind, Xiang Wang clearly still had not gotten over Gao Yuan. But Xiang Wang did not get angry. He casually admitted he was not exactly rich either, then asked if an old schoolmate could get a small discount. The question caught Wang Tairan off guard and pulled him into Xiang Wang's pace. Xiang Wang kept a calm smile, but he had already planned everything. He knew Wang Tairan had never stood out financially before, yet Gao Yuan still chose him, proving she was not simply chasing money. And opening this gym likely meant she had invested quite a bit herself. That was why he had no intention of showing off his wealth. Sometimes acting like the prey made the hunt far more interesting. Triggered by his competitive spirit, Wang Tairan held up 3 fingers and announced a 40% discount, something he had never offered before. On top of that, he kept the same payment, but increased the package from 20 sessions to 30. After saying that, he patted Xiang Wang on the shoulder and mocked him again, telling him to train hard so people would stop calling him too skinny and unable to perform even basic exercises. Xiang Wang only smiled and said he would remember this favor and repay it many times over someday. Deep down, he had only one thought: this man was digging his own grave. After that, Wang Tairan assigned Xiang Wang to another trainer, while he took Gao Yuan to help a group of clients nearby. Before leaving, Gao Yuan even turned back to encourage him. Although she sounded supportive, she still believed Xiang Wang was far too skinny to be her type. The new trainer walked over and asked whether he had ever been to a gym before and what his fitness goal was. Xiang Wang smiled and said he was busy today and would come back another time. Hearing that, the trainer immediately looked down on him and walked away. As soon as Xiang Wang left, the trainer hurried to the front desk and gossiped about him, saying he only liked putting on a show. The receptionist joined in and laughed non-stop. Even after walking out of the gym, Xiang Wang could still hear their laughter behind him. But instead of getting angry, he simply smiled knowingly. They could laugh now. That would only make what came next even more entertaining. Leaving the gym, Xiang Wang walked over to his electric scooter, put on his helmet, and got on. He then called up the system and opened his personal status panel. A few seconds later, the familiar interface appeared before him. The panel displayed Xiang Wang, 24 years old, Scorpio, height 179 centimeters, stamina 23D100, intelligence 43D100, charm 35D100, available points 0, while the average score for a normal person was 40. After looking it over, he was surprised to find that his height had increased by 1 centimeter. So boosting his stamina also increased his height. The thought of turning into a giant muscle-bound man one day gave him chills. The system quickly cut him off, saying he was thinking too far ahead. Things would not happen like that, because his body would change in many ways besides height. After hearing that, Xing Wang narrowed his eyes. He felt the system had hinted at something, but he had no proof. Pushing that aside, Xing Wang told the system to open the regret status of Qiu Xinnuo and Lin Mengxi. The data screen appeared at once. Qiu Xinnuo was at 50, while Lin Mengxi had reached 80. Looking at the numbers, he started planning. His stamina was only 23, still 17 points away from the normal human limit, so choosing the right target mattered. After a few seconds, Xing Wang smiled with a calculating look. Lin Mengxi only needed 20 more points to reach 100. Maybe finishing her would unlock a special system reward. Without hesitation, he tapped Lin Mengxi's profile on the interface. From now on, she was his next target. Meanwhile, Lin Mengxi sat before the mirror doing her makeup while making plans. Bing Taihuo was no longer worth relying on, but she still had Xing Wang. After all, he had loved her for 4 years. As long as she used that weakness, she still had a chance. After making up her mind, she carefully finished her makeup in a natural no-makeup style that looked simple but was crafted with great care. To most men, this style looked naturally beautiful, making it hard to look away. Looking at her nearly flawless face in the mirror, Lin Mengxi smiled with complete confidence, certain she would succeed this time. Just then, her phone suddenly rang, and the caller was Xing Wang. The moment she saw his name, Lin Mengxi lit up with joy. She had been about to call him first, but he beat her to it. She quickly came to her own conclusion. In her mind, Xing Wang had already calmed down. A man who had loved her that deeply would be easy to control, as long as she acted a little gentler and let him feel like he had won her over. Someone as devoted as him would never resist. At the same time, Xing Wang's system suddenly reported that Lin Mengxi's regret had increased by 1. Even he was surprised, since she had not even answered yet. Xing Wang smiled with amusement. It seemed that, for someone like Lin Mengxi, keeping his distance worked better than chasing her too eagerly. Thinking about that, he turned toward the gym behind him. The image of Gao Yuan suddenly appeared in his mind. Back then, Lin Mengxi reminded him of Gao Yuan, so he had fallen for her at first sight. But the deeper he fell, the more he lost himself, almost forgetting the woman who had truly moved his heart. Looking back now, he found his blind obsession ridiculous. A while later, Lin Mengxi finally answered. She deliberately sounded cold as she asked why he had called. Xing Wang stayed silent for a few seconds, wanting to see how she would react. Seeing him hesitate, Lin Mengxi became even more convinced that he still could not let her go, and was just too embarrassed to ask her out. But Xing Wang's next words froze her in place. Calmly, he reminded her to return the tissue she had borrowed, to wipe her tears the other day. Lin Mengxi was stunned, her mind filled with nothing but question marks. Before she could say anything, Xing Wang decisively hung up. The system immediately displayed a notice. Because the host ended the call without any hesitation, the system was deeply impressed and rewarded him with 666 yuan. Lin Mengxi was completely confused. She stood before the mirror, muttering in disbelief that he actually wanted a single tissue back. Even so, the more she thought about it, the more excuses she found to explain his actions. In her opinion, Xing Wang was just looking for a reason to meet her, but he was too shy to say it directly, so he used the tissue as an excuse. Thinking that, Lin Mengxi laughed proudly. She was sure she had guessed right because Xing Wang had often made silly excuses just to talk to her back in college. Even after reassuring herself again and again, something still felt off, and her cheeks slowly turned red. Right after that, a strange thought suddenly crossed her mind, leaving even her shocked. Lin Mengxi hurriedly looked around for the tissue, and even regretted throwing it away so casually. After hesitating for a while, she finally pulled a fresh tissue from the box. Her eyes suddenly took on a very unusual look. While Xing Wang was still walking down the street, the system chimed in again. Lin Mengxi's regret had increased by another point. Even he could not hide his surprise. As he walked, Xing Wang remembered how his old love-struck self would feel overjoyed just because his goddess casually replied that she was taking a shower. Just as people said, once someone became hopelessly obsessed, even the smallest response was enough to create an entire fantasy. Before long, Xing Wang arrived at an upscale cafe and calmly waited. While waiting, he browsed investment news on his phone. Until now, he had focused on system missions involving women. Although the money came fast, there was still a limit. It was time to build his career and invest, because the deeper he entered that world, the more opportunities he would have to put his wealth to good use. One article caught his attention. Christie's auction number 7 featured a Western Zhou bronze treasure with tremendous historical and cultural value. Looking at the screen, Xing Wang smiled to himself. It was time to start doing something more meaningful. Just then, Lin Mengxi called his name from behind. Xing Wang immediately turned around. Seeing him watching the auction so closely, Lin Mengxi became even more convinced that he had truly entered high society. She gracefully walked over, sat down with crossed legs, and smiled as she apologized for making him wait. Then Lin Mengxi placed an elegant red gift box in front of him. With one glance, Xing Wang already knew what was inside. He laughed and asked directly, "Miss Lin, you do not actually think I invited you here to get back together, do you?" His eyes slowly swept over her before he mocked. "Do not think that no makeup can fool me. Your lip gloss is shining under the light." He continued mocking her. "You are only returning a tissue. Did you really need a fancy gift box for that?" Hearing those words, Lin Mengxi's face turned bright red with anger. She immediately argued that she was only wearing light makeup. At the same time, the system reported that her regret had increased by 1. Seeing everything work as expected, Xing Wang showed no mercy. He coldly said that when he was poor, she looked down on him, but now that he had money, she rushed back to win him over. Unfortunately, he had no interest in cleaning up someone else's mess. Lin Mengxi's eyes turned red. Her voice trembled as she asked why he treated her like that, before she even had the chance to explain herself. What amused Xing Wang was that every time Lin Mengxi felt hurt or angry, the system reported another point of regret. Watching the number keep rising, he completely confirmed his theory. She was the type who cared more the colder she was treated, and the more she was rejected. Outwardly, she trembled with anger, but inside her regret kept growing. Xing Wang silently sneered, satisfied that his experiment had worked. Still furious, Lin Mengxi demanded to know why he saw her as that kind of woman. She insisted she always wore makeup like this, and there were plenty of other ways to return a tissue. If he truly had no feelings left, he should have refused to meet her from the start. Jing Wang simply smiled faintly and calmly replied that he had agreed to meet, only because he wanted to see her hope turn into disappointment with his own eyes. His expression immediately turned cold. Xing Wang reminded her of the despair he had once endured and asked how it felt. Then he said it was only the beginning because she would experience it a second time, a third time, and many more. Every word cut straight into her heart. Lin Mengxi was left speechless. She could only blush, turn around, and run away, angrily calling him heartless before leaving. At that moment, the system reported that her regret had increased by another point. Watching her leave, Xing Wang smiled knowingly. In his eyes, once the title of goddess was gone, she was nothing special. Memories from the past surfaced once again. He clearly remembered Lin Mengxi openly mocking him in front of their classmates, calling him nothing more than a dog following its owner. She had even laughed that if she did not need to copy his homework, she would not even bother looking at him. Just one smile from her was enough to make him happy all day. Back then, Lin Mengxi was so arrogant that she believed Xing Wang was not even worthy of carrying her shoes. The more Xing Wang recalled the past, the more satisfied he felt. To him, her current regret was nothing compared to everything he had suffered. Just then, the system announced that Lin Mengxi's regret had reached 99 and rewarded him with 5 attribute points. Xing Wang let out a quiet breath. Only one more point remained, but there was no need to rush. The system then asked whether he wanted to assign the new points, offering 3 options: stamina, intelligence, and charm. Xing Wang barely hesitated and invested all 5 points into stamina. The moment the points were added, he felt his body transform. Power surged through every muscle, and he even felt that running 10 kilometers would only burn off some of his excess energy. After getting up, he organized the auction plans and thought about his next KPI. But first, he wanted to visit the gym and see how much stronger those 5 stamina points had made him. The next morning at the gym, Jiang Shi stood beside Xing Wang as he began testing his strength. After one quick attempt, Xing Wang said the weight was far too light and told them to increase it. Anything under 50 kilograms was not worth lifting. Hearing that, Jiang Shi immediately explained that this was his first session, so they had to test his condition step by step to avoid injuries. Many people overestimated their own abilities. Those few words were enough for Xing Wang to realize Jiang Shi was subtly mocking him for not knowing his limits. Xing Wang set the bar down and asked, "With the trainer standing right here, won't you help if something happens?" Then he bluntly demanded they load the bar to 150 kilograms, leaving Jiang Shi stunned. The trainer quickly stopped him, explaining that even he considered that weight extremely heavy. Normally, only people with exceptional strength or professional athletes would attempt it. But Xing Wang stayed calm and casually raised the request to 200 kilograms, as if he were only testing it for fun. He was completely confident, because with his stamina at 35, that weight barely seemed challenging. Jiang Shi clenched his teeth, feeling like he was being toyed with. Seeing him hesitate, Xing Wang patted his stomach and provoked him. "Are you afraid I'll actually lift it and embarrass you?" Struck where it hurt, Jiang Shi finally agreed but demanded that Xing Wang sign a liability waiver, making it clear that the gym would not be responsible if he insisted and got hurt. Xing Wang only smirked, saying everyone was making far too much of it. That remark made Jiang Shi snap back in frustration, stressing that 200 kilograms was not something to joke about. Outwardly, he still acted concerned, but deep down he just hoped Xing Wang would fail quickly and stop causing trouble. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Wang Tairan walked over and asked what was happening. Jiang Shi immediately explained everything, saying he had planned to start Xing Wang at 50 kilograms according to standard procedure, but Xing Wang insisted on trying 200. A female staff member also tried to calm things down, explaining that Jiang Shi meant well, yet Xing Wang refused to listen and even proposed a bet. Hearing that, Jiang Shi looked confused, unsure what Xing Wang was talking about. Xing Wang immediately laid out the terms. If he successfully lifted 200 kilograms, Jiang Shi would pay for his entire gym membership and personal training package. If he failed, he would buy another 100 personal training sessions from Jiang Shi. Although Jiang Shi kept saying that health came first, he secretly laughed to himself, thinking this poor guy just loved showing off. To everyone's surprise, Xing Wang pulled out his card and paid for the 100 sessions on the spot, telling them to charge it now and refund him later if he won. The female employee could only stare in shock. She had no idea where someone with Xing Wang's slim build got such overwhelming confidence. She finally suggested a compromise, asking him to try 100 kilograms first before deciding. But Xing Wang refused to change his mind. Looking straight at Jiang Shi, he asked, "So, are you going to take the bet or not?" Faced with Xing Wang's determination, Jiang Shi finally nodded, and the bar was quickly loaded with 200 kilograms. Even while preparing the weights, Jiang Shi reminded him to try lifting it first, and quit immediately if he could not move it. Deep down, however, Jiang Shi mocked him, convinced Xing Wang had no idea how terrifying 200 kilograms really was. He even thought that if Xing Wang actually pulled it off, he would stand on his head and eat dirt. Xing Wang stepped into position, gripped the bar tightly, took a deep breath, and pushed with all his strength. At first, the bar did not move at all. Seeing that, Jiang Shi immediately assumed the outcome was decided and told him to give up. But it turned out to be nothing more than an act. The instant Jiang Shi finished speaking, Xing Wang exploded with power and lifted the 200-kilogram bar off the ground. The entire gym fell silent as everyone watched Huang Wang casually bench press 200 kilograms like it was nothing. Jiang Shi froze in disbelief, eyes wide and mouth hanging open before cursing under his breath from pure shock. Huang Wang stayed calm, kept pressing the weight, and counted every rep with perfect control. Jiang Shi turned pale after seeing it. The only thing he felt lucky about was not finishing the bet he almost made. Even the staff member was stunned. Someone as slim as Huang Wang handled that massive weight with ease, and even Wang Tairan might not have pulled it off. After finishing all 12 reps, Huang Wang calmly racked the bar and stood up like he had just completed a normal workout. He smiled at Jiang Shi, brought up the wager, and demanded his 85,000 yuan. Hearing that amount, Jiang Shi could only stammer in panic. Huang Wang grinned and told him to transfer the money. He said he would come back in a few days, but they should find him a better trainer. He even mocked the gym for panicking over someone lifting less than 200 kilograms. Just as the conversation ended, Huang Wang's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Chu Xinluo. Seeing her name on the screen, he deliberately held up the phone and casually said he had to leave because he could not keep a beauty waiting. When the staff member realized the caller was a woman, she was even more shocked. She never expected Huang Wang to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Not long afterward, Huang Wang arrived at the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Chu Xinluo. Inside the quiet restaurant, the two sat across from each other as dish after dish was served. Chu Xinluo spoke first. She sincerely thanked Huang Wang for letting go of the past and saving her when she needed help. Since she had nothing else to offer, she invited him to dinner as a token of gratitude. Huang Wang simply glanced at the food and gave a brief reply without showing much enthusiasm. Seeing his attitude, Chu Xinluo thought he was only trying to keep his distance. She remembered how he had rejected her before, yet this time he had agreed to meet. That gave her a little hope that they still had a chance. She then began explaining the situation she was facing. Chu Xinluo revealed that Muchun Media was in a serious crisis. After the previous PK battle, many top streamers left, and revenue dropped to less than 1/10. He Shui lost his temper every day, while the company kept raising its commission and cutting streamer income. She said a streamer could earn 100,000 yuan, but take home less than 3,000 after every deduction. Huang Wang calmly asked if things were really that bad. The more Chu Xinluo talked, the more emotional she became, until her eyes turned red. She explained that Muchun was forcing streamers to request contract terminations so the company could collect penalty fees to stay afloat. More than anyone, she knew a streamer's peak career only lasted a few years. With a helpless smile, she admitted she had been driven into a corner and tried to change her path, only to run into Zhang Wencheng. She thanked Huang Wang again, because without him that day, she could not imagine what would have happened. After hearing everything, Huang Wang only smiled faintly. He knew her gratitude meant very little. If he were still poor, even if he had saved her, she would have seen him as nothing more than a hopeless fool. That thought quickly gave Huang Wang an idea. He planned to let someone like Chu Xinluo see a bright future within reach, then destroy it the moment she believed she was about to have it. He wanted her to live with endless regret, watching everyone else get their chance while she was left behind. Only then would she realize her past arrogance had cost her the most valuable opportunity. With that plan in mind, Huang Wang slowly guided the conversation. He said helping her before was nothing, and the real reason he came today was to ask for her help. Just as he expected, Chu Xinluo became interested right away. She quickly asked what he needed and promised to help as long as it was within her ability. Huang Wang smiled confidently and said Da Jin still had not reached its target number of signed streamers. The company had plenty of promising newcomers, but lacked experienced veteran streamers to lead the next generation. Just as the conversation reached the important part, Huang Wang's phone suddenly rang. He immediately stood up to answer it, deliberately acting as if an urgent matter needed his attention. After ending the brief call, Huang Wang apologized to Chu Xinluo and said he had to leave right away. He promised they would discuss everything in detail another time. After leaving the restaurant, he left Chu Xinluo sitting there alone. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that Huang Wang had been about to offer her an important position because she could not think of anyone more suitable. As soon as he stepped outside, Huang Wang checked his phone and saw Zhang Qingqing's latest post. She happily shared that she had only planned to follow Hao Wen to make a living, but her new company had given her benefits far beyond her expectations. She even joked that she must have been incredibly lucky and promised to work hard to earn plenty of profits for her boss. Right then, the system displayed a notification that Chu Xinluo's regret level had increased by 5. Seeing the notification, Huang Wang simply smiled because everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. At the same time, Chu Xinluo also saw Jiang Qingqing's post. She thought that even after paying a 2 million yuan contract penalty, Jiang Qingqing still chose to leave. If Dajin valued someone like her, then Chu Xinluo believed she was no less capable. Sitting quietly in a corner, Chu Xinluo became convinced she would be the next streamer Dajin wanted. Then a bitter thought crossed her mind. If she had not ruined her relationship with Huang Wang before, her place at Dajin might have been no worse than Hao Wen's. Now she was comparing herself even to Jiang Qingqing. Despite her regrets, she encouraged herself by thinking she was younger than Hao Wen and still had plenty of opportunities ahead. The next morning, at Miukun Media headquarters, the moment Chu Xinluo arrived, she noticed something was off. Her female co-workers deliberately kept their distance, as if no one wanted anything to do with her. Before she could figure out what was happening, He Shui's office door was slammed open. With an angry expression, He Shui ordered her into his office immediately. Without wasting any time, he coldly accused Chu Xinluo of seducing someone from the investor's side, making the partner furious and ready to withdraw funding. Because of that, she had to bear part of the company's losses. Chu Xinluo immediately denied the accusation and insisted she was the real victim. She also pointed out that approaching Jiang Wencheng had been He Shui's own unspoken instruction. Before she could finish, He Shui slammed the table and shouted. He declared that he did not care what had happened. The only thing that mattered was the result. Knowing she could not cover the losses, he decided to revise her contract and double the penalty fee. Chu Xinluo was completely stunned. He Shui then coldly warned that if she could not make up for the losses, she should prepare to lose everything. After being harshly scolded, Chu Xinluo walked out of the office in despair. Outside, she saw many coworkers packing their belongings and asked what was going on. One of them calmly replied that they were resigning. The coworker explained that many streamers had already moved to Dajin, where the benefits were so attractive that the contract penalty barely mattered anymore. She excitedly added that one of her friends had joined Dajin in the first group of streamers and bought a fully paid home in the city center in less than a month. Dajin's boss was incredibly generous, constantly giving gifts during live streams, while still honoring the agreed revenue split, unlike Miu-kun, where endless deductions ate away at every streamer's income. Hearing all that, Chu Xinluo truly began to worry. She realized Miu-chun was like a sinking ship, and if she stayed, she would eventually go down with it. Her coworker also advised that Dajin still did not have too many streamers, so joining now meant better access to resources. She had heard that working for about a month was enough to recover the contract penalty, but waiting too long could mean missing the best chance to make money. She even offered to recommend Chu Xinluo if needed. After a long silence, Chu Xinluo clenched her fists and told herself that great rewards required great risks. Even though the penalty had doubled, she could still gather all her assets to pay it. Besides, Huang Wang's words yesterday convinced her that he truly valued her abilities and wanted to bring her to Dajin. Once she got in, her life would surely change. After careful consideration, Chu Xinluo finally made her decision. She knew Huang Wang always put business first, so the past was no longer that important. If he had not contacted her yet, then she would seize the opportunity herself, because protecting her pride now would only cost her future. Just 1 week later, Chu Xinluo met Dajin's recruitment team at a cafe to hear the result. Instead, she was hit with a devastating surprise. They praised her abilities, but explained that the company had already filled its staffing needs and could not accept any more streamers. Too many streamers had switched over from other platforms, so Dajin temporarily paused recruitment to stabilize its team. No one knew when hiring would reopen. After hearing the news, Chu Xinluo stood there completely stunned. She bit her lip as her mind went blank. She had just emptied her savings to pay the massive contract penalty, only to watch her chance of joining Dajin disappear. Meanwhile, back in his office, Huang Wang calmly sat in his chair and watched everything unfold. Right then, the system notified him that Chu Xinluo's regret level had increased by another 20. Huang Wang smiled slightly, because everything was going exactly as planned. The next day, a gloomy silence filled Chu Xinluo's home. She curled up on the sofa, staring at her phone with exhausted eyes. She quietly scrolled through her entire chat history with Huang Wang. The first message was when she asked about his earlier proposal, but he simply replied that he had forgotten. He added that Jiang Qingqing had come first, so her matter was not urgent. Those few short messages alone were enough to make her heart ache. Scrolling down to the conversation from 6 days earlier, she saw the hopeful messages she had sent. After paying Miu-kun's contract penalty, she introduced herself again, highlighted her experience and his achievements, and asked for a chance. Huang Wang only replied that he was busy and told her to contact HL directly if necessary. At the time, Chu Xinluo had been overjoyed because she thought the door was still open. Then she reached the messages from 5 days ago. After hearing Dajin had finished recruiting, she desperately asked if she still had any chance. This time, there was only silence. The messages she sent 3 days later, then 2 days later, and finally 1 day later, all went unanswered. From asking if he was free to inviting him out for a meal to discuss things, every message disappeared into complete silence. After reading the entire conversation, Chiu Xinluo could only grip her phone tightly. She kept blaming herself. If only she had left Mu Qin earlier, or contacted Huang Wang before everything fell apart, today's outcome might have been completely different. The endless pressure and uncertain future pushed her spirit to its lowest point. At that moment, her conversation with He Shui replayed in her mind like a nightmare. Back then, he wore a smug smile and mocked her by saying that even Da Jin had rejected her, and that this was exactly the price she deserved. He Shui continued sneering, telling her not to think life would get better after leaving Mule Chun. He even vowed to crush her and work with other companies to make sure she had no place left in the industry. Hearing those words, Chiu Xinluo broke down in tears and repeatedly insisted that she had already paid the full contract penalty. But He Shui only cornered her against the wall with a cruel smile, clearly enjoying her despair. Snapping out of the painful memory, Chiu Xinluo stared into space with red eyes, unable to see any hope for her future. Meanwhile, at Da Jin headquarters, Hao Wen knocked before entering Huang Wang's office. After a brief hesitation, she said that Chiu Xinluo had contacted her and wanted to meet Huang Wang one more time. Hao Wen admitted that although Chiu Xinluo had plenty of flaws, her professional skills were genuinely impressive, so she wanted to hear his opinion first. After listening, Huang Wang immediately stood up and calmly replied that they should arrange the meeting. That afternoon, the two of them sat across from each other once again, in the same familiar cafe. As Huang Wang took a sip of tea, he quietly observed Chiu Xinluo. Unlike their previous meeting, her arrogance had almost completely disappeared, leaving only exhaustion and helplessness. He knew letting her calm down for a few days had worked. Now they could finally have a real conversation. After a long silence, Chiu Xinluo finally spoke. In a quiet and discouraged voice, she admitted that she had been far too proud. She had always believed she was better than everyone else, and had even assumed Huang Wang would personally invite her to become one of Da Jin's key streamers. Only now did she realize she was not nearly as exceptional as she had imagined. She lowered her head and avoided Huang Wang's gaze, having completely lost her former pride. With genuine humility, she asked to join Da Jin. She said she did not need a high salary and would be satisfied with around 10,000 yuan a month. More than anything, she just wanted one chance to start over. Before Chiu Xinluo could finish, Huang Wang raised his hand and interrupted her. His expression remained calm, without revealing the slightest emotion. That reaction made Chiu Xinluo so nervous that cold sweat broke out across her body. Then Huang Wang's tone softened. He told her there was no need to humble herself like that. It was true that Da Jin already had enough streamers, but that only applied to everyone else. At least he had worked with her before, so he knew exactly what she was capable of. He never exploited streamers, and would never take advantage of her situation. Since they used to work together, he could still decide her salary himself. He leaned back and explained that every Shrank and Arank streamer slot was already full, and all resources had been assigned. If Chiu Xinluo joined now, she would have to start at Brank. But with her ability, moving up would not take long. Chiu Xinluo hesitated. For someone who once stood at the top, starting over from Brank was hard to accept, but she had no other choice. After a few seconds, she accepted. Xing Wang told her to meet Gu Wen and simply say he had arranged everything. His words filled Chiu Xinluo with even more regret. She realized that if she had mocked people less and looked down on them less, things might never have ended this way. Before leaving, Chiu Xinluo bowed deeply in thanks. She admitted she never expected Xing Wang and Gu Wen, the very people she once looked down on, to be the ones who helped her. This experience taught her never to judge others without living through their situation. Then she sincerely apologized for everything she had done. Xing Wang just smiled and said that realizing it was enough. Right then, the system popped up another notification. Chiu Xinluo's regret increased by 5 points, reaching a total of 99, and Xing Wang earned 5 more system points. After leaving, Xing Wang casually walked through the crowded street while thinking. He could not help feeling that only after suffering yourself could you truly understand someone else's pain. With that thought, he opened the system and spent every point he had just earned on stamina. His fingers moved non-stop across the virtual interface. To anyone watching, it looked like he was randomly tapping the air. His stamina stat shot up rapidly. The system immediately announced that the host's stamina had reached the peak of a normal human. At the same time, his body officially reached the absolute limit a human could achieve. Hearing the notification, Xing Wang felt every muscle in his body overflowing with power. The feeling was so incredible that he could not stop himself from shouting in the middle of the street. After finishing the upgrade, Xing Wang walked away with confidence. He decided to visit the gym and see how Gao Yuan and Wang Tairan would react. At the same time, Wang Tairan was still lifting weights as usual at the gym. The moment Xing Wang walked in, he glanced at Wang Tairan with a knowing smile. This time he thought he would be the main character. He went to the front desk and said he wanted to warm up with a run. Standing beside her boyfriend, Gao Yuan could not help watching Xing Wang again. She realized that in just 1 week, Xing Wang had changed dramatically. He looked more energetic, far more confident, and his physique had become much more balanced. Seeing his girlfriend constantly watching Xing Wang Tairan immediately felt irritated. He walked over with a smile, but his words were full of sarcasm. He asked if the stronger personal trainer Xing Wang wanted last time met his standards now. Xing Wang answered without hesitation that he absolutely did. Hearing that, Wang Tairan smirked and suggested they begin today's session with cardio by running for 50 straight minutes before touching the weights. Xing Wang pretended to be surprised and asked if he really had to run for a full 50 minutes. Wang Tairan led him to the treadmill and explained that strong muscles alone were not enough. Real bodybuilding also required excellent endurance. For him, a 50-minute run was just a basic workout. If someone could not even handle that, they would never train seriously. After hearing that, Xing Wang deliberately acted nervous before agreeing. He said he had never run that long before, but a faint smile flashed across his eyes. It looked like the real show was just beginning. Meanwhile, Wang Tairan kept acting professional as he carefully guided Gao Yuan through her workout, demonstrating every movement perfectly. Just then, a wave of commotion suddenly came from the nearby area, instantly catching Wang Tairan's attention. Seeing everyone looking in the same direction, Gao Yuan curiously told him to check it out. Wang Tairan, however, secretly looked down on it, convinced Xing Wang was pulling another stunt for attention, because in his eyes, ordinary people only knew how to show off. But the moment Wang Tairan looked closer, he froze. Xing Wang was still running with a steady pace, calm breathing, and perfect control. What shocked him even more was the crowd gathering around Xing Wang. Nearly every girl in the gym could not take her eyes off him. Some admired his perfectly balanced physique, while others blushed and praised both his body and handsome looks. A few even imagined how incredible he would look in a suit. Some carefully studied every muscle on Xing Wang's body and commented that his proportions were nearly flawless, lean without being skinny, and clearly built through proper training. When they learned he had been running for almost an hour, the crowd became even more amazed. One girl even shouted in excitement as sweat rolled down his well-built body. The entire gym quickly filled with excitement because of Xing Wang's performance. Wang Tairan instinctively turned to look at Gao Yuan, and his face immediately darkened. Gao Yuan was completely captivated. Her eyes stayed locked on Xing Wang, and both admiration and attraction were written across her face. At that moment, she had only one thought. Xing Wang's physique was simply perfect. Right then, the system suddenly notified Xing Wang that Gao Yuan's regret had increased by 10 points. Xing Wang smiled slightly. It seemed he had guessed correctly. The easiest way to shake Gao Yuan's heart was still a man's superior looks and physical ability. After finishing the run, Xing Wang calmly stepped off the treadmill and walked straight to Wang Tairan. As he wiped away his sweat, he casually asked if 50 minutes was a little too short and whether this training plan was really serious. Wang Tairan stood there speechless. He could not believe Xing Wang had run that long without showing any fatigue, so he convinced himself Xing Wang was only pretending. Although full of doubt, Wang Tairan forced himself to stay calm and suggested Xing Wang rest for about 10 minutes. Xing Wang looked surprised and asked if he really needed a break. He said he only had 2 hours to train today, so he wanted to make the most of every minute. Watching from the side, Gao Yuan felt even more drawn to him. She could tell Xing Wang was not pretending because he still looked full of energy. Meanwhile, Wang Tairan's expression became even uglier. He believed Xing Wang was simply trying to squeeze as much value as possible out of a free training session. On the surface, Wang Tairan patiently explained that training required knowing your limits and avoiding overtraining because it could harm your health. But before he could finish, Xing Wang interrupted him and bluntly said he was not tired at all. He then asked why the trainer kept trying to stop him. No one understood his own body better than he did. Being challenged in front of everyone made Wang Tairan grind his teeth in anger. He never expected the once-timid Xing Wang to openly talk back. Wang Tairan locked his eyes on Xing Wang as memories from years ago flooded back. He clearly remembered hiring a few thugs to harass Gao Yuan. Xing Wang rushed in without hesitation to protect her, but the gap in strength was too great. He was quickly beaten to the ground and left covered in bruises. Then Wang Tairan appeared at the perfect moment, playing the hero who saved the beauty. The contrast with Xing Wang was overwhelming, and from that day on, Gao Yuan chose to be with him. Thinking back on it only made Wang Tairan angrier. He silently cursed Xing Wang for daring to pursue the woman he considered his alone. Just as he was lost in thought, Xing Wang spoke and pulled everyone back to reality. Still wearing a relaxed smile, he took the initiative. He asked what they would train next and reminded Wang Tairan that he was busy, so he hoped the session would be more efficient. That single sentence immediately put Wang Tairan on guard. He realized Xing Wang had come prepared today, and he absolutely could not let him keep stealing the spotlight in front of Gao Yuan. After a brief moment of thought, Wang Tairan quickly came up with a plan. He said the gym still had Xing Wang's previous fitness data and had already designed a personalized program for him. Then he deliberately pointed out that Xing Wang's legs looked rather small, proving he rarely trained his lower body. According to Wang Tairan, anyone who skipped leg day would end up with only an impressive upper body. After hearing that, Xingwang nodded seriously and even agreed that it was an important issue for every man. But in his head, he teased the system, asking if telling the truth would earn him extra points. The system immediately fired back with a long string of sarcasm, mocking the host for being unbelievably shameless, and even joking that it might as well give him 10,000 points. Xingwang could only laugh. It seemed this system really enjoyed trading insults. Tyron gently patted Xingwang on the shoulder, flashed a meaningful smile, and suggested starting with leg exercises before leading him to the machines. Deep down, he was extremely pleased with himself. His plan was simple: push Xingwang until he could no longer stand, embarrass him in front of Gao Yuan, and prove who the better man really was. Watching from behind, Gao Yuan also quietly believed that Xingwang's lower body was still his weak point, and probably could not compare to Wang Tyron's. Time quietly passed as the clock on the wall kept ticking forward. Unlike at the beginning, Wang Tyron's expression became uglier and uglier. Xingwang finished 3 different leg machines in a row. More than an hour had passed, yet his breathing remained perfectly steady. He even sarcastically asked why his muscles still did not feel any strain, and whether the machines were set to the wrong weight. Those words completely stunned Wang Tyron. His face twisted in disbelief as his eyes widened, and he could only ask Xingwang to repeat what he had just said. Right then, the system displayed another notification. Gao Yuan's regret increased by another 30 points. Seeing the number, Xingwang smiled faintly. The points were piling up faster and faster. After the workout ended, Xingwang calmly left the gym, but after only a few steps, Gao Yuan hurried after him. The sight left Wang Tyron completely frozen in shock. Gao Yuan stopped in front of Xingwang. With slightly flushed cheeks, she softly asked if he would come back to train again tomorrow. Hearing that question felt like being struck by lightning. Wang Tyron stood completely stiff because he knew everything was slipping out of his control. Gao Yuan remained in front of Xingwang, speaking far more gently than before, with a rare hint of shyness. She pointed out that they had not added each other yet, and asked whether she should scan his code or let him scan hers. The moment he heard that, Wang Tyron felt like he had turned to stone. He could not believe Gao Yuan, who had always kept her distance from Xingwang, was now asking for his contact information herself. The two quickly added each other, and it all happened so fast that Wang Tyron had not even recovered from the shock. After adding her, Xingwang simply put away his phone and walked off without the slightest hesitation. That moment made Wang Tyron's heart sink even deeper. Gao Yuan remained standing there, her eyes still fixed on Xingwang's contact on her phone. Wang Tyron's pupils shrank in panic. What frightened him most was not that they had added each other, but the gentle, sweet smile on Gao Yuan's face, an expression he had not seen from her in a very long time. Jealousy instantly exploded. Wang Tyron grabbed Gao Yuan's wrist and loudly demanded to know why she had added Xingwang. Gao Yuan frowned in annoyance and coldly replied that Xingwang was an important gym client, so adding him for work was perfectly reasonable. But that explanation only made Wang Tyron even angrier. He snapped back, asking what was so special about Xingwang anyway. Hearing that, Gao Yuan's face immediately turned cold. She looked straight at Wang Tyron and demanded to know what he was really trying to say. Was he accusing her of having an improper relationship with Xingwang? Seeing the argument escalating, Wang Tyron hurriedly explained that Xingwang had liked her for a long time, and she already knew that. Those words completely enraged Gao Yuan. No longer holding back, she bluntly told Wang Tyron that if he had doubts, he should say them directly instead of acting like a man who only knew how to make sarcastic remarks. With that, Gao Yuan turned around and walked away without hesitation. Wang Tyron immediately panicked and chased after her while repeatedly calling her name. At the same time, the elevator slowly carried Xingwang down to the lower floor. Looking at the latest system notification, Xingwang smiled with satisfaction. Gao Yuan's regret had increased once again. He casually brushed back his hair, feeling completely relaxed. In his eyes, as long as Wang Tyron kept ruining things himself, there was no need for him to interfere. He could simply wait for Gao Yuan's regret to reach its limit. Deep down, he was even silently cheering for Wang Tyron to make a few more mistakes. Xiang Wang understood human nature well. Strengths and flaws only showed when two people were compared. Men and women were no different. Once comparison began, the weaker side tried harder to prove themselves, and exposed even more flaws. Sometimes doing nothing was the smartest move. With enough patience and the right timing, a small act of goodwill could bring rewards far beyond expectations. Just then, Xiang Wang's phone lit up. The caller was Lin Mengxi. Seeing the familiar name, he smiled because he had been planning to contact her anyway. As soon as the call connected, Lin Mengxi softly asked if he had time tonight. Xiang Wang answered without hesitation that he was busy. On the other end, Lin Mengxi was getting her hair done. Hearing such a firm reply, her face fell as she quietly asked if he was really that busy. Xiang Wang kept his cold tone. He said whether he had time depended on why she wanted to see him. If it was something meaningless, then he obviously had no time. Hearing that, Lin Mengxi forced a smile and gently invited him to dinner. Walking out of the gym, Xiang Wang glanced at his phone and rejected her without mercy. To him, sharing a meal with her meant nothing. He ended the call right away. After hanging up, Xiang Wang looked back at the system screen, hoping the regret value would keep rising. Unfortunately, no new notification appeared. He sighed helplessly. Only the last 1% remained, yet it refused to move. It was much harder than he expected. On the other end, Lin Mengxi froze as she stared at the disconnected call. Her expression turned terrible. She suddenly jumped out of the salon chair, startling the stylist. But Lin Mengxi ignored the call and snapped that there was no point doing her hair anymore. Even after returning home, she still could not calm down. The moment she entered her room, Lin Mengxi shoved the door open so hard that it slammed into the wall. She threw herself onto the bed, buried her face in the pillow, and shouted through anger and frustration that she hated Xiang Wang. At the same time, inside Daki Media headquarters, seeing Xiang Wang in a bad mood, Hao Wen gently asked if he was feeling sick. Xiang Wang smiled faintly and said someone was probably secretly cursing him behind his back. Then he looked at the file in Hao Wen's hands and asked what it was. Hao Wen smiled and explained that it was a report on the charity auctions Xiang Wang had asked her to review. Hearing that, Xiang Wang immediately took the file and read it carefully. After a while, he stopped at one page, handed it to Hao Wen, and told her to register for that auction. Hao Wen looked it over and was surprised because many famous international figures would attend. Xiang Wang only gave a knowing smile. He said that was exactly why it was worth joining, because his goal was to bring his country's ancient relics back home. Artifacts from the Xia and Shang eras were priceless treasures, so this time he intended to compete without holding back. Hao Wen laughed, nodded at once, and hurried off to make the arrangements. Before long, Xiang Wang was the only person left in the office. Right then, his phone rang again. The caller was still Lin Mengxi. This time, Xiang Wang was even more decisive. He rejected the call immediately, without a second thought. Seeing the call cut off again, Lin Mengxi was completely stunned. Confusion and anxiety quickly overwhelmed her. She paced around the room with her mind in chaos. She kept wondering what she had said or done to upset Xiang Wang. She even feared he would never answer her calls again. The thought alone made Lin Mengxi panic even more. She grabbed her hair in frustration because she had no idea what Xiang Wang was thinking. After a while, as if all her strength had drained away, she slowly collapsed onto the edge of the bed. Lowering her head with empty eyes, Lin Mengxi anxiously wondered if she truly had no chance left. By then, she was on the verge of breaking down. Only one question filled Lin Mengxi's mind. Why had Xiang Wang hung up again? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Yet mixed with that anger was a fear she had never felt before. Meanwhile, at the gym, Xiang Wang arrived later than usual. As soon as Wang Tairan saw him, she asked why he was late. Xiang Wang calmly said he had just finished dealing with an urgent meeting. Deep down, he stayed completely composed because everything was going according to plan. The first step was to avoid looking too eager, but not too cold either. He only needed to keep the perfect distance so the other side could never read his intentions. Just then, Gao Yuan called Xiang Wang over and handed him a bottle of water. When he kept walking, she gently reminded him to take it. Watching from a distance, Wang Tairan immediately became wary. He kept telling himself it was nothing more than normal customer service and meant nothing else. But the more he tried to calm himself, the more uneasy he became. After giving Xiang Wang the water, Gao Yuan also felt strangely unsettled. She could not understand why she felt disappointed. Back in high school, Xiang Wang's eyes were always on her. Had all those feelings really disappeared in just a few years? Xiang Wang accepted the bottle and politely thanked her. Then he immediately drew a line by saying he never accepted free items and asked her to charge it to his membership account instead. Gao Yuan quickly replied that it was only a bottle of water and not worth worrying about. Even so, Xiang Wang stayed calm. In his mind, step 2 was complete. He had redrawn the boundary between them. Once something that used to belong to someone became out of reach, the sense of loss only grew stronger. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan slowly fell into self-doubt. She could not understand how someone's feelings could disappear so quickly. Whether it was her looks, background, or charm, she had never been inferior to anyone, and plenty of men pursued her. Yet Xiang Wang no longer cared about her at all. That only made Gao Yuan even more confused. Meanwhile, Wang Tairan stood nearby with a quiet sneer. He was convinced Xiang Wang was only putting on an act. In his opinion, no man could stay completely calm around the woman he once adored. The moment Xiang Wang slipped, he would seize the chance. As soon as Xiang Wang crossed the line in front of Gao Yuan, Wang Tairan planned to expose his true colors. Around the gym, many women were still talking about Xiang Wang. Some even boldly asked if he was single or already had a girlfriend. With his athletic build and calm presence, he naturally attracted attention. One blushing girl quietly said that just looking at Xiang Wang's muscular arms and powerful legs was enough to know any woman dating him would be very lucky. Those conversations only made Gao Yuan feel even more conflicted. Xiang Wang ignored the attention around him and calmly asked what they would train today. Wang Tairan immediately answered that they would keep working on legs. Gao Yuan looked surprised and asked why they were training legs again today. Xiang Wang simply replied that leg training had many benefits. That simple answer made Gao Yuan's imagination run wild. She suddenly thought of another meaning behind the word benefits, and her face instantly turned red. The harder she tried to forget it, the clearer the thought became. Noticing the misunderstanding, Xiang Wang seriously explained that his busy job kept him sitting for long hours, so leg training improved blood circulation in the lower body and reduced the risk of varicose veins. Hearing such a scientific explanation, Gao Yuan became even more embarrassed because she realized she had overthought everything. Just then, Xiang Wang turned to her and asked if she did not have any clients to coach today. The unexpected question caught Gao Yuan off guard. She quickly said she had an appointment, but it was not time yet. Although she looked calm, her thoughts were in complete chaos, as she wondered if Xiang Wang was trying to avoid her. Meanwhile, Xiang Wang's third step was almost complete. His goal was to make her completely rethink her view of men and realize how shallow her past judgments had been. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Wang Tairan suddenly walked over and deliberately hugged Gao Yuan right in front of Xiang Wang. He looked smug, believing he was the only one who had the right to be that close to her. But Gao Yuan reacted far beyond his expectations. She shoved him away at once and angrily demanded an explanation. She coldly reminded him that this was a gym for work, not a place to show off affection. Caught off guard by her reaction, Wang Tairan froze before awkwardly saying they had always acted like that before. That answer only made Gao Yuan even angrier. She bluntly accused his laziness and lack of professionalism of driving the gym's business downhill. At that moment, the system reported that Gao Yuan's regret value had increased by 5 points. Hearing that, Xiang Wang secretly smiled, because the result was even better than he had expected. He calmly said they could settle their own issue while he went to train first. Before leaving, he deliberately reminded Wang Tairan not to keep him waiting too long. Xiang Wang was extremely satisfied. In his eyes, Wang Tairan was nothing more than a free assistant. He knew very well that once a third person entered a relationship, internal conflict would only benefit the outsider the most. Just as Xiang Wang expected, everything unfolded according to plan. After he walked away, Gao Yuan and Wang Tairan quickly broke into a heated argument. He tried to make peace and even asked if she was upset because of her period. But that thoughtless remark only poured fuel on the fire. Gao Yuan immediately snapped and shouted for him to keep talking louder, so the entire gym could hear her private business. Even though Wang Tairan frantically explained that he had not meant it that way, Gao Yuan refused to listen. She shoved his hand away, coldly declared that he should never look for her or talk to her again, then stormed off. Left standing alone, Wang Tairan stared blankly at Gao Yuan's back as his anger kept rising. Gritting his teeth, he became convinced Xiang Wang had done something to make Gao Yuan change her attitude. The thought filled him with rage, and he swore to make Xiang Wang pay for daring to challenge him. The moment he made up his mind, Wang Tairan pulled out his phone and called his men. As soon as the call connected, he coldly ordered them to come to the gym immediately. Today he needed someone to take his anger out on. Inside the gym, Gao Yuan hurried after Xiang Wang, calling for him to stop. Once she caught up, she invited him to dinner that night, saying they were old friends who had not met in a long time. Xiang Wang almost immediately accepted. Even so, he was quietly calculating behind that agreement. To him, it was only an invitation from the girl who had once been his dream woman, so there was no need to act deliberately distant. Seeing him agree, Gao Yuan became even more convinced. Xiang Wang had never forgotten her. She smiled brightly and told him to wait while she showered and changed, fully confident that her charm had never faded. Before leaving, she secretly studied Xiang Wang's expression and told herself he was only pretending to stay calm while his heart had already been shaken. Neither of them realized that someone was secretly watching everything from behind the wall. Meanwhile, Xiang Wang quietly checked his plan's progress and could not help wondering. By all logic, the regret value should have kept rising, yet the system showed no new notification. It seemed making Gao Yuan regret her choices was far harder than with Lin Mengxi and Qiu Xinnuo. Elsewhere, Wang Tairan was still grinding his teeth in anger. He believed that once Gao Yuan saw Xiang Wang begging on his knees, she would finally know who the truly powerful man was. Inside the locker room, everything continued as usual. After changing clothes, Gao Yuan happily walked out and called Xiang Wang to leave together. The moment they headed outside, Wang Tairan immediately called the group, waiting in ambush. He coldly confirmed that they understood what to do. The reply came quickly that everything was ready. Hearing that, Wang Tairan revealed a vicious smile and quietly waited for the good news. The two slowly walked toward the parking lot. Since the atmosphere was too quiet, Gao Yuan started a conversation by recommending a famous restaurant. She said she would drive and told Xiang Wang to get in. But just as Xiang Wang reached for the car door, a hand suddenly slammed the door shut with a loud bang that drew everyone's attention. Standing before him was a fierce-looking man with an arrogant expression, loudly demanding to know if Xiang Wang knew who owned this parking spot. Xiang Wang calmly looked at him and asked in return, "Whose is it?" Just then, Gao Yuan stepped out of the car and angrily demanded to know what the group was trying to do. The leader immediately turned to her, flashed a scheming smile, and asked if the car belonged to her. One of his lackeys stepped forward and shamelessly claimed that this parking space was their territory. Gao Yuan refused to back down and fired back that this was a public parking lot. Whoever arrived first, parked first. There was no such thing as claiming it as private territory. Standing beside her, Xiang Wang simply smiled. One glance was enough for him to realize these men never needed an excuse. They were only here to start trouble. The leader quickly revealed his true colors by grabbing Gao Yuan's wrist. With lust in his eyes, he demanded compensation. Held tightly, she struggled in panic and repeatedly told him to let go. Just as the tension reached its peak, Xiang Wang's cold voice suddenly rang out. He locked eyes with the man and said only a few words. Let her go. The man turned toward Xiang Wang, laughed with contempt, and called everyone over to enjoy the show. He mocked Xiang Wang for trying to play the hero. Xiang Wang only shrugged calmly and replied, "That's right. Today, I'm the hero." Those words enraged the whole group. They charged at him, shouting that they would beat him down. Seeing things spiral out of control, Cao Yuan quickly pulled out her phone to call Wang Tairan for backup. But Hong Xingwang raised a hand to stop her and calmly said there was no need. It was already too late. Cao Yuan froze in confusion, unable to understand what he meant. The leader thought victory was already his, so he became even more arrogant. He laughed and ordered Hong Xingwang to kneel, beg for mercy, call him big brother, and admit he was a sissy before he would even consider letting him go. Hang Xingwang answered with nothing but a look of contempt. A faint smile crossed his face as he slowly said the thing that was too late was not anything else. It was their chance to run. The leader roared in fury and rushed forward with the first punch. Sadly for him, his fist never had the chance to land. Hang Xingwang struck first with a powerful punch that smashed into his face and sent him crashing to the ground. Before the others could react, he charged in like a storm. Every punch and kick landed with speed and power, leaving no one able to fight back. Moments later, the entire gang was scattered across the parking lot, groaning in pain. Cao Yuan stood frozen in disbelief. The man before her was nothing like the weak boy she remembered. Now Hong Xingwang radiated overwhelming strength and a cold confidence that made her heart race. After dealing with everyone else, Hong Xingwang slowly walked over to the only conscious leader and coldly asked if he knew why he had not been hit again. The man turned pale and trembled in fear. Hang Xingwang gave him a chilling smile and said he spared him only so someone would still be awake to take the others to the hospital. That single sentence terrified him. With everything settled, Hong Xingwang turned and walked away, as if he had handled nothing more than a minor chore. Only then did Cao Yuan recover and ask with admiration if he had trained in martial arts. He simply smiled and said it was nothing worth mentioning, before reminding her they still had dinner plans. Cao Yuan immediately nodded, unable to hide her excitement. While driving, she kept stealing glances at Hong Xingwang. The image of him defeating the whole gang alone replayed over and over in her mind, making him seem even more irresistible. Right then, the familiar system notification rang out. Cao Yuan's regret increased by 20 points. Seeing the notification, Hang Xingwang smiled with satisfaction. He leaned back in his seat, completely at ease. His hero act had gone perfectly, and someone had even delivered another chance to earn reward points right to him. At a luxury restaurant in the brightly lit city district, Hong Xingwang and Cao Yuan sat across from each other, enjoying a rare moment of peace. A waiter politely approached their table. After introducing a bottle of Petrus 590, the waiter carefully poured wine for both of them. Cao Yuan raised her glass and looked at Hong Xingwang with sincere gratitude. She softly thanked him and admitted that if he had not shown up in time today, she had no idea how she would have handled the situation. Their glasses gently clinked, filling the quiet room with a crisp sound. After taking a sip of wine, Cao Yuan looked at him for a moment before bringing up their class reunion last year. She had heard that Hong Xingwang moved to the city and seemed to be doing well. Hang Xingwang smiled calmly and admitted that he had quit his job several months ago. His answer caught Cao Yuan completely off guard. She had assumed someone like him must have a successful career. What puzzled her even more was how relaxed and confident he remained, despite being unemployed. As they ate, Hong Xingwang explained that he quit by choice because he no longer wanted to spend his life working for someone else. Everything was already planned in his mind. 7 parts truth and 3 parts confidence were the perfect mix to win her trust while keeping everything natural. Cao Yuan gently swirled her wine and smiled, praising him for being so honest. Most people would have made up excuses to hide being unemployed. Hong Xingwang looked at her calmly and said the most important thing was to live each day well. Working out not only made him stronger, but also brought unexpected encounters. Looking straight at Cao Yuan, he smiled and said, meeting her again was the greatest stroke of luck. That single sentence made Cao Yuan blush instantly. Her heart skipped a beat, and the system immediately announced that her regret increased by another 5 points. Seeing her reaction, Hong Xingwang knew his plan had moved one step closer to success. A few minutes later, Cao Yuan hesitantly asked if he still blamed her for what happened back in high school. It had all been a misunderstanding, and the 4 years he secretly liked her had become the sweetest memory of his youth. Even though he sounded calm, his mind stayed perfectly clear. Every word was carefully chosen to sound sincere, while quietly filling her with regret. Cao Yuan frowned in confusion and could not help wondering what misunderstanding had happened back then. But Hong Xingwang simply poured her another glass of wine and smiled. He said the past should stay in the past, and people should focus on the future. That answer only made Cao Yuan feel she had lost something truly precious. Suddenly, Hong Xingwang raised his glass with a smile and wished her and Wang Tairan a happy marriage. Cao Yuan immediately looked unhappy. She said they were only dating, and no one could say they would definitely get married. Hong Xingwang pretended to feel awkward, laughed it off, admitted he had misspoken, and quickly changed the subject so they could continue dinner. Their conversation continued until night had fully fallen. Hang Xingwang stood up and said he was going to the restroom for a moment. As soon as he left the table, Cao Yuan's phone suddenly rang. She looked at the screen and saw that Wang Tairan was calling. The moment she answered, Wang Tairan anxiously asked where she was. Cao Yuan immediately lost her patience and reminded him that she had already told him she was having dinner with Hong Xingwang. He had been there when she said it, yet he was still calling to check on her. Wang Tairan quickly explained himself and only asked if she was safe. But that question irritated Cao Yuan even more. She coldly asked what could possibly have happened to her, then bluntly questioned whether he was really worried about her or simply afraid she would fall for someone else. On the other end, Wang Tairan hurriedly insisted that he trusted her completely. Even so, Cao Yuan had no interest in listening anymore. She cut him off, said she was still eating, and ended the call. Meanwhile, Hang Xingwang was at the checkout counter, collecting his card and receipt from the staff. Right then, the system announced that Cao Yuan's regret had increased by another 10 points. Hong Xingwang smiled, instantly realizing Wang Tairan had just helped him earn more reward points. When he returned to the table, one look at Cao Yuan's expression told him something had happened. Without a second thought, he knew Wang Tairan had been the one who called, and he found it amusing. To him, this rival kept creating opportunities with his own hands, pushing Cao Yuan closer to him again and again. Hang Xingwang slowly sat down and absent-mindedly called her Yuan Yuan. He quickly smiled and apologized, saying it was an old habit from the past. That familiar nickname alone made Cao Yuan's heart flutter. Her cheeks turned red, her heartbeat quickened, and the system announced that her regret had increased by another 2 points. Hang Xingwang remained polite and gently suggested that if she was tired, he would drive her home and take a taxi back himself. In reality, his mind was completely clear. Once her emotions had reached their peak, the right move was not to push forward but to step back and let the feelings grow on their own. Cao Yuan stood up, her eyes noticeably softer. She smiled and thanked him for everything he had done today, while Hong Xingwang simply replied that there was no need to be formal between old classmates. His thoughtfulness and self-control made it even harder for Cao Yuan to stay calm. In her eyes, the man before her was nothing like the quiet boy who had once secretly loved her. As for Hong Xingwang, he silently calculated his progress. At this rate, the 99-point milestone was within reach. When they arrived at her house, Cao Yuan still did not want him to leave. She invited him inside for a drink and a little more conversation. However, Hong Xingwang calmly declined, saying he did not want Wang Tairan to misunderstand, and it would not be good for her reputation if they stayed alone together so late at night. He also reminded her that they would see each other again at the gym in just 2 days, so there was no need to rush. His refusal sounded gentle, but it also showed that he stayed in complete control of the situation. Even so, just as he was about to leave, Cao Yuan called him back once more. She mentioned that he had said on the way home that he was doing live streams. Her gym also wanted to expand into live streaming, so she hoped he could share some advice. Hang Xingwang calmly replied that he had a manager named Gu Fan, who was very experienced in that field. He promised to introduce them another day so they could discuss it in detail, but for tonight, it was late and she should get some rest. With that, he turned around and left without hesitation. Watching him walk away, Gao Yuan could not hide her disappointment. She had taken the initiative, yet she still could not convince him to stay. The moment Hong Xingwang left, the system announced that Gao Yuan's regret had officially reached 99. At the same time, he earned 5 more reward points. Even the system joked that resisting the girl he had secretly loved for years was an incredible feat, while non-stop notifications praised his self-control. Gao Yuan's status panel was updated, confirming her regret had reached 99. Seeing that number, Hong Xingwang only smiled. Everything was going exactly as he expected. Looking back on high school, he realized even a goddess was just an ordinary person. Beauty never gave anyone the right to look down on others. After thinking it over, he got into the car and told the driver to head for Pinggan Residential Community. He already had his next move planned. As long as he kept his distance from Gao Yuan for a few more days, the perfect opportunity would come on its own. After arriving, he immediately called Lin Mengxi and told her he was waiting at the community entrance. At the same time, the system displayed Hong Xingwang's updated stats. His charm had already reached the highest level an ordinary person could possess. Not long after, Lin Mengxi finally appeared. The moment she saw Hang Xingwang, she froze in place. He was wearing the same clothes as always, yet somehow he seemed far more attractive today. Her heart started racing as she wondered why she felt this way. It was still Han Xinguang, yet something about him had clearly changed. When she met his focused gaze, she became even more flustered and almost misunderstood what that look meant. Han Xinguang smiled and explained that he had no important reason for coming. He simply felt bad for barely replying to her messages lately and wanted to apologize in person. Hearing that, Lin Mengxi felt her heart flutter because she never expected him to care about something so small. She quickly invited him inside and happily said she had just made some sweet fermented rice wine so he could come in and chat if he did not mind. Hearing her mention it, Han Xinguang curiously asked how it tasted. She only smiled and said he would have to try it himself. That answer convinced him to come inside, though he warned her he had plans later and could only stay for a short while. Looking at Han Xinguang, Lin Mengxi quietly blamed herself for overthinking everything. Maybe when you liked someone, they always seemed different in your eyes. Still, she quickly forced herself to stop thinking that way. She kept reminding herself that they were only friends and should not dream about anything more. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Han Xinguang casually teased her, making her blush even harder. As soon as they entered, Lin Mengxi prepared drinks and even set out extra sugar because she worried he might not like the taste. Seeing how thoughtful she was, Han Xinguang smiled and said it was the first time he had seen her this gentle, and he hoped it would not be the last. Hearing that, Lin Mengxi immediately argued back. She complained that he rarely texted or called, so even if she wanted to care about him, she never knew where to begin. Han Xinguang calmly explained that she had always acted like she disliked him, so he never wanted to approach her and make things worse. The conversation turned serious as Lin Mengxi admitted the truth. She confessed that she had been immature and careless in the past. Then she carefully asked if they could start over, at least as friends. Even though she made the first move, Han Xinguang stayed calm. He knew this was exactly when he needed to stay patient. When Lin Mengxi unconsciously stepped closer, he gently reminded her that friends should keep a proper distance. Those words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her heart. She began wondering why he still kept his distance after everything she had done. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Han Xinguang stood up to leave. He even said staying longer would only make her more upset. It would be better for both of them if he left now. But just as he was about to walk away, Lin Mengxi could no longer hold back her feelings. She hurried over and stopped him. Looking straight into his eyes, she decided to confess everything she had been hiding inside. She did not expect him to return her feelings right away, because she did not dare hope for that much. All she wanted was for their relationship not to return to square one. Han Xinguang calmly explained that he only saw her as a friend for now. Still, he admitted he was only human and could not stay completely unmoved by a girl's sincere feelings. That was why he wanted her to think it through carefully, so she would not regret it later. But Lin Mengxi answered without the slightest hesitation. She firmly said she would never change her mind. For now, she only wanted him to stay by her side and believed she would one day make him truly fall for her. Her sincerity and determined eyes finally broke through Han Xinguang's defenses. After looking at her for a long moment, he softly told her she looked beautiful tonight. Their feelings crossed the line, the distance between them disappeared, and everything that followed happened naturally. The next morning, Lin Mengxi woke up looking both exhausted and shy. She quietly complained that she was sore and sweetly asked Han Xinguang to give her a massage. Right then, the system announced that Lin Mengxi's regret had officially reached 100. The system congratulated the host for completing the conquest because Lin Mengxi's regret had reached the maximum level. It then explained that whenever a target reached 100 regret, the host would permanently receive 30% of that person's income as a reward. Hearing that, Han Xinguang raised an eyebrow and smiled with interest. He thought a permanent 30% income share was an amazing reward. If he conquered a few wealthy targets later, it would be like endless money flowing into his pocket. The system immediately complained that the current targets were not even fully settled, yet the host was already thinking about finding more rich women. Even so, impressed by his confidence, the system rewarded him with another 66 points. Han Xinguang laughed after reaching another major milestone. Before leaving, he glanced back at Lin Mengxi's apartment and thought he should not be too heartless, even while completing missions. Next time, he would bring her some fruit as a small perk for one of his most important people. The story then shifted to Dakim Media. The next morning, the moment Han Xinguang stepped into the office, he sensed something unusual in the atmosphere. Gu Wen walked over with a stack of documents and a serious expression. She told Han Xinguang that Lu Shui's company had officially issued a public PK challenge, and every streamer at Dakim Media had received the invitation that morning. After hearing the news, Han Xinguang only frowned slightly before smiling with interest. He had expected this, and it was obvious the other side was targeting him. As he flipped through the documents, he quickly analyzed the situation. Xu Zhinuo's biggest weakness was her pride, reputation, and standing in the livestream industry. To complete the remaining regret percentage, he first had to raise her to the very top. After thinking it through, Hong Xingwang calmly told Gu Wen to accept the challenge. At the same time, he appointed Qiu Jinnuo as the team captain for the upcoming PK. Hearing her name, Qiu Jinnuo froze. She was shocked and nervous because she was only a Tier B streamer. Hong Xingwang simply looked at her and said opportunities only lasted for a moment, and whether she could seize them depended entirely on her. Qiu Jinnuo's eyes wavered. After a few seconds, she took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Meanwhile, in Lu Shui's luxurious office across the city, her assistant quickly reported the latest update. Dekim Media had accepted the challenge and chosen the team PK format. The man sitting in the leather chair responded with nothing more than a cold smile. Liang Chao slowly swirled the wine in his glass, his eyes filled with calculation. He wanted his opponent to lose, so badly they would never dare raise their head again. Standing beside him, Lu Shui confidently crossed her arms. She declared that as long as Gu Wen did not compete in person, she could defeat the entire opposing team. After the match, building her public image and launching promotional campaigns would become even easier. Just then, Liang Chaos System announced that Lu Shuyi had become his next regret conquest target. Hearing that, the corner of his mouth curled into a smug smile, his eyes full of ambition. In Liang Chaos' mind, this game was becoming more and more exciting. As for Hong Xingwang, when his system notified him of the new target, he only smiled because one mission had barely ended before another had already appeared. He could not help complaining that the system handed out strange missions every single day, and not a single one matched his personal interests. The moment he finished complaining, the system punished him for badmouthing it. Half of his reward was deducted, including the 666 yuan he had just earned. Hang Xingwang was speechless at how stingy the system was. But before he could stay annoyed for long, the system suddenly changed its tone. Since the host was so confident, it awarded him another 666 yuan according to the rules. Hang Xingwang could only sigh at how unpredictable it was. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Qiu Jinnuo walked into the office with a serious expression. She sincerely thanked Hong Xingwang for giving her a chance to prove herself. He calmly replied that if she had anything else to say, she should say it directly. Looking him straight in the eye, Qiu Jinnuo declared that this time she wanted to win with her own ability, and no longer rely on anyone else. Her answer surprised Hang Xingwang. Even so, he asked if she was truly prepared to face the consequences if she lost. At that moment, he confirmed that the key to pushing Qiu Jinnuo's regret to the maximum was to strike directly at her career. Right then, the system credited him with another 300 yuan. One glance was enough for Hong Xingwang to realize that Lin Mengxi had already started generating passive income for him, just as expected. That only made him want to speed up the conquest of his remaining targets. In his mind, once every mission was complete, he could enjoy life without ever worrying about money again. Returning to the conversation, Hong Xingwang asked Qiu Jinnuo once more what she would do if she lost. Without hesitation, she declared that she would never let that happen. Hearing her confident answer, Hang Xingwang smiled and said he would watch the entire PK match. But if he had to step in himself, he would show no mercy. Qiu Jinnuo immediately promised to lead the team to victory and bring glory back to the company. Right after that, Hang Xingwang offered an incredible reward. If she performed well, she would be promoted directly from a Tier B streamer to Tier S. That promise deeply moved Qiu Jinnuo. She repeatedly thanked him and vowed not to disappoint him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liang Chaos System activated a brand new mission. This time, the target was Lin Mengxi, 24 years old, 165 centimeters tall, 49 kilograms, and rated 8.5 out of 10 for beauty by the system. Before Liang Chao could figure out what was happening, the new mission appeared. His first objective was to get Lin Mengxi's contact information and add her on WeChat. Success would earn 50,000 yuan, while unlocking a special event would increase the reward to 500,000 yuan. Failure, however, would reduce Lu Shui's affection by 5 points. Liang Chao silently cursed the system for forcing his old target to suffer whenever he failed with a new one. After thinking it over, Liang Chao realized that nearly every recent mission had somehow revolved around Hong Xingwang. That made him suspect Lin Mengxi was also connected to him. As usual, he immediately ordered an investigation. At first, the target was only Lin Mengxi. Then he changed his mind and ordered full background reports on every woman connected to Hong Xingwang. The price was 10,000 yuan per profile. Liang Chao voluntarily raised the payment to 15,000 yuan each, with only one condition. The job had to be finished as quickly as possible. The investigator accepted immediately and promised to deliver everything within 2 hours. That left Liang Chao completely satisfied. To him, as long as he was willing to spend money, everything could be handled quickly and easily. At the very same time, Hang Xingwang suddenly had a strange feeling, as if someone was secretly talking about him behind his back. Just then, the system added another 200 yuan. Hong Xingwang immediately guessed that Lin Mengxi had made good money today, proving her work was going very well. That made him realize she was fully capable of building a successful career on her own, without relying on wealthy heirs. Right then, his phone rang. It was Lin Mengxi, gently asking if he could have dinner with her that evening. At first, Hong Xingwang planned to refuse, because he already had other plans. But he changed his mind almost instantly. Keeping his distance this early would be too much. Besides, she was already helping him earn passive income, so both emotionally and logically, he should not treat her coldly. Instead, he suggested they eat out rather than meet at her apartment. He recommended the revolving restaurant in the Shengxin Tower, because he had heard the view there was amazing. Lin Mengxi happily agreed, and they quickly set a date for 7 that evening. Not long after, the system instantly updated with new data. It reported that Lin Mengxi had gotten in the car and would arrive at Shengxin Tower around 6 p.m. After analyzing the route, the system concluded this was most likely a date. During dinner, Hong Xingwang gently raised his glass, speaking calmly while showing genuine concern. He told her to have a drink and get some rest, because she must have had a long day. That simple sentence was enough to make Lin Mengxi pause. Hang Xingwang had noticed the exhaustion written all over her face and eyes. Lin Mengxi was caught off guard. She never expected him to notice her so closely, even the fatigue she tried to hide. She admitted she had signed many partnership deals today and was completely drained. At the same time, she kept wondering if this meant he truly cared about her. Hang Xingwang smiled and said the system had been showing her earnings all day, so he guessed she had been working non-stop. Then he even served more food into her bowl and told her to eat more meat to recover. Lin Mengxi simply nodded, but her emotions were already becoming harder to control. On the outside, Hong Xingwang stayed calm, but deep down he was wondering if he should seriously make her his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Lin Mengxi grew even more flustered whenever she caught him, unconsciously looking at her, making her heart race faster each time. The system suddenly reminded him that every relationship needed constant care. That made Hang Xingwang realize that even maxed-out regret points could not guarantee lasting stability. Thinking about maintaining every relationship gave him a headache. In his opinion, the best solution was to conquer more targets and boost his stamina. Lu Xunyi's name quickly appeared in his mind, along with a calculating smile. Just then, Lin Mengxi quietly stood up and said she was going to the restroom. After she disappeared from sight, Hang Xingwang immediately asked when the next conquest target would unlock. The system replied that he needed to expand his social circle and enter new environments before new characters could appear. Hearing that, Hong Xingwang immediately remembered the upcoming charity auction. He believed it would be the perfect place to begin his next target. At that very moment, after leaving the restroom, Meng Shi accidentally bumped into someone. Liang Chao instinctively apologized first and asked if she was hurt. After taking a closer look at her face, she seemed strangely familiar, so he could not help asking if they had met before. She answered with icy indifference. Meng Shi firmly denied it and treated it like another cheap pickup line, making her annoyance obvious. Liang Chao quietly laughed to himself. In his eyes, everything was following the script. The cold heroine would soon change her attitude after he saved her, and then she would naturally approach him. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the pieces on the board had already begun to move. The first step of the plan was to create a dangerous situation. A group of street thugs quickly surrounded Mengxi, laughing and throwing out vulgar remarks. What started as questions about whether she was alone quickly turned into shameless harassment, and the atmosphere became tense. Mengxi coldly told them to move aside, but they only became more aggressive. The leader shamelessly grabbed her wrist and declared that any woman who caught his eye could never escape. Mengxi struggled and repeatedly demanded that he let go, but he tightened his grip, pulled her closer, and kept grinning while his words became even more disgusting. Just as everything was about to spiral out of control, a cold voice echoed through the area. Liang Chao had finally made his entrance. His face darkened, and although his voice was calm, it carried overwhelming pressure. He bluntly told the man that she had already said to let go. One sentence was enough to silence everyone. The long-awaited scene had finally begun. Furious at being interrupted, the man pointed at Liang Chao and arrogantly declared that his father was the chairman of Tiansheng Group. Liang Chao remained completely unfazed and calmly replied that it did not matter who his father was. A real man would never bully a woman. Hearing the exchange, Mengxi became even more confused. This man had tried to approach her earlier, and now he was acting like a righteous hero. The whole thing felt like a cheesy romance drama. He immediately turned to ask if she was hurt, and whether she needed to go to the hospital or report the incident to the police. Deep down, though, what he wanted most was for her to be touched and willingly exchange contact information with him. Unfortunately, Mengxi reacted nothing like he expected. She simply shook her head and said it was not that serious, and an apology would be enough. Seeing that, the rich young master became even angrier and demanded to know what gave Liang Chao the right to play the hero in front of him. He immediately called for backup and threatened not to let this go. Liang Chao showed no fear and bluntly exposed him for harassing a woman, telling him to bring everyone he had. As the two sides faced off, Hang Xingwang suddenly appeared. Mengxi had been gone for a while, so he got worried and came looking for her. The moment the young master saw Hong Xingwang, his expression completely changed. He never expected Lin Mengxi to be with Hong Xingwang, and he instantly realized there was no way to continue his plan. Lin Mengxi quickly explained that the man dressed in designer brands had harassed her and even grabbed her. She added that the gentleman in front of her seemed to have stepped in to help, although the whole situation still felt strange. She politely thanked him for helping her so late at night, but those words only made the atmosphere more awkward. Liang Chao acted generous on the surface, saying that helping others was the right thing to do. Inside, however, he was full of regret. He realized Mengxi was already Hong Xingwang's girlfriend, leaving him almost no chance. Even so, he reminded himself that money was never a problem. According to the system, the harder a goddess was to conquer, the greater the reward. This mission, however, was clearly a failure. Hang Xingwang calmly looked at the young master and asked if his men had arrived yet. Then he casually remarked that the food was getting cold, and cold food was bad for the stomach, especially since his girlfriend was already exhausted today. Every word Hong Xingwang spoke quietly declared that Mengxi belonged with him. Hearing that made her heart skip a beat. Even that simple expression of concern moved her deeply. All she wanted now was to love him even more and be worthy of his feelings. The self-proclaimed hero also realized that staying any longer would only make Lin Mengxi dislike him, so leaving was the smartest choice. He immediately changed his attitude and smiled, saying that since the beauty was safe, he would not disturb them any longer. Hang Xingwang watched him leave, growing even more suspicious. From beginning to end, the man had acted like he was following a prepared script. His real target was probably Mengxi. Thinking about it, that was hardly surprising, because a girl like her could easily capture anyone's heart. As for the young master, he looked furious. He had gone through all that trouble only to discover that the goddess already had a boyfriend, making all his plans pointless. Just as he turned to leave, Hong Xingwang suddenly called out to him. He calmly looked straight at the man who had played the hero and asked with a meaningful smile, "Nice performance. Which acting school did you graduate from?" The question instantly made the man turn pale, as cold sweat covered his forehead. He hurriedly denied everything and asked who was supposedly acting. But Hong Xingwang had already seen through the whole scheme and directly asked how much the mastermind had paid him. The man pretended to lose his patience, called Hong Xingwang crazy, and sneered that he had no interest in talking to a poor man. Hang Xingwang remained calm and gave a simple reply, "I'll pay 10 times more." That offer alone was enough to make the man hesitate immediately. Hang Xingwang coldly reminded him that a smart man knew which side to choose, because anyone who targeted his woman would make him very unhappy. Meanwhile, in the underground parking garage, another man was grinding his teeth in rage. He cursed the detectives as useless fools who took his money but could not even discover that the woman with Hong Xingwang was already dating him. Just then, the system coldly announced that only 4 hours remained to complete the mission. Hearing that, he nearly went insane. He screamed in despair because the carefully planned scheme had completely fallen apart. Even so, he quickly calmed himself down. He had only lost 5 favorability points. Money was never an issue, so he could always buy them back. Before leaving, he swore that Hang Xingwang would never be able to hold his head high in the livestream industry again. Late that night, Lin Mengxi finally returned home. The atmosphere was quiet, yet filled with an unspoken tension. She softly called his name, Xingwang. Then she gently spoke, leaving him completely surprised. She asked him to stay the night. As she stopped Hong Xingwang from leaving, Lin Mengxi looked at him with complete seriousness. He froze for a moment, unsure what she was about to do. Mengxi gently looked at him and said she wanted to thank him properly because he had saved her once again today. Hang Xingwang smiled helplessly and said he had never helped her expecting anything in return. Blushing deeply, Mengxi insisted that she knew, but this was something she truly wanted to do. Seeing her both shy and determined, Hang Xingwang could only comfort her and tell her to be good and put her clothes on before she caught a cold. His mind was still in complete chaos. Everything had gone far beyond what he had ever expected. He even wondered who the real domineering CEO was anymore. But that thought quickly disappeared because the situation had completely reversed. Hang Xingwang secretly smiled. At this point, refusing would hardly make him seem like a man. Led forward by Lin Mengxi, he unexpectedly found the experience both fresh and exciting. Meanwhile, Mengxi fought through her embarrassment and quietly told him to stay still and let her handle everything herself. Hearing that, Hang Xingwang laughed with amusement and played along. "As you wish, Your Majesty." At the same time, inside the livestream room of Mukun Media, Qiu Jinnuo kept encouraging herself, telling herself she could do it and must not get nervous. The person beside her kept cheering her on, saying they had watched all of Lu Xunyi's streams over the past 2 days. Whether it was singing or dancing, Qiu Jinnuo was no weaker, and her looks and figure were even more outstanding. Hearing that, she became even more determined and promised not to disappoint the company. The other person continued reassuring her that winning or losing was only the result. The most important thing was to give her best performance. Chu Shinnuo took a deep breath, nodded, and said she was ready. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Hong Jingwang was reviewing the final preparations. Everything for the business trip 2 days later had been arranged, from the flights and luxury hotel to the transportation. After hearing the assistant's report, he simply nodded and motioned for her to step closer to the computer screen. Then he suddenly asked where she thought he should begin, if he wanted to deal with Lu Xunyi most effectively. The assistant paused for a moment, but quickly understood what he meant. What happened at the restaurant was still fresh. Lu Xunyi had not only provoked Chu Shinnuo, but had also challenged Duojin to a PK battle. It was obvious the CEO had no intention of letting it slide. After understanding his intention, the assistant analyzed that someone like Lu Xunyi was usually attracted by two things: wealth and the feeling of being conquered. In other words, she liked men who were both rich and strong enough to dominate her. Han Xingwang fell into thought. Money was never an issue for him. What concerned him was projecting a powerful image. He had always appeared polite and gentle, so suddenly acting domineering might feel unnatural. Just then, the system reminded him that the PK battle would begin in exactly 2 minutes. He simply replied with a brief nod of agreement. Before long, the live stream officially began. As soon as Lu Xunyi went live, she flashed a charming smile and excitedly announced that the long-awaited PK had finally arrived. She asked the audience what they wanted to see tonight. From singing and dancing to even bolder performances, she hinted that everything was open for consideration. On the other side, the opposing livestream quickly connected as usual. Chu Jinnuo warmly greeted her fans and revealed that she had prepared plenty of gifts and exciting content for Today's stream. However, when her eyes accidentally landed on President Liang, she felt a strange emotion that even she could not explain. Meanwhile, Hong Xingwang's mind was focused on only two things: money and commanding presence. He decided to rely on his greatest advantage, the power of his wallet. His plan was to open with an overwhelming move and seize the advantage immediately. But at that exact moment, everyone in the livestream was stunned. They could not help wondering if the newcomer was really President Liang, because that ID was completely different from his usual account. Before the stream had even settled in, a top-ranked big spender suddenly appeared, instantly sending the entire chat into an uproar. Comments exploded. Lu Xunyi's fans were thrilled, and everyone praised her incredible charm. Some even joked that if they were that rich, they would also throw gifts around without a second thought. They could only afford 500 as a wedding gift. Another said they were even poorer and could only send 88, but everyone still wanted to show their support. Smiling at their enthusiasm, Lu Xunyi agreed to perform the dance they requested and hoped they would not mind if it was not perfect. The music quickly filled the livestream room. Lu Xunyi began the performance she had prepared. Her graceful moves and seductive dance steps instantly turned up the heat. The viewers kept cheering, and some joked that following a rich boss always came with free rewards. Another joked they only had one hand left to type because the other was busy, while someone else claimed they had to use their feet just to keep up with the chat. Lu Xunyi's side had completely taken over. Many viewers also became curious about the new top spender and started debating what they should call him. But while the room was celebrating, a mocking comment suddenly appeared. That viewer claimed the performance was nothing but showing skin with no artistic value, saying anyone could find this faster on adult sites. Meanwhile, Chu Jinnuo's fans kept encouraging her to stay calm and fight until the end. Chu Shinnuo gratefully thanked everyone who continued supporting her. Gifts kept pouring in like endless waves. A viewer asked her to sing 500 years of prayer before Buddha, and she happily agreed. But at that moment, an enormous gift storm suddenly erupted. The system kept announcing massive gifts, as special effects covered the entire screen. Even the system could not help joking that the host was unbelievably generous, even when sending gifts to the opponent. In the blink of an eye, the gift effects completely covered the screen, until viewers could barely see the live stream. The chat instantly fell into chaos. Some complained that covering the screen during a PK ruined the viewing experience, while others were annoyed because all they could see were endless effects. Some called it nothing but a shameless display of wealth, then immediately joined in by sending gifts themselves. The entire live stream quickly descended into complete madness. Even more ironically, someone somehow became the target of online criticisms for no reason at all. Even the system was speechless, and joked that at this speed, the host's fingers would soon give out, and the medical bills afterward would probably be expensive too. On Lu Xunyi's side, she quickly switched to another plan. She gently told the viewers she would change into a cuter outfit, and asked everyone to wait about 2 minutes. The person beside Liang Zong anxiously looked at him, unable to understand why he still refused to launch a counterattack. The situation had already become extremely unfavorable. The top spender on the opposing side kept throwing out massive gifts, and the gap continued to grow wider. The viewers kept urging Liang Zong to push harder, because if he hesitated any longer, they would definitely lose this PK. Liang Chao finally felt the pressure and immediately asked to check how much money the opponent had spent. But the moment the number appeared, all the color drained from his face. Right then, the system coldly announced that the favorability had dropped by 50 points. That single notification left him completely stunned as he experienced true despair for the first time. Liang Zong could only tell Xiang Yi that he had already pushed as hard as he could, but the other side's top spender was simply too powerful, leaving almost no chance to catch up. Xiang Yi calmly replied that being slow did not matter as long as they did not lose in the end. Hearing that only made Liang Zong feel even more pressure. His system had only given him an initial fund of about 200 million, and it came with strict spending limits. Failure would cost him dearly. Xiang Yi simply smiled and told him she would be watching his performance. Liang Zong forced a smile, thinking that the 50 million he had just spent was only the beginning. Before he even received the cashback, 50 favorability points had already disappeared. He could only complain that Lu Shuyi was far too realistic, but he still could not give up because this was his first target. If he failed, his entire starting fund would be gone. With that thought, he regained his determination and swore to turn the situation around. Just then, the opposing side increased the pressure once again. Meanwhile, Hang Jingwang only smirked calmly as he watched them speed up. In his eyes, the outcome was already obvious. He still had afternoon tea planned, so he had no interest in dragging out this money battle. Since that was the case, he decided to finish it with one final blow. The moment the thought crossed his mind, his fingers began flying across the screen at incredible speed. Even the system was left speechless by this insane spending spree. Before it could tease him, the reward notifications kept flooding in as his money and points skyrocketed. On the other side, Liang Chao completely lost his composure. He suddenly screamed inside the office, shocking everyone around him. No one knew what had happened. They only realized the situation had become beyond saving. The final result was announced soon after. Daki Media crushed the competition, sending Lu Shui's fans into total chaos. Reports kept coming in that many of the top-ranked big spenders had switched sides. The livestream room instantly fell silent. Right then, the system coldly announced that the affection score had dropped by another 20 points. Liang Chao was almost in despair. He had just spent over 50 million more, pushing his total past 100 million, yet he still suffered a crushing defeat. His system balance had been cut to about half, making his rage explode. He glared at Lu Shuyi and bitterly blamed her, saying he had spent over 100 million, so if they lost, the fault was entirely hers. He even mocked her, saying no one else would ever spend that much money just to support an unknown streamer. Those words instantly turned Lu Shui's gaze icy. She gave a faint smile as she finally saw his true colors. Without any hesitation, she quit on the spot and walked away, leaving Liang Chao standing there in furious silence. Back at Hang Xingwang's office, the news quickly reached him. His staff reported that Lu Shui had officially resigned. After hearing it, Hang Xingwang only frowned slightly. He had expected this outcome after her defeat. He just did not think it would happen so quickly. Gu Fan immediately suggested reaching out first and inviting Lu Shui to join Daki Media. She also reminded him that Lu Shui was proud by nature, so convincing her would not be easy. Hang Xingwang simply smiled with confidence. He believed that once Lu Shui's situation was settled, there would be nothing left to worry about for the upcoming trip. He told everyone to wait for good news. Seeing how calm her boss was, Gu Fan felt much more at ease. After everything settled down, Hang Xingwang sent Lu Shui a short message. Losing this time is fine. Next time, I will help you take back the #1 spot. The system immediately joked that the host really knew how to pick the perfect moment. She had just suffered a crushing defeat, and he showed up with comforting words that hit her right in the heart. Yet that very message stirred Lu Shui's emotions. She quietly stared at the screen as countless feelings filled her heart. He had secretly spent a fortune supporting her, and even comforted her after the loss. She could no longer stay as cold as before. In the end, she simply replied with a brief thank you. Noticing the mood had softened, Hang Xingwang smiled and asked if she could guess who he really was. Lu Shui frowned in confusion, and honestly admitted she had no idea who he was. Hang Xingwang then revealed his identity. He was the owner behind Daki Media, leaving Lu Shui completely stunned. She could not understand why the boss of a rival company would spend such a huge fortune showering her with gifts. Before she could recover from the shock, Hang Xingwang sent another invitation. He had reserved a table at Summit Restaurant and wanted to have dinner with her. His calm tone made it almost impossible to refuse. When she arrived at the restaurant, Lu Shui froze the moment she saw the man already waiting. The man she had seen with Gu Wen at the bar the other day was actually the mysterious boss of Daki Media. Hang Xingwang did not deny it. He openly admitted that he was the one who had helped Gu Wen rise to the top. Only then did Lu Shui finally understand why she had been completely crushed in the PK battle. She smiled bitterly and said that against someone backed by such overwhelming support, no amount of effort would ever change the outcome. But Hang Xingwang suddenly invited her to join Daki Media. He told her that if she accepted, Gu Wen would no longer be her rival, but her colleague. Without beating around the bush, Hang Xingwang said he knew she had already left her old company. Rather than letting someone else recruit her first, he wanted to sign her himself. She could name any contract fee she wanted, because money had never been an issue for him. Hearing that, Lu Shuyi immediately became cautious. In such a fiercely competitive industry, she did not believe anyone would treat her so well for no reason. She even suspected this was just Hung Xingwang's way of helping Gu Wen mock her after the defeat. Wanting to test his reaction, she deliberately named an outrageous price of 100 million. Even she was shocked because she had originally planned to ask for only 10 million. To her surprise, Hong Xingwang did not hesitate at all. He simply replied with one word, deal. That firm answer left Lu Shui completely shaken. She began wondering if this man was unbelievably reckless or simply so rich that money meant nothing to him. Hang Xingwang's system immediately announced that Lu Shui's regret score had increased by another 20%, while he continued guiding her emotions step by step. He calmly said that in business, there were no permanent friends, only profits that were not big enough. When the benefits were great enough, a partnership could become even stronger than a romantic relationship. Then he looked straight at her and asked, Miss Lu, would you like to become my closest partner? That question instantly made Lu Shui blush. Seeing her reaction, Hang Xingwang knew he had gained the upper hand, so he delivered the finishing move. Smiling, he said he had more money than he could ever spend and wanted to use some of it on her. His words were both arrogant and overflowing with confidence, leaving Lu Shui completely stunned. It was the first time she had seen someone pursue another person with money while remaining so incredibly charming. The system announced that Lu Shui's regret score had increased by another 40%, showing that almost all of her emotional defenses had disappeared. After hearing his repeated persuasion, Lu Shui finally gave in. She said she was willing to join Daki Media on a trial basis, and whether she stayed long-term could be decided later. Hang Xingwang smiled and replied that Daki Media never forced anyone to stay with restrictive contracts. She was free to stay or leave whenever she wished. Those words greatly improved his image in Lu Shui's eyes, making her admit that rich people really were different. Hang Xingwang calmly added that only people who knew how to spend money truly knew how to make money. Being too stingy with partners only weakened yourself. The conversation ended in a relaxed atmosphere. They raised their glasses together, officially reaching a partnership. Hang Xingwang was quite satisfied with everything he had accomplished that day. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Liang Chao kept receiving urgent warnings from his system. Before his bond with Lin Mengxi had even been completed, Lu Shui's affection score toward Liang Chao had already hit rock bottom. The system immediately ordered him to focus on conquering Lin Mengxi at once, or the target would be permanently unbound. Hearing that, Liang Chao exploded in anger, complaining that he had already done everything he could, yet the system still refused to let him off. But what truly terrified him was the next warning. If the bond was lost, 20% of his simp fund would be deducted, and any shortage would be taken directly from his real assets. That alone nearly made him panic. He cursed loudly, unable to believe the system was playing so ruthlessly, as if it wanted to drive him into bankruptcy. After struggling in frustration, Liang Chao could only grit his teeth and accept it. No matter what, getting close to Lin Mengxi had become his top priority. While Lin Mengxi remained focused on her work, Hang Xingwang's system kept sending money reward notifications. Every order she completed earned him another 300 yuan, steadily increasing his balance and making his smile even wider. In Hang Xingwang's eyes, Lin Mengxi working hard shined brighter than any spotlight. Still, her current earning speed was not enough to satisfy him. He quickly decided that after the business trip, he would arrange a much higher-paying job for her. The system took the chance to tease him, praising him for getting better at exploiting the rules to make money, before rewarding him with another 66,666 yuan. Just as Hang Xingwang was deep in thought, Liang Chao made his move by carrying a bouquet of yellow roses to Lin Mengxi's studio. A staff member came in to say someone had brought flowers, making Lin Mengxi immediately think of Hang Xingwang. After all, her home was already filled with yellow roses, and he had paid close attention to that before. Thinking about it made her secretly happy, and she could not help feeling that he really knew how to stay on her mind. But the moment she stepped outside, the smile on her face disappeared. The man waiting there was not Hang Xingwang, it was Liang Chao. He forced an awkward smile and asked if she liked the bouquet of yellow roses he had brought. Lin Mengxi's expression instantly turned cold. When he explained that he had noticed she often took photos with yellow roses, so he guessed they were her favorite, Liang Chaos System immediately reported another 20-point drop in her affection score. The moment he saw the notification, Liang Chao froze in complete confusion. Before he could figure it out, Lin Mengxi returned the bouquet, saying she could not accept gifts for no reason. Liang Chao tried to stay calm, insisting he simply wanted to give her flowers and hoped she would not misunderstand. His effort was rewarded with another 20-point drop in affection score. He finally panicked, because the harder he tried, the worse things became. Left with no other choice, Liang Chao asked if they could at least become friends, speaking as humbly as possible to win her favor. But the system delivered another devastating blow by deducting 30 more affection points. Liang Chao stood there in shock, unable to understand what he had done wrong. Before he could recover, Lin Mengxi firmly refused. She said she did not make male friends because she did not want her future boyfriend to misunderstand, then turned around and went back to work. Those words pierced Liang Chaos' heart. He stood there speechless, and even doing nothing cost him another 5 affection points. Only then did he realize Lin Mengxi already had someone she liked, and Hong Xingwang's name instantly came to mind. He convinced himself that he had failed not because of his approach, but because he had not spent enough money. However, the system warned that her affection score had fallen to -75, and if it reached -90, the bond would be cancelled automatically. Liang Chao was so furious he nearly lost his mind. One question kept echoing in his head. Was this really a tycoon system, or a system built to ruin him? Every plan he had made had completely fallen apart. While Liang Chao remained consumed by frustration, Hong Xingwang and Gu Wen prepared to attend the charity auction. A staff member politely informed them that the event would begin at 7 in the evening and escorted them to the Bavulgari VIP lounge to change before entering the auction hall. Hong Xingwang simply nodded and followed without a word. While Liang Chao was still in chaos, Hong Xingwang was about to step into an entirely new battle of wits. As he headed toward the lounge, the staff member added that they would notify him 30 minutes before the auction officially began. The luggage belonging to Hong Xingwang and Gu Wen had already been delivered to the VIP room. Just then, several guests near the elevator whispered about a figure everyone in the auction world feared. It was the elder of Wenchuan Pavilion. He was infamous for smuggling priceless antiques overseas and was widely regarded as a traitor. The most troubling part was that whenever Zhang Li attended an auction, almost every item he wanted ended up in his hands. No matter how wealthy the other bidders were, no one dared challenge him to the end. The reason was simple. Zhang Li was notorious for his ruthless methods. Anyone who competed against him was lucky to escape with severe injuries, while others lost their reputation and careers entirely. Hearing those stories, the atmosphere immediately became tense. In contrast, Hong Xingwang only smiled calmly. To him, an opponent like Zhang Li made things even more interesting. A man who betrayed his own country was exactly the kind of person he despised most. That only made him more determined to take whatever Zhang Li wanted. Hearing that, Gu Wen could not hide her concern and asked if he was worried about retaliation. Hong Xingwang simply shrugged with confidence. He did not fear Zhang Li coming after him. In fact, he welcomed it. It would be the perfect chance to test the strength his system had given him against a worthy opponent. Besides, he believed this auction would bring him enormous profits. Before long, news about Hong Xingwang also reached Zhang Li. After hearing the report from his subordinate, Zhang Li let out a mocking laugh. In his eyes, Hong Xingwang was nothing more than an insignificant nobody. Yet this nobody actually dared to challenge him in public. What ridiculous arrogance. Without hesitation, Zhang Li immediately assigned the matter to his trusted female subordinate. At first, he planned to force Hong Xingwang to bow his head before the auction even started. But after thinking it over, he decided it would be far more entertaining to crush him in front of the entire auction hall. He wanted everyone present to witness the fate of anyone who dared stand against him. The female subordinate immediately bowed, accepted the order, and quickly left. Meanwhile, Hong Xingwang returned to the dressing room to rest before the auction. Gu Wen also took the opportunity to freshen up, reminding him to let her know if he planned to go anywhere. Neither of them realized that danger was already closing in. Zhang Li's female subordinate quietly watched them from a distance before making her assessment. In her opinion, Gu Wen was just a companion and not worth worrying about. If they wanted to solve the problem completely, they had to target Hong Xingwang. With that in mind, she immediately made her move. Her skills were incredibly professional. She silently slipped into Hong Xingwang's room through the ventilation system. The entire operation was so smooth that it did not make a single sound. After securing a perfect position, she quietly watched his every move from above. At that moment, Hong Xingwang was busy figuring out the toilet in the room. Then something both awkward and hilarious happened. The smart toilet suddenly activated, and a jet of water blasted straight into his face, leaving him frozen for a moment. Startled, he fell backward and quickly covered his face as the water splashed into his eyes. While wiping his face, he cursed the hotel's strange device. He even thought that if the spray had landed a little lower, he would have been too embarrassed to show his face. Watching everything unfold, the female assassin wore a look she could not describe. She even wondered if she had seen it wrong, and the only thought in her mind was that this guy seemed completely abnormal. The moment Murong Fanghua appeared, the system immediately registered her as a new target. Her initial regret value was 0, which even surprised Hong Xingwang. Before he could understand the situation, countless guesses flashed through his mind. He even wondered if the organizers had secretly arranged for someone else to enter his room. But after thinking it over, he realized that if the system had marked her as a target, then her first impression of him had to be terrible. Otherwise, she would not have qualified as a regret target. Across the room, Murong Fanghua kept watching him with obvious contempt. In her eyes, the man was both strange and slightly perverted, nothing like an opponent worthy of Zhang Li. Even so, she decided to observe a little longer before making her move. On the surface, Hang Xingwang looked completely calm, but he was quietly scanning the room to find where she was hiding. What surprised Murong Fanghua was that he showed no sign of being on guard. He even looked like he was getting ready for bed. The more she watched, the harder he was to figure out. Every opponent Zhang Li had faced before had possessed sharp awareness and quick reflexes, yet Hang Xingwang acted as if he had noticed nothing at all. In her eyes, he was either a useless young master or someone exceptionally skilled at hiding his true abilities. Either way, she had no intention of wasting any more time. After a brief moment of thought, Murong Fanghua decided to reveal herself and test his reaction directly. As long as she could make him submit, everything afterward would be much easier. Not long afterward, she calmly stepped in front of Hang Xingwang with a gentle and composed smile. As soon as they met, she introduced herself as a guide for new guests, sent by the organizers to explain the auction rules. Hearing her introduction, Hang Xingwang immediately realized she was the target the system had just registered. She looked polite and graceful on the outside, but he guessed she had already been mocking him in her mind. Thinking of that, he simply smiled. The more it was like this, the more interesting he found the situation. To Hang Xingwang, the more someone disliked him, the more useful they would become for the system later. He calmly invited her into the room to continue talking. The moment she heard the invitation, the system reported another 10-point drop in favorability. Clearly, in Murong Fanghua's eyes, a man inviting her into his private room was extremely rude. Even so, despite her lack of goodwill, standing close to Hang Xingwang gave her a strange sense of attraction that she could not explain. That feeling unintentionally shook her usual composure. Hang Xingwang remained relaxed and asked what she wanted to drink, saying the room had everything from soft drinks and juice to wine. Instead of answering, Murong Fanghua suddenly suggested playing a game. Hang Xingwang immediately realized his opponent had finally begun to make her move. Right then, he suddenly felt slightly dizzy, and his body grew a little weak. Murong Fanghua caught him, feeling even more confident. She admitted the man was quite charming, but he was completely different from her ideal type. From everything she had observed, she became even more convinced that Hang Xingwang was just a spoiled playboy obsessed with beauty and showing off. Ever since she entered the room, he had barely shown any caution and even seemed genuinely interested in her. For an ordinary person, the dose she had used would have been enough to knock them unconscious. Although he still felt dizzy, Hang Xingwang quickly forced himself to stay awake to see what she planned to do next. She planted one foot on his body and began thinking of a way to make him obediently follow Mr. Zhang's orders. Hearing that name, Hang Xingwang frowned and tried to remember which Zhang he had offended enough to send someone after him. Seeing that he remained calm, Murong Fanghua decided to play her strongest card. But after hearing everything, Hang Xingwang simply laughed, treating her tricks as nothing new. By then, he was tightly tied to a chair with only a pair of shorts left on. He pretended to wake up from the drug and acted completely confused about what was happening. Looking at the chains holding him in place, he even joked that he never expected her game to be this intense. Murong Fanghua ignored the teasing and coldly demanded that he cooperate. Hang Xingwang raised an eyebrow, finding her way of negotiating rather unusual. When he asked for details, she immediately gave two conditions. First, he was not allowed to outbid Mr. Zhang at the auction. Second, whenever Mr. Zhang could not appear in person, Hang Xingwang had to bid on his behalf. After hearing it, he only smirked because it sounded like they wanted to turn him into a walking wallet. Right after that, Murong Fanghua switched to threats. She took out the files she had prepared in advance, including several private photos. She intended to use them to force him into submission. To her surprise, Hang Xingwang did not panic at all. Instead, he calmly praised the camera angles and even asked if she planned to post everything on Weibo or Xiaohongshu. Murong Fanghua froze at his reaction. She coldly asked if he really was not afraid of ruining his reputation. Hang Xingwang casually replied that he was the one taking the loss anyway, so there was nothing worth worrying about. He said people could twist the story however they wanted, but he did not care. At worst, he would disappear from the internet for a while, then come back and keep making money through live streams. After saying that, he calmly looked her in the eye and asked if she had any other tricks left. If not, he still had things to do. His attitude caught Murong Fanghua off guard for the first time. Every wealthy target she had dealt with before quickly gave in under pressure, but Hang Xingwang was completely different. Just as she began to hesitate, Hang Xingwang suddenly spoke. He called her by her real name. Then he slowly said she could only make anything public if he allowed it. Hearing him say her real name, Murong Fanghua's expression instantly changed. She could not understand how he knew her true identity, and a strong sense of danger rose inside her. Standing so close, she could clearly feel the overwhelming pressure coming from Hong Xingwang. Then he calmly listed her personal details with perfect accuracy, from her age and height to her weight, leaving her completely stunned. At that moment, Murong Fanghua could only wonder if Hong Xingwang had secretly investigated every auction participant and uncovered even her hidden identity. In reality, the system had provided all the information, but that alone was enough to put enormous pressure on her. Just as expected, the system immediately reported that Murong Fanghua's regret value had increased by 5. Even though she loudly warned him not to force her hand, Murong Fanghua was met only with a calm smile. Hong Xingwang asked why she still had not attacked if she truly dared, hitting her right where it hurt. He calmly analyzed that as an experienced mercenary, she had already weighed both sides, and realized that even if they fought, victory was far from certain. At best, it would end in a draw. But if a fight really broke out, all he had to do was remember her face and expose her identity. Everything she had built in the mercenary world would collapse instantly. Murong Fanghua was left speechless, because almost every thought in her mind had been seen through. As if that was not enough, Hong Xingwang added that if he were her, he would have already scheduled the photos to upload automatically in case something went wrong. At that point, Murong Fanghua realized she had completely lost the upper hand and could only ask what he really wanted. Hong Xingwang smiled mysteriously and slowly replied that since she had taken photos of him, he would take photos of her too. Only then would it be fair. Hearing that, Murong Fanghua was both embarrassed and furious. She glared at Hong Xingwang as if she wanted to burn him alive. In her mind, the man standing before her was nothing but a shameless womanizer. She gritted her teeth and spoke each word with burning hatred. "If you have the guts, then kill me." Murder was against the law. He mocked her, saying if she really understood the law, she would not have tried blackmailing people with photos. Murong Fanghua was hit right where it hurt. Her face darkened, and she refused to keep talking. Hong Xingwang dropped the playful act. His eyes turned cold as he made it clear this was an order, not a negotiation. The moment he finished speaking, the system reported Murong Fanghua's regret had increased by another 5 points. Her reaction made Hong Xingwang feel something was off. The more she was pressured, the more unstable she became. With that thought, he decided to push her a little further. He deliberately lowered his voice and warned that if she kept resisting, he would tie her up and punish her. Sure enough, the system instantly reported her regret, jumping by another 15 points, and even urged him to continue. At that moment, Hong Xingwang realized he had found her biggest weakness. Murong Fanghua still acted tough on the outside, but her voice had clearly softened. She reluctantly agreed while insisting she was only doing it because he forced her, and she still cursed him to meet a miserable end. Hong Xingwang calmly replied that if he ever met a terrible fate, he would drag her down with him. His fearless answer only made Murong Fanghua even angrier, yet she could do nothing about it. When she saw Hong Xingwang searching through his belongings, she could not help asking what he was planning. He stayed calm and simply said she would find out soon. Right after that, the system reported another 5 points of regret. Next, Hong Xingwang took out several outfits he had prepared in advance, leaving Murong Fanghua completely confused. Before she could recover, he told her to change into every outfit one by one, leaving her staring at him in disbelief. Hong Xingwang casually told her to just do as she was told and stop asking questions. The system reported another 5 points of regret. He even gave her exactly 3 minutes to change clothes and pose as instructed, or she would face the consequences. With no other choice, Murong Fanghua gritted her teeth and agreed, while repeatedly insisting she was only obeying because she was forced. But the longer it went on, the more she realized this man was even stranger than she had ever imagined. One bizarre request followed another without stopping. Sometimes he wanted heroic poses. Other times he demanded bizarre cosplay themes. Murong Fanghua was both embarrassed and ashamed. Her face turned bright red, but she still had to cooperate. Meanwhile, Hong Xingwang stayed completely serious. He even criticized her poses for lacking spirit and said she did not look like someone saving the world. In the end, he coldly reminded her that the next outfits had better be convincing and not ruin his mood. Every warning from Hong Xingwang made the system report another huge increase in her regret points. Notification after notification appeared. First 10 points, then another 5, and they still kept coming. The system alerts echoed in his mind almost without a single pause. As for Murong Fanghua, she had already reached her limit and could only scream inside her head that the man before her was the biggest freak she had ever met. Never before had anyone humiliated her so badly, while leaving her completely unable to fight back. After taking every photo he wanted, Hong Xingwang finally put away the camera with satisfaction. He calmly declared that her previous blackmail with photos was now settled, and neither of them owed the other anything. But just as Murong Fanghua started to relax, he casually added that all the photos were still stored on her device, and he did not want the trouble of copying them. So from now on, the device belonged to him. Mu Rongfanghua was left speechless. Hung Xingwang calmly said he would pay in full because he knew she had used the device for a long time. He asked for her payment code and prepared to transfer the money immediately. What stunned her the most was his valuation. After looking it over for a while, he decided it was only a used item and not worth too much, then casually settled on 500,000 yuan and declared the price was non-negotiable. Even Mu Rongfanghua was shocked by the amount, because it far exceeded the real value of everything involved today. At that moment, she could only feel that the man before her was impossible to predict and overwhelming to deal with. Hung Xingwang looked straight at her and calmly declared that the matter between them was settled for now, but the debt with her master remained. Since Zhang Li had chosen to target him first, there was no way it would end so easily. Hearing that, Mu Rongfanghua immediately frowned and coldly reminded him that he was still nowhere near strong enough to challenge President Zhang. Strength could only be proven in a real fight. Empty threats meant nothing to him. Mu Rongfanghua explained that Zhang Li never acted without a backup plan. If she failed, he definitely had another move ready. As for Zhang Li's true objective, she honestly had no idea, no matter how much he questioned her. The moment he heard the word interrogation, Hong Xingwang gave a knowing smile and quietly asked if she would confess, if she knew he would be the one interrogating her. That single question froze Mu Rongfanghua in place. Her heart raced again as his strange choice of words got under her skin. Seeing her reaction, Hong Xingwang became even more convinced he had found her weakness. He then signaled for her to leave, but told her to deliver a message to Zhang Li. He would see this through no matter what tricks were still waiting. The system immediately praised the host for boldly confronting a dangerous enemy and rewarded him with 666 yuan. Mu Rongfanghua still could not believe he was really letting her go, so she coldly warned him that he was releasing a tiger back into the wild. Hang Xingwang simply smiled and replied that in his eyes, she was nothing more than a cute little kitten, and letting her go would never cause any real trouble. Those words struck Mu Rongfanghua's pride. A top assassin being compared to a kitten was enough to make her grind her teeth in anger. After seeing Mu Rongfanghua off, Hang Xingwang immediately went to find Gu Wen. As soon as they met, he told her they had been under surveillance and needed to talk inside. After hearing everything, Gu Wen quickly understood the situation. It turned out Zhang Li was a notorious trafficker of national treasures, and his long string of successes came from countless dirty methods behind the scenes. Hong Xingwang's eyes instantly turned cold. He decided to meet Zhang Li in person at tonight's banquet. For now, it would just be an introduction. Settling every score could wait. Thinking about the female assassin, Gu Wen could not hide her concern and quickly asked if he had been injured. Hong Xingwang smiled confidently and said he was never easy to bully. He even believed Mu Rongfanghua could become the perfect piece to strike back at Zhang Li. As the mood relaxed, he casually patted Gu Wen on the head, making her immediately complain about the hairstyle she had just finished. Gu Wen reminded him that she was older than him, so he should stop patting her head whenever he wanted. Hang Xingwang only laughed and said he had completely forgotten because she never mentioned it. He casually remarked that Gu Wen looked much healthier lately. Her clothes were more elegant, and her face looked prettier every day. She could only laugh helplessly because he was incredibly reliable when serious but impossible to predict when joking. The system joined the fun by praising the host for knowing how to lighten the mood. It joked that he could even tease Gu Wen just by looking at her nose, then rewarded him with another 233 yuan. Hang Xingwang was left speechless. Before getting into the car, he casually promised to treat the beauty to a spa day when he had time as compensation. Gu Wen shot him a glare and complained that he always joked about her appearance, but deep down she was actually happy. The two of them then headed downstairs, where the car was already waiting to take them to the auction. The attendant politely opened the door and wished them a wonderful evening. The moment they stepped into the main hall, Gu Wen immediately noticed a man standing out from the crowd. She quietly whispered. That man was Zhang Li. Hang Xingwang only glanced at him before calmly looking away as if nothing had happened. He reminded Gu Wen not to let someone like Zhang Li ruin her mood. In his opinion, tonight offered fine wine, beautiful scenery, and plenty of things worth enjoying instead of wasting time on Zhang Li. Hearing that, Gu Wen smiled softly and agreed that Zhang Li was not worth another thought. Hang Xingwang slowly raised his wineglass with a confident smile. In his mind, tonight's outcome had already been decided, and he certainly would not be the loser. He gently swirled the wine, his eyes as cold as blades, and quietly said, "Cheers." Meanwhile, Zhang Li asked Mu Rongfanghua about the outfit she was wearing. From her report, he learned that Hong Xingwang had captured her and taken a series of revealing photos. Fortunately, after they reached an agreement, all of those photos had been deleted. Zhang Li still could not believe his subordinate had failed, because she had always ranked among the top 3 strongest experts under his command. Mu Rongfanghua could only admit her defeat and delivered Hong Xingwang's message, word for word. He said this debt would be repaid in full one day. After hearing it, Zhang Li burst into laughter. His eyes lit up with interest, as he declared he would be waiting for Hong Xingwang to come find him. At the auction, Zhang Li took the initiative to greet him, acting as if it were their very first meeting. He warmly claimed he enjoyed making friends and told Hang Xingwang to ask if he ever needed help. Hang Xingwang immediately exposed the act, mocking him for sending people to ambush him during the day and pretending to be strangers at night. He even joked that old age must have affected Zhang Li's memory. Seeing the host confront the mastermind head-on, the system instantly rewarded him with 500 points. Since Hang Xingwang kept roasting his opponent, the system happily awarded another 500 points. Zhang Li calmly denied everything and insisted it was all just a misunderstanding. The people nearby could not help admiring the young man for daring to speak so boldly in front of Zhang Li. Hang Xingwang did not bother arguing further. He simply challenged Zhang Li to settle everything at tomorrow's auction. If he truly had the ability, he should compete openly, instead of relying on dirty tricks, because none of his subordinates could beat him. Before leaving, he bluntly declared he had no interest in befriending a traitor who sold out his own country. Watching Hang Xingwang walk away, Zhang Li only smiled coldly and remarked that youth was truly fearless, before ordering an immediate investigation into his background. The report quickly came back. Hang Xingwang only owned a livestream company with a solid reputation. His wealth was respectable, but nowhere near enough to compete with Zhang Li at the auction. That only made Zhang Li even more curious to see how his opponent planned to handle tomorrow. After leaving, Hang Xingwang's companions remained worried because he had openly challenged Zhang Li in front of everyone and feared retaliation. He simply laughed and said the speech had sounded cool at the time, so he went with it. He then reassured everyone that he already had a plan, so there was no need to worry. Meanwhile, Zhang Li's subordinates still could not understand where someone with no powerful backing found such confidence. They could only wait for Hang Xingwang to fail, so they could pay him back many times over. The day of the auction finally arrived. The moment Zhang Li appeared, countless people surrounded him with praise, because everyone believed the great Xia Jade Seal would end up in his hands. Someone even suggested drugging Hang Xingwang's drink to humiliate him. However, Zhang Li flatly refused. He wanted to defeat his rival fairly in front of everyone and prove he could win without resorting to dirty tricks. Just then, Hang Xingwang suddenly appeared and joked that President Zhang even liked giving motivational speeches before the game started. Everyone was startled and quickly asked when he had arrived. Hang Xingwang calmly replied that he had simply walked over from the side. It was not like he knew some mystical movement technique. He then turned to Manhwa and asked whether she had delivered his message exactly as promised, especially the part about him collecting that debt very soon. Manhwa immediately sneered and declared that today would end in his complete defeat. Zhang Li spoke up at once and reminded his subordinate to watch her manners. He then put on a polite smile and wished Hang Xingwang an unforgettable first auction experience. Hang Xingwang simply smiled back and said he was also looking forward to enjoying tonight's event. In an atmosphere filled with both luxury and tension, the Splendid Rivers and Mountains auction officially began. The host introduced the distinguished guests attending the event one by one, including Edward, Katarina, Basar, and Fujita Ilmi. Even so, the most talked-about figure was still Zhang Li, who almost never missed any major auction. However, today's newcomer, Hang Xingwang, quickly became another center of attention. The moment his name was announced, whispers spread throughout the hall. No one could remember anyone from the elite circles with that name, making Hang Xingwang's identity even more mysterious. Zhang Li remained completely confident. Manhwa reported that dangerous rivals like Squad and Fujita had already been taken care of. Everyone else combined had less than 700 million yuan in available funds, so he believed victory was already guaranteed. The first item up for auction was a Song Dynasty jade called Yu Feng Lin Ming, with an opening bid of 800,000 yuan. While everyone was still cautiously testing the bidding, Hang Xingwang suddenly turned to Gu Wen and asked if she liked the item. The pendant matched her outfit perfectly today. Right after that, Hang Xingwang raised the bid to 3 million, leaving the entire hall stunned. The piece was only worth about 1.2 million, but he pushed the price far higher just because Gu Wen liked it. Even she tried to stop him, reminding him their real target was the final national treasure. Hang Xingwang just smiled and said every antique from their homeland deserved the same respect as a national treasure. And since Gu Wen liked it, that was even more reason to buy it. His calm words instantly stirred the entire auction hall. Most people thought he was reckless and spent money without a second thought. Zhang Li did not care at all. In his eyes, this item was not worth fighting over because his real goal was the final treasure, Wanlai Hua Guang. Thanks to that, Hang Xingwang easily won Yu Feng Lin Ming for 3 million. After that, more antiques went up for auction as the prices kept climbing. They started at 5 million, then quickly passed 10 million. And before long, they reached 50 million. The atmosphere grew more intense with every bid. By now, Zhang Li started sensing something was wrong. According to his investigation, Hang Xingwang should not have enough money to spend this freely. Yet, from the start of the auction, he kept bidding without the slightest hesitation. That slowly shook Zhang Li's confidence. He refused to believe his investigation was wrong, but the facts before him said otherwise. At last, the most anticipated treasure appeared on the stage. It was the national treasure, Wanlai Guang. The auctioneer loudly announced a starting bid of 100 million. At that moment, every eye turned toward Zhang Li and Hang Xinguang because everyone knew the real showdown had finally begun. Hang Xinguang remained calm. He knew Zhang Li had investigated his finances, but there was one thing his rival could never uncover. The system rewards left absolutely no trace, and that was his greatest trump card. A faint smile appeared on Hang Xinguang's face. He had no intention of ending the game early. He wanted to crush Zhang Li's confidence, step by step in front of everyone. The best part was only beginning. The auction continued, with a rare Tang Dynasty relic from the western regions that once belonged to a British collector. The starting bid was set at 110 million. Within moments, it climbed to 120 million. As the auctioneer kept asking for higher bids, everyone turned their eyes toward Hang Xinguang. Some mocked him, saying he must have run out of money after arguing with Zhang Li earlier. Hang Xinguang simply replied that, if he joined an auction, he would see it through to the end. At the same time, Lin Menke suddenly discovered that the sensitive photos were still there and had never been deleted, as the scammer promised. That discovery caused her regret meter to surge. The system concluded that the deeper she was trapped, the stronger her regret would become. In its judgment, she was clearly a gold mine worth farming. Reward money kept pouring into Hang Xinguang's account. That also meant she had earned him a huge profit in a very short time. But soon after, her regret meter suddenly dropped. It turned out she regretted not taking even bolder photos when she threatened the other party. She even blamed herself for not posing more seductively. The system immediately explained the reason. As long as the meter had not reached 99, even a slight change in her thoughts would make it fall. The progress bar kept rising and dropping, leaving Hang Xinguang speechless, because he could not figure out what she was thinking. Meanwhile, the auction continued as usual. Seeing the price had passed 100 million, with no new bids, the rival laughed and claimed everyone was just putting on a show before letting him take the treasure home. Right then, Hang Xinguang spoke and raised the bid straight to 130 million. The rival refused to back down, immediately calling 140 million, while throwing out another taunt. Hang Xinguang only smiled and said, if his rival wanted to show off, he was welcome to keep raising the price. The system also announced that his extravagance value had passed another milestone, rewarded him with an extra 1 million, and waited for the next show. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring the hammer down at 140 million, the rival could only grit his teeth. Then he reluctantly raised the bid to 150 million. Even after taking back the advantage, he remained completely confident, believing the entire hall was on his side, and that a young punk like Hang Xinguang had no chance of winning. He even changed his mind and ordered his men to drug Hang Xinguang on the spot. In sharp contrast, Lin Mengxi was completely lost in her own thoughts. Her mind kept circling back to the photos. She even secretly admitted Hang Xinguang's pose and expression were perfect. She only regretted picking the wrong picture. She finally snapped back to reality when the boss called her name. She quickly claimed she was planning her next move and wanted Hang Xinguang dead. Hearing that, the boss immediately ordered his assassination. That left her completely conflicted, because even she did not know if she could really go through with it. On the stage, the auctioneer asked if anyone would bid higher than 150 million. Once again, every eye turned toward Hang Xinguang. He calmly waved his fan and asked if no one had noticed what was really happening. His rival became even more convinced that Hang Xinguang was out of money and waited for the hammer to fall. But, at the critical moment, Hang Xinguang calmly announced a number that silenced the entire hall. The new bid was 300 million. The rival's face changed instantly. Unable to believe it, he demanded a financial verification. President Jiang also stood up and demanded proof that Hang Xinguang really had 300 million. He claimed Hang Xinguang was just an unknown nobody, with no powerful backing, and was probably planted there to disrupt the auction. Even though the auction house insisted they would never do such a thing, President Jiang insisted that anyone avoiding financial verification had something to hide. Facing the accusation, Hang Xinguang calmly replied that President Jiang should first see if he could match 300 million before talking. That answer drove President Jiang even angrier, because losing to a nobody would ruin his reputation. Just as the auctioneer was about to strike the hammer, someone reminded President Jiang that the Buddha statue was worth at least 500 million, so buying it for just over 300 million was still a bargain. In the end, he reluctantly raised the bid to 301 million. Then he immediately demanded a financial verification again. Hang Xinguang laughed and asked if President Jiang really believed he could not afford 300 million. He even proposed a bet on whether he could deposit that amount into the auction account. At first, President Jiang stayed calm and refused to take the bait. But when Hung Xinguang declared he was ready to raise the bid to 400 million, President Zhang immediately wavered. In the end, he accepted the bet. The rules were simple. If Hung Xinguang won, President Zhang would let him decide his punishment. On the surface, President Zhang acted fearless, but deep down he kept wondering if Hung Xinguang really possessed that enormous fortune. Hang Xinguang deliberately dragged out the process, making President Zhang even more anxious, while mocking him for making the entire hall wait over a single decision. When his rival still said nothing, Hang Xinguang asked the staff to bring over the payment device. Then he requested to make the deposit by QR code. The entire hall was shocked, because no one had ever seen a transaction done that way. Even the staff had to call the finance department for confirmation. President Zhang immediately mocked him, saying he would surely blame the transfer limit when the payment failed. Hang Xinguang calmly replied that President Zhang should not judge others with such limited knowledge. Success in one field did not mean knowing everything. Not long after, the finance department confirmed they could accept the deposit through that method. Hang Xinguang presented the QR code for the staff to scan. In the blink of an eye, 300 million was transferred. The full amount instantly appeared in the auction house escrow account. The moment the transaction was completed, the entire hall erupted, because no one expected Hang Xinguang to really produce such an enormous sum. Even so, President Zhang still refused to accept reality. He continued accusing Hang Xinguang of being planted by the auction house to inflate the bids. The auction house representative immediately denied the accusation and stressed that everyone had personally witnessed the transfer. But President Zhang stubbornly insisted that no one knew whether the two sides had secretly colluded. This time, the auction house had enough. They declared that President Zhang had repeatedly caused trouble at previous auctions, and while they had overlooked it before, the evidence was now undeniable. They then ordered President Zhang to return the payment device and honor the bet, warning that he would be forced to comply if he refused. With no way out, President Zhang tried threatening them with his connections, claiming the auction house could not survive without a client like him. The woman in the Cheongsam simply smiled and asked if the people he knew were really that influential. Because if they truly were, they would have recognized her identity long ago. Only then did President Zhang freeze in shock after realizing the woman before him was someone he could never afford to offend. The moment her true identity was revealed, the entire auction hall was shaken. She was Lu Tiezhe, the legendary auction expert who had retired years ago. Zhang Li was completely stunned. He never imagined he had provoked someone of her status. Even so, he stubbornly insisted it was all an act. He claimed Hung Xinguang and the auction house had teamed up to deceive him. But by then, no one cared about his excuses anymore. Lu Tizhi spoke in a cold voice. She directly ordered Zhang Li to be dragged outside and thrown in front of the entrance. His humiliating outburst ended right there. After everything was settled, the auction quickly returned to normal. The auctioneer asked once more if anyone wanted to bid higher. The entire hall fell silent. No one dared compete with Hung Xinguang anymore. As a result, Wanlai Huaguang officially became his. But what shocked everyone even more was that after winning the auction, he announced he would donate the treasure to the National Museum instead of keeping it. The entire hall was stunned by such generosity. Even the system was amazed by the way he spent money without hesitation. Rewards kept pouring in as the system rated his lifestyle as unbelievably extravagant. Hang Xinguang simply smiled as if losing hundreds of millions meant nothing to him. To him, the satisfaction he felt was worth far more than the money he had spent. After a day full of twists, he returned to his villa. Life finally became peaceful again, at least for the moment. Just then, the system announced that Lu Shui's regret level had risen to 60. At the same time, she sent him a message. She said she would officially start working at Duo Jin early next week. But before he could even relax, a familiar voice suddenly echoed through the villa. Murong Fanghua unexpectedly appeared inside. What surprised him was that she was wearing a maid outfit. The moment they met, she angrily blamed him for causing Zhang Li's defeat, which had also cost her job. Hang Xinguang calmly replied that she had walked away on her own that day, and after searching everywhere without finding her, he had no choice but to leave. Feng Hua became so furious that she threatened to kill him if he did not find her a new job. But Hang Xinguang showed no fear and casually admired her maid outfit. Then he made an overwhelming proposal. The villa needed someone to manage and maintain it, so she should stay as the housekeeper and maid. Hearing that, Feng Hua exploded with anger. A former elite under Zhang Li was now being asked to work as a servant. Ironically, every time she got angry, her regret level rose even higher, making Hang Xinguang enjoy it even more. He even mocked her by saying that, if she had not been smart enough to choose the right side, she would not even have the chance to serve him. That remark made Feng Hua blush with rage as killing intent burst from her. Even so, Hang Xinguang stayed completely calm and gave her 3 seconds to decide whether she would accept the job. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and agree. but he was still not finished. He declared she would have a 3-month probation period, with free food and lodging, but no salary. Hearing those terms, Manhwa nearly lost her mind and repeatedly called him a heartless capitalist. Hang Xingwang only smiled and said that now, and even in the future, he would always be her master and she would continue serving him. The moment she heard those domineering words, Murong Fanghua's regret level increased by another 10 points. She felt both furious and wronged because she had already accepted the job, yet he still kept teasing her. She had never met anyone as annoying as Hang Xingwang, but at least this time she had managed to keep her life. Swallowing her anger, Fanghua brought him a glass of milk, reluctantly addressed him as President Hang, and handed it over. Hang Xingwang merely glanced at her and casually praised her obedience before ordering her to wipe every table and chair on the first floor because he claimed to be a clean freak. Fanghua was left speechless. A martial arts master who had once roamed everywhere was now being treated like a maid. Trembling with anger, she asked who he really thought she was. Hang Xingwang remained completely composed. He bluntly replied that she was a maid, so if she did not clean, was the homeowner supposed to serve her instead? He also crushed her hope of being promoted to a proper position. Just a few sentences pushed Fanghua's regret level up by another 10 points. She acted tough on the outside, but Hang Xingwang could tell that someone like her was actually easy to tame. No longer paying attention to her, he picked up his phone and started checking it. His messages to Lu Shui still got no reply. He briefly wondered if she was ignoring him on purpose to spark his curiosity, but he quickly dismissed the thought since that trick would never work on him, and Hang Xingwang went to rest. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lu Shui slowly woke up with a pounding head. The moment she opened her eyes, she realized she was tightly tied up. She could not move at all. Fear took over, as she had no idea where she was, or who had kidnapped her. Just then, a familiar voice made her blood run cold. The man standing before her was none other than Liang Chao. He stared at her with a twisted grin and asked if she had slept well. Then he pretended to remember that her mouth was still gagged. Liang Chao calmly sat down in front of her, his voice filled with hatred and obsession. He complained about all the money he and the company had invested in her, only for it all to become a loss. So today, he demanded that she repay everything. Lu Shui was furious and terrified, glaring back in defiance. Seeing her reaction, Liang Chao only smirked. He said it did not matter if she refused to pay. Either way, he would get something out of her. In desperation, Lu Shui struggled and cried for help, hoping someone would hear. But Liang Chao did not care and only smiled even wider. He shamelessly said videos like this sold well, and today he would be the male lead, while Lu Shui would be the female lead in his twisted show. Hearing those disgusting words, Lu Shui turned pale and kept begging for help. But just as everything hung by a thread, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the room. The tense atmosphere was instantly broken. The newcomer spoke with complete calm. He asked Liang Chao if he also had a tycoon system. That single question froze the entire room. Then he coldly declared that Liang Chao was unlucky because he had run into him today. 1 hour earlier, Hang Xingwang could not stop twitching his eyelids. His instincts warned him that something bad was about to happen. Right then, the system reported that Lu Shui's regret points were rising non-stop. She was still unreachable, yet her regret points kept soaring. Hang Xingwang immediately realized something was wrong. He was certain Lu Shui was in danger. When he arrived at the scene, Liang Chao tried to stay calm and claimed it was all a misunderstanding. But inside, he was panicking because he could not understand how Hang Xingwang had found this place so quickly. Hang Xingwang looked straight at him with an icy stare. He calmly said, "Finding someone was easy if you knew where to ask, and investigating someone like Liang Chao took almost no effort." Those calm words only made the pressure on Liang Chao even worse. Hang Xingwang wasted no time. He declared that Lu Shui had already signed with his company, which meant she was now under his protection. Touching his employee without permission meant Liang Chao had no idea what consequences awaited him. Hearing those words, Lu Shui's eyes trembled, and her regret points rose by another 5. Hang Xingwang added that he had already called the police on his way over. The moment Liang Chao heard the word police, his face turned ghostly pale. Realizing there was no escape, he completely lost control. Backed into a corner, Liang Chao decided to risk everything. He thought that if he was going to prison, someone else had to die with him. Without warning, he lunged at Hang Xingwang. But the sneak attack was obvious to Hang Xingwang. It looked no more threatening than a child throwing a punch. With just a few moves, Hang Xingwang neutralized the attack and pinned Liang Chao to the ground. Once the danger was over, he immediately reassured Lu Shuyi, promising that as long as he was there, Liang Chao would never hurt her again. He even thanked her for thinking about protecting him first, despite being in danger herself. Hearing that, Lu Shuyi finally broke down as all her fear, pain, and bottled-up emotions burst out, and she cried in Hang Xingwang's arms. Right then, the system announced that Lu Shui's regret level had reached 99. Hang Xingwang gently comforted her, telling her not to dwell on what had happened. Because he was there now, the police were on the way, and everything would soon be resolved. But just when everything seemed to calm down, the system suddenly issued a new warning. It reported that another tycoon system had been detected. The news instantly put Hang Xingwang on guard. He had met Liang Chao before, yet the system had never reacted like this. So what had triggered the warning now? He quickly pieced everything together and concluded that he could not be the only one with a tycoon system. If Liang Chao had one, there were likely many others, perhaps even completely different kinds of systems. Thinking about that possibility, Hang Xingwang quietly prepared himself, because the enemies ahead would likely be far more dangerous. Not long after, the system sent another notification. This time, it warned that he had exceeded the conquest time limit, and penalties had begun. The non-stop alerts pounded in his head, and he even muttered about wanting to get out and continue conquering women. The people around him gave him strange looks, and some even wondered if he needed to be admitted to a mental hospital. Late that night, Hang Xingwang escorted Lu Shui back home. An awkward silence lingered between them after everything they had been through. As soon as they walked inside, someone spotted them. The person curiously asked where he had been so late at night, and why he had brought a girl home with him. Hang Xingwang explained that Lu Shuyi was the livestream company's newest employee and would officially start work next week. But the explanation only earned him more teasing about bringing a new hire home for private training. Speechless, Hang Xingwang told them to stop imagining things and seriously explained that Lu Shuyi had nearly been assaulted by her former boss. He had rescued her in time, called the police, and since she had fallen asleep from shock in the car, he brought her home to rest first. After explaining everything, Hang Xingwang could only sigh. Saving someone was exhausting enough, yet he still had to clear up one misunderstanding after another. The system interface appeared before him, showing his current stats. Age 24, Scorpio, height 180 centimeters, stamina 40, intelligence 45, willpower 40, and charm 45. His conquest progress was Chu Xinnuo 80, Murong Fanghua 95, Gao Yuan 99, Lu Shuyi 99, and Lin Mengxi 100. Looking over his status panel, Hang Xingwang considered how to use the 5 newly earned stat points. After everything that had happened, he was more convinced than ever that other system users existed. Thinking about the fierce battles ahead, he decided to invest all 5 points into intelligence. The moment he confirmed the upgrade, the system responded. World awareness increased by 5, survival skills increased by 5, and his ability to understand human relationships also increased by 5. At the same time, with all 4 core stats reaching 50, a brand new special mission was unlocked. Within 10 days, he had to successfully conquer award-winning actress Su Bingqing. Success would earn him 1 billion yuan and 15 stat points, while failure would randomly deduct 10 points from each stat. The moment he saw the name Su Bingqing, Hang Xingwang felt a headache coming, because she was the hardest actress in the entertainment industry to approach. She not only disliked men, but had publicly declared that if she had to choose between a man and a dog, she would choose the dog. To her, men were nothing but trouble, and outside of work she wanted nothing to do with them. Su Bingqing was 25 years old, 165 centimeters tall, weighed 52 kilograms, and had a beauty score of 9.5. Her current regret level was 0, but the most troubling part was that her favorability toward all men was -100. In other words, every man had already received the lowest possible score before even meeting her. Faced with this mission, Hang Xingwang could only smile helplessly because the system had handed him a true nightmare-level challenge. After only a brief hesitation, Hang Xingwang regained his determination. 15 stat points were a reward worth risking everything for. As long as he conquered Su Bingqing, his strength would rise dramatically. With that in mind, he decided to take on the impossible challenge. To get close to the award-winning actress, he first had to improve himself. Right now, only Chiu Xinnuo and Murong Fanghua could still provide additional stat rewards. If he could earn 10 more points from the 2 of them, he planned to invest every point into charm. Against someone who hated men to the core like Su Bingqing, the first impression would be everything. After organizing his next step, Hang Xingwang returned to the company. Today was also Lu Shui's first official day at Duojin. He gave a brief introduction and welcomed her as the newest member. After that, he handed all work arrangements over to Gu Wen. From letting Lu Shuyi work independently to building a brand new team around her specialty, every decision was left to Gu Wen. Gu Wen accepted without hesitation. Lu Shui also nodded obediently. Hang Xingwang told her to treat the company like home, get familiar with the environment first, and then settle into work. However, before he left, he noticed something worth paying attention to. Chu Xinnuo was clearly unhappy. Even though she tried to stay calm, her expression gave everything away. Hang Xingwang simply observed without stepping in. He knew the longer her emotions built up, the more interesting her reaction would be later. Sure enough, right after he left, Gu Wen walked over and directly asked if she was upset about Lu Shuyi joining the company. Chiu Xinnuo did not hide it and admitted she was very annoyed. Lu Shui had embarrassed her more than once before, and now she had joined the same company right after their PK match. Anyone would be upset. Gu Wen simply told her to stay calm. Even she had mixed feelings, but she believed Hung Xingwang must have his reasons. Hearing that only made Chu Xinnuo think about the way Lu Shui looked at him. It was obvious that Lu Shui liked him, and Chu Xinnuo found it incredibly irritating. Even so, after thinking it over, she told herself they were co-workers now, so all she had to do was focus on her job. Just as she was trying to calm herself, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Hang Xingwang had appeared without anyone noticing. Startled, Chu Xinnuo quickly asked how long he had been standing there. Hang Xingwang smiled and teased her, asking if she had been talking behind his back while he was away. Caught off guard, Chu Xinnuo blushed and quickly denied it. Hang Xingwang did not explain much. He admitted he knew she was unhappy about Lu Shuyi, then said something that made her heart race. He would wait for her after work. Flustered, Chu Xinnuo told him her live stream would not end until 10 that night. Hang Xingwang calmly replied that he knew, but he would still wait. Then he leaned closer and jokingly asked if she wanted to trend again. The question left Chu Xinnuo completely confused, because she had no idea what he meant. But after just a few words, all her frustration had been replaced by confusion. Her mind was now a complete mess, and her heartbeat kept getting faster. She thought trending once had already been troublesome, but Hang Xingwang was about to push her onto the trending list again. When asked about Lu Shuyi joining the company, she stayed composed and said that competition inspired growth while cleverly attracting even more attention from fans. Deep down, however, she knew all of this had been arranged by Hang Xingwang. Even the backup accounts that helped push the topic into the trending list had been prepared by him, raising Chu Xinnuo's regret points by another 5. She acted cold on the outside, but she actually cared deeply about her reputation and status. That only made Hang Xingwang even more certain about how to win her over. After her live stream ended, he was already waiting outside. As soon as they met, he asked if she was tired and offered to drive her home if she was exhausted. That simple gesture made Chu Xinnuo overthink everything, wondering whether it was genuine concern or another test. In the end, the two of them went to a luxury restaurant for a late-night meal, where the minimum spending started at 50,000 yuan. Alone together in the private dining room, Hang Xingwang decided to get straight to the point. He openly said he knew Chu Xinnuo was still unhappy about Lu Shuyi joining the company, feeling that everything was unfair and that the pressure on her kept growing. He admitted that he admired people who dared to chase their ambitions, who did not hide their desire for wealth, beauty, or power, and who never denied their own desires. In Hang Xingwang's view, desire was what drove people forward. The more you suppressed it, the stronger it became. After saying that, he looked at Chu Xinnuo and asked what she truly wanted. Chu Xinnuo remained calm and replied that her current life was already good enough. But Xingwang refused to let her dodge the question. He kept asking if she wanted to become the top female streamer, or go even further and enter the film industry as a famous actress. Every question struck the dream Chu Xinluo had buried deep inside, leaving her unable to hide it any longer. In the end, she admitted through tears that she had always wanted it and had never given up on that dream, not even in her sleep. Hearing her answer, Xingwang smiled with satisfaction and said she was one of the veteran employees he valued most, so her rewards would match her worth. He then revealed his big plan. Dajin Media was about to expand into filmmaking, creating a chance for Chu Xinluo while advancing his own strategy. Chu Xinluo's regret increased by 5, but she still needed 9 more to reach the target. The next day, Xingwang officially announced to the entire company that Dajin Media would enter the film industry and be renamed Dajin Studios. The whole company erupted in celebration, as everyone raised a toast to the promising new chapter. After the announcement ended, work quickly resumed. Manhwa soon delivered all of Su Bongqing's files, and Xingwang was pleased with her efficiency. From the documents, he learned that Su Bongqing was filming in Southeast Asia instead of staying at home. What caught his attention was that almost no news about her had appeared over the past 2 days. Even her fans, famous for tracking celebrity schedules, could not find a single clue about her whereabouts. The movie was a cops versus gangsters film set in the Golden Triangle and was scheduled to film for 3 months. One of the investors was a company called Jin Sankai, yet almost no public information existed about it, making the situation highly suspicious. Xingwang's instincts immediately warned him that nothing about this was simple. In his mind, Southeast Asia was both a famous tourist destination and a hotspot for scam syndicates and underground crime. Remembering celebrities who vanished after being lured overseas only made him more suspicious. Even though Su Bongqing was an internationally acclaimed best actress, Xingwang still decided to investigate further because his uneasy feeling kept growing stronger. When Manhwa curiously asked why he cared so much about Su Bongqing's whereabouts, Xingwang instantly turned cold, ordered her to simply follow his commands, and even demanded that she address him as master. Manhwa refused to back down and insisted she had never accepted that role. Xing Wang calmly responded, with a new round of pressure. He declared that if she still refused to call him that, her probation would be extended from 3 months to 6. The threat left Murong Fanghua completely speechless. That evening, before going to bed, Xing Wang tried once again to push Murong Fanghua's regret even higher. He casually said that since Master was about to sleep, a maid should already know what she was supposed to do. At the very least, she should have prepared his bath. Murong Fanghua felt both embarrassed and annoyed by the request. When Xing Wang even mentioned punishing her if she disobeyed, her emotions became even more unsettled. Those few words alone increased her regret by another 2. Xing Wang realized that words alone were not enough to shake this girl. If he wanted a stronger reaction, he would need more decisive methods. The moment Xing Wang arrived in the tropical region, he immediately felt the intense heat filling the air. Even so, he was quite satisfied with the wide-open surroundings. His current location offered nearly a 270-degree view, making it perfect for watching the area. Since Su Bangqing was reportedly filming nearby, it was an ideal choice. Xing Wang praised Murong Fanghua for completing her task well and promised to shorten her probation after they returned. At that moment, he spotted the Jinsan Cai building in the distance and immediately focused on it. The investigation revealed that the place was only disguised as a film company, while inside it operated a massive scam network, involving everything from gemstone gambling to romance fraud. Instead of avoiding it, Xing Wang became even more interested. He decided to join the gemstone gambling game to investigate their headquarters from the inside. After that, he assigned Murong Fanghua a mission, believing that with her skills, secretly infiltrating Jinsan Cai would be an easy task. Xing Wang told Murong Fanghua to stay hidden and act only when ordered. As for him, he just hoped the scammers would notice him the next morning. Early the next morning, he arrived at the gemstone gambling district. The moment he got out of the car, a kind fellow countryman pulled him aside and warned that nearly every shop there was running scams. Visitors from Huaxia were especially their favorite targets. After hearing the warning, Xing Wang simply smiled. He thanked the driver for the advice and casually tipped him 50,000 yuan. His generous reward even earned him another 100,000 yuan subsidy from the system. As he walked deeper into the market, vendors shouted from every direction. The crowded marketplace buzzed with non-stop trading. Before long, Xing Wang witnessed a scam unfold right in front of him. A customer had just paid for a rough stone when the shop owner suddenly claimed he had only paid half. The original price was 50,000 yuan, but the owner instantly doubled it to 100,000. He even called others over to pressure the customer. When the victim demanded justice, the owner openly admitted he was scamming people and dared him to file a lawsuit. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The cheated man's face turned bright red with anger. They were only moments away from a fight. That was when Xing Wang calmly stepped forward. He asked how much the stone in the man's hand was selling for. The shop owner immediately shouted a price of 200,000 yuan. It was obvious he was trying to rip him off again, but Xing Wang accepted without bargaining. And he was not finished yet. He picked several more stones and bought them all as one large batch. Before paying, he deliberately turned on his camera to record the entire transaction and prevent any tricks. Seeing that, the shop owner only sneered and looked down on him. In his eyes, Xing Wang was just a rich rookie with no experience, an easy target. The entire batch was finally sold for 900,000 yuan. Even the fellow countryman beside him urged him to stop because those stones were worth no more than 300,000 yuan elsewhere, making the purchase a huge loss. Xing Wang only smiled and replied that while the money was small, his backbone was strong. The other man mocked him, saying a strong backbone meant nothing without a brain. Xing Wang did not argue. He calmly asked them to start cutting the stones, because words were meaningless. The blade touched the first stone. Everyone present held their breath. Seconds later, a dazzling imperial green glow burst from the stone. A top-grade jadeite appeared, leaving everyone stunned. Before they recovered, the second stone was cut open. This time it revealed a premium high-ice jadeite with brilliant color, crystal-clear texture, and almost no impurities. The entire market fell silent. The shop owner's smug expression vanished, replaced by a pale face and cold sweat. While everyone stood frozen, Xing Wang simply smiled and remarked that luck was truly on his side today. With only 900,000 yuan, the value of the entire batch had skyrocketed. The supposed prey had become the real winner. The remaining stones were cut one after another, and every single one revealed another treasure. Imperial green glass jade was followed by top-tier high-ice jadeite, each piece nearly flawless. The shop owners watched with ghostly pale faces because they knew every stone contained an extremely rare treasure. Xing Wang calmly told them to pack up all the jade for him. Before leaving the market, he gave them one final warning. He told the shop owners it would be best not to provoke him, or he would target only the most valuable stones they had hidden away. He even said that if he brought more customers to clean out every premium stone in the market, the consequences would not be his problem. Those few calm words were enough to send chills down every shop owner's spine. It was a direct strike at the market's greatest weakness. The man who had been scammed earlier was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Xing Wang for helping him get revenge. Before parting, Xing Wang reminded him that gemstone gambling usually ended in failure, and even the rare wins were often just bait, so it was best to walk away. After leaving the market, Xing Wang had not only made an enormous profit, but also obtained jade worth millions of yuan. At the same time, Manhwa had secretly entered Jinsan Sai through the ventilation system to begin her investigation. Seeing that, Xing Wang could not help laughing to himself. It seemed this girl really had a special talent for crawling through air vents. After causing a huge stir at the gemstone market, Xing Wang knew several groups had already started watching him. Since it was still early, he casually continued sightseeing as if nothing had happened, waiting to see who would approach first. He even hoped they would act faster and lead him straight to their hideout. Just then, a nearby girl laughed as she watched him playing with a few monkeys. She introduced herself as Tatsun. She was half Burmese and half Huaxia, had grown up in Huaxia, and had returned home only 2 days earlier. Seeing that she spoke Chinese fluently, Xing Wang happily chatted with her. He introduced himself as Zhang Hua, and did not forget to compliment the cute mixed-race girl. Their conversation flowed naturally and effortlessly. After learning they were both traveling alone, Tatsun suggested they become friends and explore the area together. Xing Wang immediately agreed and joked that he had just gained both a travel companion and a free tour guide. She simply smiled and said she did not mind at all. The two spent the entire day walking and chatting together. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Xing Wang felt the trip had been incredibly enjoyable. Most of that enjoyment came from having Tatsun by his side. Hearing the compliment, she only smiled modestly. She said it was nothing special. At that moment, Manhwa sent a report saying Su Bangqing was not inside the Jinsansai building. After searching every room without finding any trace, she discovered documents suggesting the actress had likely been transferred to an industrial zone in northern Myanmar. Manhwa immediately headed there to continue the investigation. Impressed by her efficiency, Xing Wang decided to give her a raise after they returned. By then, the clock had reached 10 p.m. Tatsun quietly reminded him that Myanmar was dangerous at night and asked if he could walk her to the nearby bus stop. Xing Wang replied that it was not enough and insisted on taking her all the way home. Tatsun looked a little shy but happily accepted. As they walked, Xing Wang smiled. Half joking, he said the only thing he worried about was that she might not let him help her. Soon, Tatsun stopped in front of a narrow alley and said her house was inside. She stood there silently for a few seconds, as if thinking. Then she turned, smiled, and invited him inside for a cup of tea. Xing Wang accepted without hesitation. The peaceful scene somehow felt like it was hiding a dangerous trap. Tatsun led Xing Wang inside and told him to head straight to the second floor. According to her, the living room was upstairs. The moment he entered the room, everything was already prepared. Tatsun served traditional Burmese tea leaf salad and warmly invited him to enjoy it. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary visit. As they talked, Tatsun began asking what he did for a living. Xing Wang calmly replied that he ran a small business, dealing mainly in jade and antiques. The moment she heard that, Tatsun's expression subtly changed. A wealthy man who understood gemstones was an irresistible target. She continued asking about his love life, and after learning he was still single, she became even friendlier. Tatsun gently said that after spending the day together, she felt he was someone she could truly trust. She then glanced at the clock and softly suggested that he stay the night since it was already 11 p.m. She said they got along so well that perhaps their relationship could move one step further. Xing Wang pretended to fall for her bold invitation and played along. Smiling, he said it would be rude to refuse such sincere hospitality. Just as the evening seemed ready to turn romantic, the situation changed completely. Tatsun dropped her gentle smile and coldly admitted that she did like him. But what she loved even more was money. The moment she finished speaking, several men stepped out of the shadows, staring at Xing Wang like he was a walking vault. They excitedly declared they had caught an incredibly valuable target, a rich man who also understood gemstones. They even argued over whether to call him a golden pig that laid eggs or a golden pig that produced offspring, wasting time on such ridiculous nonsense before capturing him. One of the men stepped forward and asked how much their client had paid to target him, but Xing Wang calmly offered to pay twice that amount. Their line of work had rules, and they would never betray a client for money. Their plan was simple. Once they got Heng Wang into the compound, everything he owned would belong to the boss behind it all. The three men quickly restrained Heng Wang, tied him up, and threw him into the van, already celebrating, because they thought this single job had finished this year's quota. Strangely, Heng Wang never showed even a hint of fear the entire time. Instead, he stayed completely calm, and even found the kidnapping surprisingly interesting. Right then, the system updated with a new target, and confirmed Tatsun had been added to the list of regret targets. The profile showed Mayason, age 17, height 160 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, appearance score 8, current regret level 0. Looking at the system panel, Heng Wang simply smiled, thinking his first kidnapping was quite a fresh experience. Even so, he remembered he only had 8 days left to conquer Subangqing, so he could not drag this game out forever. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Murong Fanghua was growing more and more anxious. She kept wondering how far the boss plan had progressed. She calmly observed her surroundings. She quickly realized the security was extremely tight, and every guard was carrying a gun. Even without knowing whether the weapons were real, she understood she needed to get a gun before making any move. Even under heavy escort, Heng Wang remained calm, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he quietly memorized every detail around him. Surveillance cameras covered every corner. The entire area was surrounded by barbed wire and high-voltage fences, making it feel like an impenetrable fortress. Every guard was fully armed, making any escape extremely difficult. But getting captured had been part of Heng Wang's plan from the very beginning. To prevent the system from tracking his location inside the area, he turned off his phone himself. After that, he simply waited for the next step to unfold as planned. The subordinates brought him before the leader and proudly reported they had captured a valuable target. After learning Heng Wang had just earned a fortune from the gemstone trade, the leader immediately tried to recruit him into the Utopia organization, claiming money would keep making more money there. Heng Wang smiled and said he had no other choice, so he might as well join now that he was here. Seeing his cooperation, the boss began explaining the organization's rules. He tossed out 20 bank cards and ordered Heng Wang to transfer all his assets into them within 1 week. According to him, it was just an investment that would allow future profits to be shared legally. Heng Wang knew resisting would only bring torture, so he agreed for the time being. He then asked when he could leave, and was told he had to earn profits worth 5 times his total assets first. He nodded on the surface, but he knew no system reward could be taken without his permission, though today's gemstone profits would probably be gone. Before leaving, the leader warned him to transfer every cent into the cards because they had many ways to check accounts, and anyone hiding even $1 would lose a hand. Heng Wang immediately acted like the perfect obedient recruit and fully cooperated. After that, he was taken to the dormitory. He was even assigned a private room, all because they considered him a VIP member. Along the way, the younger members kept telling him to work hard and make money to earn the boss' favor. Heng Wang deliberately asked if there were many beautiful girls doing live streams there and wanted someone to show him around, making everyone burst into laughter, as they reminded him he had been tricked into coming. Even so, he kept pretending to be a man obsessed with women, saying that if he could not escape, he might as well find some motivation. Hearing that, they proudly claimed the place had models and actresses everywhere, and with enough money he could have anything he wanted, even a beauty to spend the night with. Heng Wang immediately acted thrilled, performing so well that they became even more convinced he was nothing but a hopeless womanizer. They even proudly claimed this was the biggest compound in Southeast Asia. According to them, money here was endless, and anyone with money would never run out of women. After hearing that, Heng Wang stayed in character and wished them all a good night. After walking away, the group laughed and joked that he was beyond saving because all he ever thought about was women. Then they headed off to celebrate with drinks, after receiving a generous reward from the boss. Once no one else was around, Heng Wang turned to Murong Fanghua and praised her exceptional abilities. He said it was a waste for her to stay a maid and that she should return to being his bodyguard instead. He even promised he would never scold her again. Losing someone as capable as her would be a huge loss. But Murong Fanghua looked clearly annoyed. She asked who he thought she was, someone he could keep or dismiss whenever he pleased. Only then did he realize he meant changing her job, but she had taken it another way, so he decided to drop the subject. He immediately changed his wording and said that was something for the future. For now, she was still his subordinate. After saying that, he ordered her to kneel. Murong Fanghua lowered her head to admit her mistake, but could hardly believe he actually dared to order her around. When he reminded her that a master's command could never be questioned, her regret level instantly rose by 2, reaching 98. Seeing the numbers so close to the goal, he thought one more push would raise it to 99. Although surprised by Murong Fanghua's strange reaction, he decided to pressure her one step further and complete the objective by raising her regret level to 99. Without wasting words, he coldly ordered her to kneel. She immediately blushed, awkwardly refused, and warned that if he kept pushing, she would turn against him. He calmly replied that she was welcome to try. But the moment he unbuckled his belt, her tough attitude instantly disappeared, and she hurriedly asked what he was planning to do. He calmly said he would use the belt to teach her what a real servant should be. Just imagining being struck with the belt, Murong Fanghua felt a strangely unexpected sense of anticipation. That thought shocked her, making her wonder if something was truly wrong with herself. He asked again whether she would kneel and made it clear that if she stayed stubborn, the belt would teach her instead. Even then, she stubbornly refused, and even dared him to do it. He only curled his lips into a cold smile. In his view, Anyone who rejected kindness had to accept punishment instead. Right then, the system announced that Manhwa's regret level had officially reached 99. At the same time, he received a reward of 5 attribute points. The system displayed Manhwa's profile: age 26, height 170 centimeters, weight 58 kilograms, appearance score 8.5, current regret level 99. Manhwa gritted her teeth in anger and could only say he would get what was coming to him sooner or later. He calmly replied that she was the one who liked being treated this way, and he was only indulging her unusual preference. She immediately denied it, but he insisted she simply was not ready to admit the truth, and said that, if that was the case, he would stop satisfying her wishes from now on. After saying that, he went to take a shower and said they would discuss the next plan when he returned. Meanwhile, Manhwa used the time to reflect on herself. After that, he ordered the system to add every reward point to his stamina. Xiang Hingwang's profile appeared. Age 24, stamina 45-100, intelligence 45-100, charm 40-100. The system also reminded him that only 8 days remained to conquer Su Bongqing. He quickly decided that his top priority was finding Su Bongqing and building a relationship with her. From Kun Gong's attitude, he also realized that the higher the rank, the better the treatment inside the compound. Thinking about the missing gun, he guessed the place would eventually fall into chaos. However, Manhwa believed things would not change as quickly as he expected. She explained that after carefully studying the organization's structure, she found that every floor had its own leader, with multiple management levels above them, and an extremely strict system of mutual surveillance and reporting. So if a gun went missing, their first move would be to hide it and deal with the issue internally, instead of reporting it right away. After hearing that, he asked her to get him another gun, and she calmly replied that everything had already been prepared. That made him extremely satisfied, and he praised her as his most reliable subordinate. Hearing the compliment, she could only swallow her frustration in silence. Right after that, he told her to redraw the entire map of the compound and secretly send it to the police that very night. But after thinking it over, he changed the plan. He instructed her to contact the border police directly and send every piece of intelligence outside. Manhwa immediately carried out the order. Meanwhile, in the VIP dormitory, someone delivered a meal to Su Bongqing. After allowing the person inside, she glanced coldly at the food and said her meals were always calculated down to the smallest detail by professional nutritionists. As for the meal they brought her, she saw it as nothing more than a menu meant to fatten up a pig.